And good morning, world. This is Teesside Motorsports Park calling out to the world, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or the dead of the night, wherever you're watching from. You are in for an absolute treat. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Deeks for Alpha Live back in harness for 8 hours of hardcore bsec British Scooter Endurance Club racing from the fabulous Teesside circuit way up north. If we got any further north, we'd need our passports here, but you know what? Last time we met, it was Wilton Mill, and it was absolutely pouring with rain. Here in Teesside, well, in the UK, you go north for warm hospitality and tropical weather. And I'm going to collar one of my co-commentators because, you know, guys, we've only got a few moments. The grid is lining up with, would you believe, 37, 38 highly tuned Italian, mainly classic motor scooters, all tuned to the nth degree. My co-commentator, Ellis, joins me here, and morning, Ellis. There is a palpable feeling of excitement here.
It's absolutely spectacular, mate. When you've got a load of 50 and 60-year-old shopping bikes, and you just said tuned to within an inch of their lives, about to thrash them around a circuit for 8 hours non-stop, it's glorious.
Looking at the grid here today, I think some of the bikes are younger than some of the riders. Is that fair?
The average age is probably about 55, and that's the riders. But you have got a selection of everything. You've got stuff from the late 50s. Probably the newest ones are in the 70s. So you've got old Lambretta Louis, you've got Vegas, you've got Vespa small frames, large frames, you've got GPs. So I mean, a lot of this stuff ought to be in a museum.
Ellis, come out. Some of the riders should be in a museum. Look, now look. You talk about small frame. I mean, it's an 8-hour scooter endurance championship race here. Right? Look at that. I mean, that is absolutely. That's the Colin Chapman philosophy of less is more.
So these lads, are you still in road class? Club class now. So these lads started a couple of years ago. This is literally a bike that is roadworthy. It's road legal. It has to be MOT'd. It's Rushton Lambretta Club, by the way. Best cheese board in the business.
I remember that from Wilton.
If you're around this evening, they'll do you a really good cheese board. But this, when they first raced, they had a huge tank on the back and realised that actually all that did was added weight, because you have to come in regularly and do changeovers. No need for the big tank because you were going to change over anyway. They started considering weight rather than just racing.
Well, even the riders look quite lean. Now over here, what about this number 210 here? Because they got a cheese board where they got something between their legs.
So, what is it, sorry?
M200 Quattrini.
So, M200 Quattrini. What brake horsepower is this point out now? So, you imagine when this was standard, it would have been about 8, 9... 4? 4. What was it originally, a 50?
50.
So, it was a 50 special engine, or PK50, would have been about 4 brake horsepower. You imagine in the F1 world or the Porsche racing world, taking a vehicle and increasing its power by a factor of 10.
Yeah.
And that's what we do with these things.
Well, lucky he isn't carrying much weight himself.
This is ballast.
I thought it was an airbag suit.
By the end of the race, he'll have lost 2 stone.
I thought it was one of them airbag suits.
Well,
this Ellis is a dangerous place to be now, isn't it? As we go, let's just whip down the grid here. I mean, look at this. Everything to play for here. The helpers look as manic as some of the riders.
Well, what you'll find as well, as soon as everybody's running, they'll start the race. So you're right, it is a dangerous place to be. That's a Lambretta Louis from the same Rushton team, but that's a new version of it. They're calling it the Super Louis. I think we need to get out of the way, don't we?
Yeah, well, so come down here, because I understand that actually today there's a fantastic charity starting flag, because the Caitlin charity, the Irish contingent, I understand, have bid £210 or £215 for their man to do the flag.
Yeah, so the Irish lads are going to start the race, as you say, donated 210 quid. If people want to get onto the bsec site and have a look, they'll see the details of the Caitlin charity. Really good charity, worth supporting.
I'm just checking out my riders here. Are you excited, young man?
Very much so, I love it. Best day of the year.
I bet you do. Best day of the year for us too, no question about it. Scooters starting or not starting. Look at that there. Look, a finely polished carburettor. Ellis, come over here. Don't be so worried. They're not starting for a moment, but give me some form on here. These guys lined up in their qualifying times.
Yeah, so okay. As part of practice earlier, they did a qualifying session as well.
Yeah.
So obviously, fastest at the front, down to the less quick, shall we say.
Okay.
And people will notice that some people are wearing orange bibs.
Yep.
They're the novice racers, novice riders. So, and if you look, you'll notice that most of the orange bibs are back down that end of the...
There's our charity flag man. Let's go and see if we can get a word with our charity flag man. A lot of responsibility here on the flag man. Look at that. I hope he's been well briefed. There's Keith Terry in the house. We've got our charity flag man. Hopefully Keith has told him to run for cover. Whoa! Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Riders running for their scooters in a desperate manner. Has to be believed as they pile down into the first corner. I can tell you, that is absolutely something to... The Teesside 6+2 is now officially on. And for those of you with the programme, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see it's a Teesside 6+2, not an 8, because as Ellis will tell you, 6 hours of scooter racing, Ellis, is simply not enough. You need the full 8.
You need the full 8, and obviously Keith Terry, who is the organiser, did a fantastic job. The only thing he didn't do is count above 6.
Yeah, that's because he can't.
It's age. It's age related.
He can't actually.
Shall we go across the other side?
I think we should go across the other side, boys. This could be a very dangerous place to be in just a few moments' time. Teesside Marshall's looking somewhat disparaging in our direction at the moment. And we'll just have a quick word in the pits. So, Ellis, I have to say, I've seldom seen anything quite that exciting. The sight of 37, 38 scooters all bearing down upon the first corner. You have to be here breathing the two-stroke in, don't you? The smell, the sound.
By the end of the day, you'll be saturated with it, and it's fantastic.
I really am. I'm impregnated with Cashewan. Look at the leader. He's made good his escape. I mean, this is hardcore, serious racing.
Again, people think these are shopping bikes that people, little old...
Gone over the curb. I think my cameraman got that.
That was the Independent Idiots racing team.
How can you tell the difference?
I think that's a universal term applied to everybody that does scooter racing. But it is mental. People think little old lady go down the shop on a scooter or a mod with loads of lights and mirrors and stuff like that. But these are serious racers. These boys take it really seriously.
Ellis, I know it's serious. I remember the number of broken wrists we had at Wilton Mill. I mean, there's a real risk element involved in bsec scooter racing.
I think we had 11 broken collarbones at Wilton Mill, 72, 74 accidents.
Yep.
But that was obviously weather related. There's terrible weather conditions. But today, it did just start spitting me rain. I don't know if you felt it.
Well, we decided we're going to pretend that was a bird spitting on us.
It must have been.
Yeah, because there's no way. I've come all the way. Listen, I've got a 4-hour ride down south to Silverstone tomorrow on my motorbike. So, joking apart, it's not going to rain. Just keep saying that to yourself.
It's glorious now, mate. Look at it. Clear blue skies, not a cloud in the sky.
Ellis, this track is a very different complexion. I mean, Wilton Mill is my home circuit, but here, it's kind of nice and flowing, isn't it? And it really gives the scooters the opportunity to open up on the back straight.
Well, this circuit's got a bit of everything. So you've got what you might call a mountain section down the bottom, so it drops down.
Yep.
Big long right-hander, a left and a right back up the hill on the other side over there. Nice, big, long straight down the back. And at the bottom there, another big right-hander, but 2 hairpins, a right-hander and a left-hander. So the bikes will basically go in circuit, sharp right, sharp left, and then come out down to the start-finish straight into this D chicane here. And it's just brilliant. It's absolutely superb. So the lads get to practice, obviously, fast corners.
Yep.
Fast back straight.
Yep.
And then some serious hardcore cornering down the bottom end there.
I've got to say, like, the coward in me, like, looking at it, this looks like a place that if it got really hot and grippy, you could high side.
I would imagine that's quite easily done. One of the issues with this particular circuit as well is they have drifting. They have drifting weekends, and particularly down the bottom, it polishes the surface. So the opportunity to high side, lose the back end, it suddenly grips and spits you over the top. There's a high probability.
Well, you know what? As I mentioned to Keith, my whole car racing career has been building out. I just retired at the festival. That's my last race in order that I could focus on a future career.
How did you do?
5th.
Well done.
Yeah, thank you. And the reality is it was all to prepare me for a second career as a scooter racer.
I think we need to see you out there, mate.
Do you think a team would take me on? I mean,
Absolutely. I mean, have you got some experience of bike racing as well?
No. Does that matter?
No. Well, this is what we're saying about the novices in the orange bin.
Okay.
You've got to have enthusiasm.
I've got enthusiasm.
You've got a bit of commitment.
Got commitment.
You've got talent. We know that.
I don't know about that. I'm not too bright. I've had a few smacks on the head and other places. Is that? Am I selling myself to a potential team?
Listen, these guys have took a 50-year-old shopping bike,
Yep.
put a racing engine in it,
Yep.
tuned the buggery out of it. Some of the components that go into these things now, suspension, braking and everything else, you know, these are expensive, well-engineered components. They may not look that way, but believe you me, these are well-engineered bikes, most of them.
Going to have to talk about, you know, it's predicted it could get to like 29, 30 degrees, which this far north, I'm surprised. I imagined it would always, no, that's what I thought. I thought we're virtually in Scotland, aren't we? I'm sure I saw like the last few hours of my motorcycle ride up here. I think I vaguely remember seeing Scotch Corner.
You do, yeah?
Yeah, well, so here's my issue, right? I mean, no disrespect, but some of the riders don't look like they spent a lot of time in the gym prepping for this.
Well, they spent too much time in the shed sorting the scooter out.
I think they've been in the pub sheds. But it looks, I mean, are they not going to, is there not a danger if it gets really hot, they're going to melt?
So, well, I'd say last year we did have someone who overhydrated and was thrown up in his helmet and came off, and then that was his race for the rest of the day finished. He did that very early on. So
don't want that.
Overhydration is just as much of a problem as dehydration. But obviously these lads today, full leathers, sitting on board a two-stroke engine that is generating vast amounts of heat, they really will get tired. They get tired really, really quickly. That shows in the lap times. So some of the better set-up teams,
They'll bring them in if they start losing time.
They'll be watching the lap times.
Could be my chance.
And listen, I'm sure we can find you a set of leathers. Well, you've got your leathers.
No, I rode up here like this. I'm ashamed to admit.
No, you've got your leathers.
No, I came up here like this. I'm insane. I did tell you, I've had a few bangs on it. I rode all the way up from the south in shorts.
All I'm saying is I know the Independent Idiots racing team.
They'll have me.
You're straight in. You're straight in. They actually think you fit them better than any other team. And that's not an insult. That's actually a compliment. They're the guys that were working till 11:30 last night trying to fix their clutch.
Sounds like our team.
Turned out to be a single nut, a 50 pence nut that they didn't have a spare, which is, you know, schoolboy error. Well, they got it going about 11:30 last night. I probably woke everybody up going up and down the paddock just to make sure it was working. And they're out there
You want to
racing.
share the pain with your fellow competitors.
Listen, if they're up, everyone else has to be up.
But anyway, that was happening in the Premier Inn where I was staying. There were boy races. I'm sure it's a few of your guys actually whipping around Middlesbrough ring roads. Well, look, the race has settled in, and remarkably, I haven't seen anyone stop. Is that a record?
These bikes are built properly. They are built properly now. So as a general rule, you know, going from 6 hours to 8 hours, 6 hours, you get the odd breakdown and exhausts fall off. You know, you have blowouts on the rear wheel usually, and you get those kind of incidents. But generally, I'd say 37 have started. I reckon more than 30 will finish.
No.
Yeah, I reckon more than 30 will finish. The extra 2 hours adds the extra element of jeopardy. So it can be just that extra 2 hours. It's an extra 25% or however you look at it. That's where the bikes start to break.
Is that right? What about, I mean, just for people who are not, you know, up to speed, like myself, with the fine detail of a championship, I was going to sound mad. Will anyone wear a tyre out today?
Yeah, people will change. I'll tell you what we will do later. We'll get the roaming camera and we'll get them down into the pit area when the bikes are coming in, and we'll have a look at the tyres. They are ragged. They ride into the ragged edge. And again, there's different technology for tyres. Some people will probably be using glorified road tyres, but most people will have race tyres, and they do ride them to the ragged edge. So
just as a side, can you run a slick or not? You're allowed to run a slick?
Yeah, as long as weather conditions are appropriate. Yeah, absolutely.
Ah, isn't that an advantage then to put a slick on?
If you've got them, yeah. But
Tyre warmers?
there are a couple of people I've seen. Genuinely, I've seen people with tyre warmers. I don't know if anybody's got them. You don't need them today, hopefully. But,
listen, mate, it's making me sweat just watching these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, God, if you're in a leather suit at this point, they're about 5 laps in. Wouldn't it be easy? I mean, listen, when I used to do endurance racing in IMSA back in the day, it was really easy as a novice to go out and run too hard. I can remember that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I do, especially on full tanks, because you imagine a race car might have, like, oh, God knows how many gallons on board, right? And the car would be a third as heavy again or a quarter as heavy again. And the reality is, if you didn't pace yourself, you could be coming in for an unscheduled pit stop because you're done. It's not a sprint.
but it's a bit like marathon running. If you've ever run a marathon,
At one.
people run off at the start, they get all excited, and you run away at 90 miles an hour. And of course, within the first 4 or 5 miles, you've used all the energy that you've got stored up. It's no different to this. everyone's excited. It's a Le Mans style start.
Yeah, I reckon some of them use most of their energy looking at it, just doing the start.
Some of the big lads. We're being cruel here, aren't we?
Well, I know they won't watch it until after they've gone home. I'm safe. I'll be back on the bike.
Their families are watching, mate. My phone will be ringing in a minute. But no, it's just a spectacle. And I genuinely, if you've got any interest in racing, if you've got any interest in scooters, if you've got any interest in engineering, vintage and classic cars, that kind of stuff, come and watch this. And even better, come and take part. I don't know how much more space we've got on the grid, to be honest. 37 has got to be getting close to the maximum number of teams we can have out there. But yeah.
Well, look, it don't matter. Keith can't count anyway. You won't know how many. He thinks it's 6 hours plus 2.
Yeah. So, we'll squeeze as many teams in as we need.
Well, you know what? We should give a throw out to the sponsors, because we got fantastic support, haven't we? Not just from the millions of people who I know have tuned in to watch this live from all over the world, and millions. And I know. Well, listen, I saw messages coming in from all over the world after the Wilt Mill. I loved it. People were watching us from all over the world. You know, they don't have a sophisticated scooter racing as we do, but give a shout out to the sponsors. You know them better than I.
Yeah, so you've got Thanet Area Scooter Services. They're a regular sponsor. They're the people to go to for your tyres, actually. You've got the Lambretta Club of Great Britain. Again, anybody who's involved in the scooter, and we all know Lambretta Club. They basically promote Lambrettas and everything Lambretta across the UK, and scooter rallies and all sorts of other things. AF Rayspeed, again, one of the legends, have been around in this scootering world forever. Fundamental in driving some technology and some developments in engine technology. Lots of other people have now taken on the mantle and do that as well. But AF Rayspeed have been around forever. Scooter Nova, you've got the Scooter Nova Independent Magazine. That's run by a couple of people at the equivalent of a shed, but it's by scooterists for scooterists, and it really is a genuinely scooter orientated. It's not corporate in any way, shape or form. They don't think we might have got a yellow flag. Oh, someone's just come off there at the end of the start-finish straight, but he's back up.
He's still alive, fortunately.
What team is it? I can't see what team number that is. Is it 12? I can't see
Number 12, I think, actually.
Got AME Auto, and again, they're a long-time sponsor of the British Scooter Endurance Club. Very good bunch of lads. And they do car and automotive parts as well as everything else. And then Scooter Lab UK. Scooter Lab UK again started out as basically as an online magazine. We're not in the way here, are we?
We're always in the way.
As an online magazine, and again run by scooterists for scooterists, and they're developing specific products as well, like bodywork products, but all the little niggly things that you found on a scooter over the last 30-40 years, little things like slut clips. They do a clip that enables you to fit the floorboards really easy. Now, to a Porsche driver like you spends tens of thousands of pounds on bodywork, this is a tiny little clip that just makes putting a single screw in easier. And believe you me, when you're building a scooter, little things like that.
Do you know what? Funny you should say that, but in the 911 we did exactly the same. We made panels in the back so you could take the gearbox off without having to drop the engine out. It's exactly the same. We modified the car.
And when you're in a racing environment, those little, especially when you're doing endurance racing, you come in here, you lose 2 or 3 laps. Over the course of the race, that can be quite a significant difference. There'll probably be only 10 laps at the end of the race between first, second and third. There won't, if everybody stays, obviously, they're shiny side up and stays out for the full 8 hours.
Ellis, I need to give a shout out to my future potential sponsor, because you might have seen on the bsec site, I discreetly posted Deli Italiano. So I was in New Barnet, using my friend Domino's deli as my office, like I do when I'm out down having my Alpha serviced. No, it's all the name dropping, all Italian, all Italian, right? So even though I race a Porsche,
when you're having your Alpha fixed,
no, serviced and tuned, tweaked. Anyway, right? He had a Vespa in the window of his deli. I said to him, that's criminal, right? What you have there is a thoroughbred racing machine. I actually took him a model of a Ferrari, sort of as an exchange. I said, could we get that out the window of your deli? We did. If you look on the site, we ran it up. Right, Les, he's got to get a pass for it and stuff. But I said to him, look, just
tested.
Yeah, well, better than that. Deli Italiano on the side of the scooter. Wilton Mill next year.
Sponsor sorted.
Me. 4 other.
You need a couple more outriders, obviously.
You.
Well, I'm too busy doing this.
That's probably the right answer. And if I had a brain, it'd be my answer too.
I forgot we didn't mention Vespa Club of Great Britain as well, because they sponsor some of the trophies as well. So we got to remember Vespa Club of Britain, another one of the again supporters of the British Scooter Endurance Club. So we ought to grab Keith at some point as well and have a chat.
Yeah, well, let's first thing we ask him about 6+2, because that's, most people call that 8. It's an 8 hour, not a 6+2.
+2. And apparently he'd been criticising, he'd been to the MotoGP and been criticising the quality of their programme and the accuracy of their programme. The next thing you know, he's having his own published with the wrong. Let's put it this way, some of the lads might have turned up today expecting a 6-hour race.
They might have only fueled for 6 hours, tired for 6 hours.
Exactly. So he could have ruined their entire strategy.
Well, that's right.
That one minor little error.
I mean, to be honest, how do we know it's not a 10 hour? Could be 6+2 +2.
Could be until tomorrow.
I'll definitely get a drive then, won't I? Right. Well, listen, we're going to head back to the timing tower to have a look at what's going on. But, folks, I have to say that we're settling in. We're only 15 minutes into what is an 8 hour, despite what Keith may have said, an 8 hour epic. And I've got to say that the temperature already is getting warm. It's warm and close. And I would guess that you don't expect that being at these latitudes. But I think today could be a cracker. 28, 29 degrees predicted. But the last thing I would say before we go back to the tower is, if it was to shower with rain now, wow, this would be lethal after so many hot days.
This is an awful track when it's wet, particularly, and like you say, after a period of hot weather, this gets damp and wet, it'll be horrific. However, no forecast of that whatsoever, no sign of it. So hopefully, nice dry race. Get everybody up here. You'll acknowledge this. The drive up to Middlesbrough, so coming up the A1 and whatever the A66 and whatever, it's a glorious drive. It's a glorious drive. So you've got 8 hours. They've got all day.
Yeah, that's a good point. What are you doing? Looking at your laptop or sitting at home when you could be with us here at Teesside? People are lovely. Hospitality's fantastic. The roads get less crowded as you come. The weather's better.
Everything's better up north.
That's what they say. That's what they say. And the racing, ladies and gentlemen, is simply white hot. If you've never seen this as a spectacle, and I'm not joking, I hadn't seen it myself until Wilson Mill, this is hardcore. You need to see this to believe it.
If people are watching, if you watch that back straight, you see some of the race class bikes will go down there and they will overtake bikes and make them look like they're standing still. But the bikes they're overtaking are quick. It's just that those race class bikes, the ones that are fully put together, they're kind of semi-professional almost, but that makes it sound more professional than it is in one sense, because this is all amateur racing, obviously.
Not when I join, it won't be.
Well, but you're going to bring the big sponsors, Della Italia. You know what I mean? If you bring the money in,
keep saying Della Italia.
Della Italia.
It's a great delicatessen in Barnet, New Barnet by the train station. Seriously, he's fantastic, Damiano.
Right, okay. I'm in London next week. I'll pop in and have a...
Definitely pop in. You increase my chances of being able to borrow a scooter.
Do you know what model scooter it was? Do you have any idea what it was?
Go and look on the bsec. I'll put a picture on the bsec. You can tell me. Yeah, it's a little Vespa. So pretty. I mean, I do feel a bit guilty because you restored it beautifully. Like some of the ones I see around the paddock. It's almost criminal when someone's put that much time into beautifying their scooter to come and abuse it like this.
I don't think that's criminal.
No, do you know what? I always say it. I say that to people with the Porsche as well. I don't know why. Why is it that I've got the hots for that?
This is Rushton Lambretta Club. These are the little Lambretta Louis. He looks like he's having a gear change problem, so that might be clutch related. But just go over and try.
Yeah, team. Before we go back to the time, let's go and have a look and see what's going on. Come on, Alice. Let's get stuck in here and see what the crack is.
So we'll do this throughout the day, so we can try and get...
Just what any rider or team want is an idiot commentator at a crucial moment like this.
Clutch, brakes, what's the brakes not working? Oh, dropped it. Okay. So it sounds like he's had a bit of an off, and his front brake's not working. So he's clearly trying to free the brake up. Obviously, one of the problems with dropping these things is the handlebars are unbelievably fragile. They've actually got some steel handlebars to replace the original aluminium handlebars, because these are 70s bikes designed to look like something from futuristic space. They go down, you break the handlebars, that's your race done. So they'll have spare sets a lot of the lads have spare sets of handlebars, but because you have to maintain the silhouette of the scooter.
Ah, so now I'm getting to understand it. That's why you don't put a clip-on where you could just change one.
Absolutely. There's nowhere to put a clip on these because you haven't got forks. Obviously, you've just got the single stem. Handlebars clamp. There's a clamp on top of the handlebars, and they clamp to that. So what a lot of teams have done is made handlebars that follow the same silhouette. Follow the same silhouette. Oh, they're not just doing it. They are doing a refuel. Now this is old school refueling. So this is a can and a funnel. So, and this is Steve Keneally, so this is a 3Cs. Steve preps his bikes beautifully, absolutely beautifully.
Which one's Steve, the guy with the funnel?
With the blue, no, Steve is the chap, the racer who's just getting off in the blue leathers.
So let's go back to first principles. Remember, the two-stroke, there might be bikers just about to run out, jump on the bikes and come and watch this, but this is old school, so I'm guessing no premix here. They've got they mix the oil. What's kind of ratio oil to fuel?
Well, most people, so a standard bike, you'd probably be doing 2%. The race bikes, people tend to be around 4%, but again, each person will have their own opinion about what runs best for their bikes, but typically 3 to 4%. And like you say, they pre-mix it so that when they come in, I mean, they've lost a lap just while they've been, this is quite a slow changeover.
But this early on, Ellis, would you have expected a fuel stop or not?
Not this early on, so I'm wondering if they've just got a standard tank. Or perhaps Steve is showing his age.
Like we said, maybe he burned himself out and didn't, account for it being so.
Well, he's only done 20 minutes, so that is.
Why don't we ask him?
Normally you can't expect.
Steve. Wow.
You're in early, mate.
Come and talk. We want to know what's going on here. We weren't expecting you in quite that early.
Yeah, I'm knackered.
What hope is there for me? That's why we were discussing this. I mean, it must be torturous. It's so hot out there.
It is. It's pretty warm. Not as warm as yesterday afternoon, though. But you get plenty of fluids down here. I think we'll be okay. But I'm just not as fit as I was 30 years ago.
Well, listen. How about the scooter? Is she running well?
Yeah, so far. I'm trying to just dumb it down a little bit so I don't ride it too hard. But the carburetion's a little bit lean, I think. So we'll have to stop at some point and object it. But we'll see how many miles we can do. It's an unknown, isn't it?
So you've got a massage girl ready to give you a good working over ice cold towers?
Yeah, she's waiting for me back in the van.
Good man.
She's at home, actually.
Okay, well listen, I can see you've dyed your hair grey to try and give an authentic old look, but I'm not buying into it. There's nothing of you, man. You're a mere racing snake.
Yeah, you need to get me glasses.
Right, well, listen, that's the first of our riders in for a somewhat non-scheduled pit stop. But we discussed it. It's hot out there. It's hard. These guys aren't messing around. It is serious racing. Okay, guys, we'll come back to you in due course. Enjoy the on-track action. So, finally made it back into the commentary box, and I'm delighted to find that I am joined by an expert in historic scooter racing. I'm with Wendy. And Wendy, first of all, thanks for coming up to our air-conditioned box here with the best view of Teesside Motorsports Park. And when I met you earlier outside, you were talking to me about how you got involved in this whole business, and you became a commentator by default.
Absolutely.
Someone tricked you into it.
They did.
Shocking.
The commentator at Croft basically sat me down and was talking to me. I didn't know it was going out live on the circuit. And at the end of the weekend, he said, I need to nip to the toilet. Would you just finish commentating on this bike race? Because the scooter race is next. So, yes.
You didn't sign up for that. So, hold on a minute. Let me get my head around this, because I raced at Croft last year in the Classic Formula Ford. Did a race scooter around the full Croft circuit?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy, that's a fast track. What kind of gearing are you on a scooter on the full Croft?
Right, so when we talk about scooter racing with British Historic Racing,
yep,
there are a number of different classes. So we've got the Group 6s, which is basically anything goes. They're specials. They can be up to 250 cc's. We've got the 6As, which are automatic scooters.
Yep.
So you've got Gilera runners that are up to 200 cc's, and the Piaggio Zips that are half that cc, but they race in the same class. Really fantastic racing, and the thing that you notice is that the Gileras are much heavier, longer bikes.
Yep. More
but-
stable. Or not really.
Well, yes, they are. But however, because of the different sizes in the bikes, the 100cc Piaggio Zips compete really, really well. Obviously, the longer tracks with the longer straights, if a Zip can get in the slipstream of one of the bigger bikes, they can stay there, much nippier around the corners and everything. So when you talk about gearing, I don't know. So they are the standard engine sizes, whereas with the Lambrettas, they can change the gearing to match the circuit. Like yesterday, I noticed a lot of the race teams were increasing the gear in second. They were having to get into second too soon. They changed it from a previous Enduro.
What? One of Wendy's fans just come in and wanting an autograph, I think.
No. It's letting the team know that we need the next rider out.
Oh my lord! I didn't realise. So sorry. So you're working for a team here as well?
Yes.
Wow. You're a busy lady. You need to give me a business card. I've never known anyone who can manage me. I can barely commentate, much less manage a team's strategies.
Volunteer.
Okay. Have you told them they got to get their next rider?
I've dropped them a call, so yes.
They're probably listening to you over the tannoy anyway, thinking she's.
We're on the tannoy as well. Oh, cheers. Right.
It's got to be done. I'm still trying to get my head around. I mean, like on the
CST Racing, they're coming in.
S2 coming. Now the world knows. We've shared this strategy with every team in the paddock. Now look out onto the track here at Teesside. This is my first time. I've done a gig in Middlesbrough before. Never been to the motorsport park. What a brilliant track it is here.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
not bad with it being a kart track, I suppose.
Oh, just saw someone down at the apex.
Oh, it's only a yellow flag, so they must be up and okay, so that's good. That's good. So yeah, we've last time I came, I wasn't commentating, so it does mean that I do look at things quite differently. It's but I love it. I never expected.
Are you a rider yourself?
Not now. I rode when I was younger. I was due to race.
You're still young.
Yeah, that's very kind. I'm just coming up to becoming a pensioner, so not that young.
You can't let us stop here. There's no
Oh,
excuse.
no.
I've seen some of the age of the people in the paddock. I'm even going to have a go. If I have a go, you've got to have a go. So
Right.
did you ride scooters on the road?
Yes, I did.
Were you a modette?
Was I Eckers-like?
No?
No, sorry. No, I wasn't. I bought a scooter to get me to work and back before I passed my driving test, and enjoyed it. Joined a scooter club, through which I met my husband. Though we didn't stay together then. We got back together again about 15 years ago.
Amazing. What an amazing tale. But I think he needs to bring you out of retirement, get you a scooter. You need to be out there.
Listen, so he's called Macca, and he does some amazing paint jobs. Retired now.
Those paint jobs.
So have you heard of Superfly? Oh, maybe not. So DTC, or Downtown Custom, was a company that he owned in the 80s, and he's painted quite a few famous bikes, and his work is sought after.
Is he still doing it?
He's not supposed to be. No, he
It's
does.
just I happen to have a Ducati that needs a pearlescent paint.
Dear.
What, I'm just trying to put a bit of work his way. What are you on about?
We want to get away. We're both retired. We want to go.
No, you can't retire.
No, but anyway, so yeah, he's actually spraying me a bike in the old Leeds Central Racing livery, and it's got
a scooter?
Yes.
Wow.
Lambretta. It's got to have a couple of little men falling though, because when I did my CBT, I came off a Range Rover, ran me off the road near the canal in Leeds, and the camber of the road went down.
Yeah.
So as he pushed me over, it went down this, and it was quite a deep camber into the where
During
the drain
your
is.
CBT?
During my CBT.
So did you have an instructor following at that point?
Yeah, he was a bit behind me with somebody who wasn't as
Probably
used to
couldn't
riding.
keep up.
And that wasn't the case. But But I got the bike up and he said, are you okay? Do you want me to send for somebody to come and get you? And I said, no. I wanted to pass my CBT.
Did you pass?
Yeah.
Well done.
But then I was out riding an 800 Suzuki.
Yep.
To go for my full licence, and not 600 Suzuki. And it was wet. I had a bit of a skip round a roundabout near the hospital, fine. Came off when I pulled up to some traffic lights. So I've got to have 2 little falling off men to show that I've fallen off twice. Not sure whether I will ride again on the road. I'm not as confident.
Well, that's an incredible story. If you're going to fall off next time, do it when you're by the hospital, not when you come to a
bit
stop.
further.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
You can get immediate attention. Well, listen, we are now, what are we? It's hard to believe this, but we're only 35 minutes into the race. We already had one rider come in saying that he was exhausted, right? A pouring sweat, which I fully get and stuff. Because if people are watching on the live stream, they probably don't understand. Like, you can't see too much sun here, but the weather is incredibly close. It's going to be really hot. And just checking the team. 22 degrees at the moment.
I think it's only half
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
But stamina, when it's an endurance race, well, it's not like a sprint race, it's a whole different ball game. You've got to pace yourself because, I know from my car racing experience, if you don't pace yourself, you won't, at the end, you won't be there, you won't be available, you won't be able to do your slot.
No, and you've got to fuel up correctly the day before as well as keeping your the salts and stuff in your body, because otherwise, you can become really, really quite ill. So, we've also got an ice towel that you put in cold water, get it out, squeeze it, and it's...
What a great idea. Could you
really
bring it up
cold.
into the commentary tower for later?
No, that's staying with the
We've got a 7-up, well, at least a beer as a minimum. I bet you've got no, you haven't even got a beer cooler. No, okay, fair enough. Well, at least the commentary will be more legible. So I'm looking out on the track action. Now, don't let me distract you, Ed. If your team needs you, you've got to go.
No. So what I was going to tell you is, or let people know is, if you're looking on, you're looking at the feed and you can see the different colours down the side.
Yep.
The blue ones are I actually made a note in my programme, but this isn't my programme, so we'll see if I remember.
Well, listen, the blue ones, for a start, leading. The first 4 places. Valley Scooter Club have it at the moment with 28 laps recorded. CST Racing, 28 also.
My team.
Your team, CST Racing. Real Taff Speed, 28, and then just a lap behind Team DSC, 78. So they're all blue. So explain that.
So they are the pro race class. So these are all people that race with British Historic Racing. They're part of the British Scooter Sports organisation.
Right.
I was going to say association, but that begins with an A.
So then the best of the rest also, by the way, on 28 laps are doing really well. Spire Tarmac Terriers, 28 laps recorded, and they're yellow. What's that all about?
Right, so that's the race class. They're sponsored by AF Rayspeed, where in fact the production class at BSSO is... so the race class, that's the race class that's sponsored by them. Sorry, I'm just going to have to get this.
Wendy, you get it. You get it. Wendy is multitasking like a man could never do, of course. Just to pick that top 10 up, we find the first of our interlopers with a red number plate, Pickering Gold Stars, right up there with 27 laps. And then we get into the greens, Valley Scooter Club in ninth, and RFS Tune with 27 laps on the board. And I have to say, at the moment, the leaders, Valley Scooter Club, they've only got what have they got in terms of time ahead? Half a lap? 29, they've done 30 laps, so it's pretty tight at the front of the grid.
So we can see where they are on the laps. This shows you where they are on the lap, the blue line that goes across. She says this is new learning for me too.
It's fantastic for me to have a real professional.
I'm not
in
a
the
real
tower.
professional. I'm a volunteer.
Compared to me, you are. You're doing an exceptional job. So your team, CST Racing, is in second at the moment.
That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's down to your organisation.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It's down to Sue, that's down with the pit board.
Yep.
And her husband Martin, who is the owner of the
How
shop.
did they coerce you to get involved? Well, folks, there's a lot of A lot of controversy going on, and Wendy's been called away for her team duties at the moment. As we look at the leaderboard then, so Valley Scooter Club leading this 31 laps, CST Racing 30, Real Tough Speed 29, Spire Tarmac Terriers also 29 as our team Vespa, and 3Cs Racing, then Valley Scooter Club with 28 laps, Pickering Gold Stars 9th, RFS Tune, and then the Rushton Lambretta B team 28, and they round out our top 10. Now, Wendy, I've got to ask you this. I mean, I know I shouldn't share strategy with the other teams over the airways, but I'm going to anyway. Did I hear that lady come in and say one of the team members has got to come in early because they're tired?
I think it's a bit difficult because we've got a team where we've got some experienced riders and one that's new to riding. So I think it's a bit daunting. So I think we've got to support them into getting part of what they're doing.
I've raced cars all my life. I'm daunted just watching this. Do you know what I mean? When I make my scooter debut, I think I'm going to be pooping around at the back. 2 laps I'll be in.
Yeah?
Yeah, probably for an oxygen tent.
Give all
and
that.
some therapy.
I think
this looks, I have to admit, for a non-scooter racer but a motorcyclist,
yeah.
you know, I think anyone who reckons themselves a bit should come up and have a go at this. Honestly do. In like one of the novice or the stock classes, because I'm looking at these guys. I mean, they're moving around on the bikes more than MotoGP riders.
So I think the thing with this sort of racing, with it being an endurance race, with us having actual race teams that race in a championship, you've got to make sure when you're passing others that they pass safely. You know, a lot of these guys don't race on the track. You know, the majority of the teams out there do not race on a track apart from coming to do this. Obviously, the orange jackets denote people for their sort of first times out. But a lot of the others, they might have done endurance racing. And it is obviously a lot different to riding on the road. At least you don't have somebody coming in the opposite direction,
no,
of course.
Unless they get really disorientated, but it's certainly not in the script. I think it's, for someone starting out as a novice at your first meeting, I think their pulse is going to be going off the scale. They're going to have a heart rate of 150.
Yeah.
And they honestly, there's and I mean, I know what I'm like leading up to a race. There's a danger of wearing yourself out just
before
thinking
you even
about
start.
it. Yeah,
absolutely, absolutely. I think everybody's got different strategies as well. So things that you'll notice out there, the bikes all tend to have non-standard fuel tanks, bigger. So they've got to, when they first get here, work out how many laps they can do without needing to refuel.
Talk to me about fuel, right? But for example, I raced at Silverstone Festival 2 weeks ago. My team were banging on to me about buying this Anglo-American fuel, £5 a litre. I couldn't afford it. They're like, but it's got 102, 3 octane. Most of these guys, are they fueling from the Shell station at 99 octanes?
Do you know? I don't.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
So I was going to say, no, I do know that some racers use for the BHR racing will use aviation
Avgas.
fuel.
Yeah, totally. I know all about that. When I was young and I was racing in Formula 3, we used to go to our local airfield, and we drain the fuel out of aircraft tanks because you couldn't buy it.
You mean you were stealing?
No.
You mean you were stealing?
No, you couldn't. They wouldn't sell it to us. So aviation fuel is taxed differently.
Yes, it is.
Yep. So we'd have to drain it out of the wings, mainly EasyJet. No, but aviation gas, we'd always buy it. I can remember going along with the jerry cans, draining out the wings of Piper Cherokees, and then hoping that they didn't try and take off without checking the fuel.
Without checking the fuel. Marvellous. Absolutely.
So what
marvellous.
are these? Are these guys just mainly using pump fuel? Your team, for example?
Right, so I know that Martin prefers to use, is it 90, like the 99, the super?
99 octane, yeah.
But there are very few petrol stations near us that sell it, so the riders have all brought fuel to support the cost of the event. So Yeah. So I do have a bit of news for you. Yesterday evening, when there was a practice,
Yeah.
a young man called Ben Redding
Yeah.
came.
No relation to Scott Redding, the
No.
MotoGP World
It's
Superbike
actually
rider.
spelt reading,
Okay.
so definitely not.
Okay.
He brought his university final year project to ride round here to see how many laps it could do. He built, or designed and built, his own electric Lambretta.
Right, so I'm going to stop you there. I'm leaving at that point. No, listen. I'm going to put my cards on the table here. I'm a core trainer for the likes of Nissan and Lexus, and make training films from things like that. And I have spent the last 5 years working on, actually more than that. So I launched iPace for Jaguar. The last 7 or 8 years launching electric cars. So the reality is, they are a great drive. They have a purpose and all the rest of it. But I don't want an electric scooter. I want ring ding a ding ding ding. That's what I want. I'm sorry, but
No.
I'm an old timer.
The thing is, it got Ben his degree. And
Well, listen, I salute Ben.
Absolutely.
I salute Ben. And by the way, what I would say is, truth of the matter is, I adore my electric scooter, right? But I'm not sure if I want to take something as beautiful as a Lambretta, stroke Vespa, stroke Rumi, you know, and then take out that piston that goes up and down and all those gears and cogs and replace it with an armature and a winding.
yeah, so the thing
Did
is,
the other riders not try and lynch him, or did they not drum him out of the north?
no, not.
They embraced
He's
him.
not from the north, so there you go.
Sent him back south.
So I didn't get to chat to him much about it. I know that he didn't do as many laps on it as he thought he could.
Did it? Exactly. You've nailed it. So the reality is,
Stop being negative.
Well, listen. Look at Elon Musk and what's out in the news today. I mean, it says it all, doesn't it? Wouldn't open his SpaceX to Ukrainians. I mean, what can you say? Listen, that whole electric thing, Tesla. But the truth is, in there they do have posts. Do you know what? Actually, joking apart, when the electric scooters, I work in Paris, right? They were legal totally in Paris when I was working there. Everybody uses them in the city. They're little electric scooters, but more powerful ones. They do a fantastic job. They save pollution. They save parking. Everyone jets around them. I adore mine. The only trouble is every time I get stopped, I have to think of a different name to give the police because you can get points for them.
Oh,
right?
God.
So, but I love my electric scooter. It's a brilliant thing. But, do you know what? I'm going to be. If there was a Formula E for scooters, right, I wouldn't be thinking about having a go. I want to have a go on one of these. Maybe I'm old school. Maybe I'm a dinosaur. I probably am. But listen to the sound and smell of what's going on in front of us.
I love the smell of two-stroke.
And the sound.
Castrol, love it.
Yeah, and the sound. Look at and all these hot engines and stuff. That's what we want. Imagine if all of a sudden we turn the soundtrack off. I'm sure a lot of people on the live stream would like to turn us off.
Yeah, probably.
Right, but if you turn the soundtrack off that's bleeding in here, you didn't have all that going in the background, and they were whipping around here silently. I mean, it just wouldn't be the same.
No.
Would it?
No, it wouldn't. Well, don't you find that when you watch MotoGP and the Moto E's are out?
I don't watch them. And I'm going to put my hands to the table. I shouldn't say this because half my automotive clients run Formula E teams, but I don't watch Formula E either.
All right. So I must admit, yeah. So we don't tend to watch it either. We do have
There's my slide has gone again.
MotoGP. So we can stream or watch it after the event if we've been away. But
It's Ben's. I would like, joking apart, I'd love to see. Is his scooter still here? Or is he taking it?
no, he went home. He only came yesterday evening. He
I bet
wanted.
he didn't make it home without having to have a charge.
It was on the back of a trailer.
There you go.
But he can charge it overnight.
Yep.
And he can get him to work and back.
Yep.
And he said it's free. And I said, I guess your mum and dad are paying for the charging then.
Exactly that. Yeah. Yeah.
But he said he thinks it costs £2 to charge it.
Did it look like a regular Vespa?
A Lambretta.
Lambretta.
Yeah. It did. There's no exhaust. So that was a bit weird.
Yeah.
And the battery was the size of one of the extended fuel tanks.
Sorry, I'm just diving in here. Who's Lambert? Are we talking about the young lad that's...
Ben Reading, that came yesterday evening.
That Lambretta project is absolutely superb. It's brilliant. He did it for...
He did it for his degree at university.
We're just trying to get some technical things sorted out here. Are we happy?
Ellis, come join us in the timing tower.
So apologies for the interruption, but that
I've had an education from this lady. It's amazing.
the thing is, taking the top end off and driving the crank via the battery and an electric motor, you've still got the whir of the gearbox, you've still got the feel of it, you've still got the
It
gears.
just doesn't have the noise that comes out of the
It
exhaust.
hasn't got the two-stroke noise,
No.
absolutely. But it's fascinating. There's a
That's what I didn't understand.
Yeah, but there's a project.
Ellis, no two-stroke noise. I'm going home.
Listen.
But listen, Ben, I salute you. What a fantastic project. And if you got his degree, and good, you know what? E-scooters generally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, I was just saying to Andy, my e-scooter, adore it. Brilliant. It should be legal. It'd save the world, save the planet. It's a fantastic personal transportation device.
You are a perfect candidate for the kind of stuff these young lads are building. But
I'll be a test rider.
But Resurrection Scooters in London, they already build one. They can do a conversion, an electric conversion, which is you take your combustion engine out, put the electric motor in. No ULEZ, no charges, no perfect for city centre living.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I can
wow.
see that, and it won't look like something hideous. It'll look classic.
Let me just give you a couple of updates
Please
on the
do.
paddock,
Please
if
do.
I may. Just been having
Yeah,
a wander
absolutely.
around.
Please.
So Team 96, Squadra Corsa, Swarb 96, the Italian Stallion is what their bike is. But they think they've done a crank and a big end. So they've got the bike stripped at the moment. If they can get the crank out,
Yeah. Did they come with a spare engine?
No, they come with a spare bike, which is a small frame, which they used in practice yesterday and broke it. So
I noticed they got them both stripped down yesterday evening.
So they're A bikes out of service as well. But again, he's got the headset off now, trying to fix it. So and they think that was as simple as the HT lead bouncing on and off, getting pre-detonation, and basically has made it go bang.
Alice, is what you said earlier about that 10p bolt.
HT lead.
You know what I mean? Just something, how absolutely gutting, all the hours of preparation.
So is that just that they've not pushed it on
Probably,
fully, and
yeah. It's just not stayed on, so it's been bouncing on and off. That's kind of one of the theories.
the theories, yeah.
But they did get out, but then as I say, it broke. 347 IDK. They're in the pits at the minute with a throttle cable.
Is that the one we saw?
No, that would have been...
That was Steve
Keneally. So Steve Keneally, that's Team 3Cs.
That's the Keneally brothers with
is.
Phil Hallam.
Correct.
featuring Phil Hallam. That's what
Featuring,
you say, isn't it?
featuring.
Feet Phil Hallam.
So
yeah.
when Phil's out on the track, we'll need to get the three brothers in, so you can do a session with Steve, Bert, and Darren.
Darren, yeah.
But Team 55, Team Numpties as well. They've got shattered teeth on the gearbox, so it looks like they lost about 3 or 4 teeth just on their first gear. So
do you use that much around here?
Yeah, we got to start with it, haven't you?
Yeah, but we started. But I see what you mean every time we go out the pit. Good point. I never thought that.
But in a Vespa engine, it's a Christmas tree arrangement. So the gears are meshing.
Where have all the teeth gone? In the bottom of the sump?
They will have gone through it. They literally would have been pulverised in the gearbox itself.
So the whole gearbox might have taken a beating.
They've got a spare gearbox. They're putting it in as we speak. So they're hoping to get back out.
Thing is, you're going to have to get all the oil out. Make sure you get all the crap out of the bottom of the.
It'll come out.
Engine.
It'll come out looking sparkly.
Oh.
She should be a team manager, by the way.
No,
yes.
not at all.
Yeah, I might employ you myself. If I had any money.
Deli Italia.
Deli Italiano.
Barnet.
Deli Italiano.
Italiano, sorry, Deli Italiano.
Get it right.
My future sponsor.
He's got his sponsor sorted out. So that was Team 55, 347 throttle cable. They'll be back out in 10 minutes, 347, I reckon. Yeah, 96. So we are in the process of trying to get a camera down to the paddock area.
Excellent.
So hopefully we'll be able to have a look at these things rather than just talk about them.
Do come and collect me and Alice take me and say it's good for my scooter education. You know, I need to know what the inside of a Christmas tree gear cassette looks like.
Well, I did take a photograph. I can show you the photograph shortly. So
yeah, please do.
I'll give you an idea. How are we doing? Who's got the most? What are we doing? 42 laps at the moment, Valley Scooter Club.
Yeah, they've pretty much owned it since the start and had that much of an edge. Actually.
Right. So what you should know about them is they have 2 of the British historic BSSO riders. So Justin Price, that's leading the Group 6A and the 4E championships, and then his teammate is John No, Ionis Chitoglu.
John the Greek.
John the Greek.
Is that right? He's in the lead team again. So I saw him. I met him at Wilton Triumph. He's a Triumph test rider like me.
Yeah.
Proper engineering background, a serious man.
Lovely lad.
Yeah.
So he's in that team with Justin Price and 2 others that I updated. Oh, I haven't got my programme here. I updated the names yesterday. I'll bring it back later.
Do that. So your team, they're doing pretty well themselves.
Right.
You're in touch.
So out at the moment is Nikita McNally. No, she's Nikita Donahue. She's been married, but she's registered as Nikita McNally for racing. So that's my stepdaughter, and she's out now. I believe, is she the only female out there, or do we have any others? Do we know?
Has she got long blonde hair?
She has got. It's tied up in a knot at the moment under a helmet.
So that's the only female rider I've seen today.
Right, okay. So this is Nikita coming round now on number 30. So the first rider that went out.
Show me Nikita.
She's coming round now there on the bike that's just coming round towards us here with the
fluorescent helmet.
Yeah. That's Nikita.
Wow.
So she rides in the production class against John the Greek.
She's all over the curbs. I mean,
she rides. She's
full of commitment.
Rider.
Yes.
Maybe I shouldn't do scooter racing after all. After watching Nikita, she looks a bit fierce to me.
So first out for CST was Stephen Graves. He's second in the 6A class. And then we've got Chris Cook, who is the son of the team manager, who hasn't raced for a couple of years. He had a bit of a bad off. I think it was at Darley-Moor a couple of years ago, might be longer. But he works in the NHS over in Liverpool, but he's got his leathers on today, a bit of a squeeze. But
sure, he'll appreciate you saying that.
No, I don't think I'll mind.
He's not the only one with that problem.
Oh no, there's quite a few out there.
What does CST stand for?
Chisel Speed Tuning. So when Martin started his company back in the late 70s, early 80s, it was called Chisel Speed, just Chisel Speed. Changed to Chisel Speed Tuning, and then about 4 or 5 years ago, changed it to CST.
Why Chisel?
Does it not just tell you everything about how he started?
That's how you tune your engine.
Just whacking bits.
So
off.
Martin was part of the Leeds Central Racing team, along with my husband, who's out supporting Martin in the pit with a number of others. Actually, I think Roland Davis, who's out there in the pit as well, he was part of that team. A lot of the others are all over the world.
How did your stepdaughter get involved in scooter racing?
Right, well, if we start at the beginning, she was riding in the Women's National Motocross Championships, came third.
Yeah.
Had her appendix out, and her dad took her to watch some scooter racing. Chris Cook, that's going out next, he came in and she just said to him, "You're doing that corner all wrong." And he sort of looked at her to say,
like it.
"What do you mean?"
How dare you?
Anyway, they get on really well, and she said, "I think I could do that." And Martin said, "Well, I'll do a bike for you." Following year, she did 3 races, and then the year after that, she did a full season. Won this. I think she won the. Did she win the Group 10 championship and came second in the 6A championship, or the other way around? It's 2019.
What bike did she start on?
She rode a standard Piaggio Zip, and then which was a Group 10, but then the special, which I think they were, will they have been 50 cc's?
The Zip would have been, yes.
So then, but then the one in the 6A is about an 80 that she was racing, but she loved it, absolutely loved it, and then moved to a Lambretta, riding a Lambretta in one race and a Piaggio Zip in another. And she just said it was because they're so different to ride, she'd prefer to be on one rather than the other.
And for Steve's benefit, we're talking about autos, so rev and goes. We're talking about Piaggio Zips. They are literally rev and go.
Even when you're racing them.
So no gears yet. And to be fair, some of them are unbelievably quick.
Oh, absolutely.
They'll keep up with some of the highly tuned Lambrettas, even though they're only 80 cc.
Well, wow. I was saying in the 6A race, you've got the Gilera runners that are nearly 200 cc's. And the Piaggio Zips at 80, 90 cc's are still keeping pace and in fact beating them sometimes.
The show, I tell you what, she's got some serious styles, because when I watch her through the chicane here, she curbed one side, curbed the other side. You couldn't use more track.
No.
I've got an hard super license to teach car racing. Obviously nothing to do with this, but watching her style, she's just absolutely millimetre perfect through the chicane. Beautiful to watch.
She absolutely loves racing, and her enthusiasm enthuses others. So when she first started racing, Steve Wright, who's riding with, I can't think which team it is, Team DSC 78.
Yep.
He actually said at one point during the first season, first time she beats me, I'm hanging up my leathers.
Love it.
So when she did,
That'll teach him.
he came over and said, there's no shame being beaten by a rider that rides like that, whether it's a man or a woman.
I love that.
Well, but this is the point, isn't it? That people see a young lady riding and automatically think, hang on a minute, it doesn't look normal. They're racers. Doesn't matter whether you're male, female, or whatever.
Ellis, you wouldn't. I didn't know it was a young lady. All I could see is a rider who's absolutely. If you watch her through the chicane, she touches the curbs both sides, and she couldn't get any further over without losing control of the bike. She's hanging off it, so I can see she's got a sense of gravity.
There seems to be quite a few bikes coming in a minute. I bet we're at that point about it's an hour.
Is that it? Where are we?
So
it is the first hour.
We're an hour in, so everyone should by now have done a changeover, and if not, they're pushing it a little bit.
Potentially, depending on the size of the tank, it might be that time for refuelling. Because obviously, you don't want to be running out of fuel on track, because then you've got to push the bike back.
Is that how the rules are?
It's a long way. Yeah, you've got no choice. You've got to push it round, and obviously you've got to do it safely.
Yep.
And you've got all the other bikes circulating, so you can't just walk straight across the tracks. You're going to have to wait till it's safe to do so.
Absolutely.
So it's
I'm going to ask the boys from Alpha. Have we got comments down the side? Perfect. So I think we have we normally have a discourse going on.
So people can drop in messages.
Drop in comments coming through, which was great fun at Wilton. That's how I know that we had people from, all over the entire world, that are watching us. It's nice to know that someone's watching us.
So just looking at those pictures there, you can see they've just gone off it.
That looks to be Justin Price.
That's
Justin. The guy leading a couple of the championships.
So they've just shown pictures looking down what we call the mountain, so down coming from the bottom end of the circuit coming up the hill.
Yep.
And you can see the number of potholes that have been filled. This track isn't. Oh, there you go. That view there. So each one of those.
Is that
white
from
dots,
heat?
No, this is just the track wearing out basically. Okay. So it would have been. I mean, for cars and carts. I mean, for carts, I imagine it's pretty awful.
Yeah.
But for cars, you'd cope with that, but these obviously scooters with 10-inch wheels, getting one down into one of those potholes would not be pleasant.
We're going to be joined in the commentary tower now. Actually, we've got Wendy. Don't go away. You've got to keep coming back. I know the team own you today, but I partially own you. Right. So it's been fantastic to have Wendy coming to talk to us about the BHR. I'm going to just give a quick sponsor shout out, because none of this would be possible without our fantastic team of sponsors backing us. That is AME Auto Limited, Scooter Nova Magazine, Scooter Lab UK, SL UK. And I've got to thank you guys particularly, because I saw on your website that picture of me, which I nicked. So thanks for that. It was my pleasure, and the nice things you said about me. Amazing. Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Rayspeed Limited, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, Vespa Club of Britain, Express Signs of Stockton, Properly Protected, and my wife Bev, daughter Kirsty and Mikey, who helped make this event happen. Also, of course, Team Caitlin, I should say, and that support. And I know that it wasn't just the money that was collected by the Irish Massive, which was much appreciated, to provide us with our celebrity starter, who did the job brilliantly well. Orm, I think his name was. But I also think that 10 quid or something from every entry has gone towards that fantastic charity. And the man who can tell me about that is Keith Terry, who's joined me in the tower. And the first thing I've got to say, Keith, is it's the Teesside 6+2 as far as I'm concerned. So I modified it for you.
Yeah, I think an idiot done that, actually. And I'll have to put my hand up to being the idiot.
Well, I heard you criticising Because you know I'm based at Silverstone. I heard you criticising our MotoGP program. And so I think...
Actually, it's true, actually. I think it was a bit sad, some of it.
Well, it was a great race, wasn't it? The MotoGP.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I did love that, I must admit. Amazing to watch. Those bikes are incredible. But then so are these bikes.
Yeah.
So are these bikes. I mean, I'm back for my second bite at the Scooch area. And the problem with it, as I was walking around earlier with Ellis through the paddock, I said to him, the trouble with this is only, for me, this is only going one way. And it's out there, not in here at some point. Or a hybrid, I'll do both. Yeah. But it's just, I'm just getting my appetites whetted.
Yeah, that's... You have to be a non-bike person at all, not to think, I could have a go at this.
I mean, you'd think I could have a go at this, you'd be wrong. Because once you get out there, I mean, my God, I'm sweating just watching them riding around. I mean, some of the riders have done nearly an hour.
Yeah, I know.
They must be covered in blisters. And two-stroke oil and bits of track and
we've just been
insects.
out and purchased a whole load of water and ice and put that in the pits where they come in. So hopefully the first thing they'll do is grab some water and have a drink, because it's, I've done one hot race in France, and that's warm out there, and it's hot. It's work. You're not sitting there. You're working all the time as well.
Totally. It was Steve. Is it Steve McNeely? Did we talk to it?
Steve Keneally?
Keneally, yeah, he came. Evil Keneally. he came in earlier, and I said, "What are you in for?" He said, "Because I'm." Yeah,
worn out.
That was what he said, something along those lines, and he appeared to be melting.
Yeah,
I mean, people don't understand this. Like, actually, I do understand it, because I did endurance racing in IMSA in the States, and I can remember sometimes we'd get into the car. It was 100 degrees in the shade, places like Mid-Ohio, and even before I'd moved, just been strapped in, I'll be dripping sweat.
Yeah,
you're only going one way from that point onwards, aren't you?
Yeah, it's when you had done that in the car. Did you have any fluids on board that you could?
Yeah, do you know what we did? And funnily enough, the better finance teams, which was never me, and I suspect that theme will continue if I ever get on the scooter, they had Freon cool suits.
Oh.
Right, so they ran refrigerant through the suits. We didn't have it, and the helmet. Nice touch. I had a drinks bottle, and I'll never forget it, because within 2 or 3 laps of the start of the race, I did the Rolex 4 hours or something in Mid-Ohio, I remember. Within 2 or 3 laps, the cold water with ice in it was the temperature of tea.
Oh.
But you have to remember, in a car, this is not making excuses, but it's a closed prototype sports car. If you don't have a suit, when you hit the brake pedal, the brake temperature generator that comes back into the car could increase the temperature in the cabin by 20 or 30 degrees. So you could actually feel it. As you hit the brake for the hairpin, you could feel this wave of extra heat hitting you.
Get that on the scooter.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It'd be far better. Besides which, it's never normally like this, as I saw at Wilton. It normally pours with rain.
No, we've tried all various options on the weather. We had a really hot one here last July.
Yep.
Right in the middle of the summer. And that was same thing. We had to go out and buy water to try and keep them hydrated.
Yep.
We've done the very first one here. We had the extremes of like this to the blackest sky you've seen, and the fun, like the rain.
Yep.
And there's some pictures around of people spraying the water everywhere. And we've generally been lucky-ish. I think Wilton was just. Obviously
that was just to break me in.
My deal with the devil didn't work.
That was to break me in. If it's hot like it is hot here, though, from a team point of view, I mean, we joke about it, but 6 + 2 hours, that's a long time, isn't it? Even if you divide it between 5, you're going to do your stint.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, and I remember I'm thinking, where were we? Moroso or Sebring or somewhere. I can remember doing an endurance race, and my teammate, who was Jamaican champion, believe it or not, right? So you'd think he'd be used to the heat, came in early. And I think you're going to see some of that this afternoon, aren't you? In the later stints, some of the less fit riders. We got something going on?
Yeah, this one, number 11's pushing in.
That's a long way to push back in the heat, isn't it, Keith?
I think the handlebar, I might be wrong, but the handlebars don't look as straight as they were.
So that's probably had a drop?
Yeah, he come from that hairpin.
Right. He's looking a bit disconsolate.
Yeah.
Poor man. I'm almost tempted to take him a bottle of water out.
Yeah.
He's not looking impressive.
No. But he's holding the clutch, so he's possibly pushing it in gear as well. So, I mean, the first thing you do is try and find neutral. It makes it push easier.
So are we thinking that he can't find neutral then? Is that possibly what's going on
possibility.
there? It's jammed in gear or something like that.
I wouldn't want to be pushing in this thing.
But back to that endurance element of it. Today, it will be a proper endurance, won't it? Because by the end of it, the less fit riders, they're not going to be looking forward to getting back on the bike.
No. And we've got a thing within our rules that they're expected to do a reasonable percentage of the ride as well.
Right.
I think it works out about 60% of the time. So we did have a team once that, before we had that rule, that played it very carefully or cleverly, and they rode 2 riders plus, I would say, a plus and 1, and basically the 2 done all the work, and the other chap got on the bike, done a few laps, came in, and they went back with the fast. They're quite clever, so we put that in, that all the team members are expected to do a bit.
Damn, that's what I was thinking of doing that myself. I think I'm employing 4 16-year-olds, from motorsport college. I go and find them in the gym, and give them a retainer in order to do all the work for me. So that's out then. So I've got to do at least on an 8-hour race. What's my minimum stint?
60%. I can't remember. It's in our rules. We've done I put a calculation in, but off the top of my head.
Don't you get time off for being old? If you're really old and decrepit?
No one's.
What about if you bring a doctor's note? Can you have you?
No, I don't think that would work either.
No exceptions.
There's no call to giving in any of this. It's once you're in, you're in.
Yes, it's brutal, isn't it? It really is brutal. Yeah. I mean, looking at it. So at the moment, at CST Racing, then have wow, they're at 53 laps now. 3Cs Racing, 52. Valley Scooter Club. It's all the pro teams. Team DSC 78 out the front as you expect. RFS Tune. That's going pretty well in 5th with 50 laps.
No, that's quite.
That's a good effort, isn't it? Tell me about some. In fact, Wendy started telling me, but we got as far as so green. Tell me about the different colour significations.
Right. From what I can remember,
you're as bad as me. Should we get Wendy back? She can multitask,
Club's red.
Yeah.
No, it is, because the Pickering All Stars, I know they're red, a red team. The green are club. They're road class.
Yep.
Yellow is.
So which is the most? Which is, from my point of view, which is the most production class? Which is most production?
Someone like you would have to go. I would have said at least red. No, yellow. You'd be in the yellows, because if you're going to employ all these in fact, if you're going to employ all these youngsters, you're going to be in pro race.
I can't employ anyone. Well, that was just in the dream.
You just invite them in.
Ah, okay, right, okay, got it. So where does someone coming into the sport start? So
they would normally,
joking apart. So I've got this guy in Barnet, New Barnet, with his Deli Italiano. I keep giving him 50,000 shout-outs. I'm trying to persuade him to become my sponsor. He's got a Vespa in his window. Yeah, I've sent you a picture of that. It's on the website. So where do I start out if I form my own team?
If you've got no previous experience, you'd start in club. So,
okay.
But none of those people, basically, you're not raced, done anything like 2 wheels. You've not raced.
Not 2 wheels. No. I've done a little bit in 4 wheels.
All that gives you is a track knowledge of how to use a track, isn't it?
Yeah,
not the experience of doing it with only
I wasn't very good at
2 wheels
either.
off the car.
Yeah.
So you could start in club, and then if you're quite good, you then move up to road. Like we also have a rule about if you win the class, you move up. Like 2 teams,
you're forced to move up, so you can't hold the limelight.
So
you can't go pot hunting.
No.
Damn, all my strategies are going out the window. One at a time. All my plans have been fractured.
We get some nice trophies as well.
Do you? Okay. Yeah, I've got a picture of them. I saw them. Fantastic trophies.
Yeah, no, we do try and do quality trophies.
I remember Wilton Mill.
Yeah. But today, obviously, we will amalgamate the 2 results and give championships as well.
Wow.
There's also the debate about how many we should have a year.
How many races?
Yeah.
What are we on currently?
2.
Just 2. Okay.
We done 3 last year.
Yeah.
And the middle one, it could have been the time of the year, was a little bit under-supported. It's okay.
Listen, I've got an idea for you. You like this, right? I was thinking about this, right? So brace yourself. That you heard it here first, but don't quote me, even though we got 5 million people on a live feed. So, I'm the ARDS super license holder at Silverstone for car racing and all that jazz. We're opening a kart track next year.
Is it a big kart track?
I think it is decent, actually.
We want to come there then.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we should.
The Silverstone 8.
Yeah.
It's logical. it's a plan's coming together, Keith.
Yeah.
It's got to be, isn't it? It's like, we got to look at it. I mean, I need to have a look at the shape of it because it's tucked into one kind of an area. But it opens next year because I also coach in karting, obviously at Wilton. So that could be on the calendar.
That would like that. Yeah,
that'd be quite cool, wouldn't it? If we could.
Because I asked once about they've got that inner track, haven't they? I asked about that, and they went.
Well, I tell you what the issue with that is. Thinking about it, it's Aston Martin's test track.
Yeah.
So we sublet that.
I could put different badges on the scooters.
Well, add some Aston Martin badges.
Yeah.
But you know, I think the kart track. Let's have a look at the kart track when it's formed, because I tell you what, for your third race, can you imagine an 6 + 2 hours?
Yeah.
At Silverstone.
Yeah, I am a +2.
Yeah, it could be, or 5 + 3.
Yeah.
Or 4 + 4. Yeah.
Yeah. My wife noticed that. So she said, "Why did you put 6 on there?" So I said, "I don't know. I missed it."
That, as you get older, that happens more and more often.
Yeah.
You just got to be brace yourself for that.
You probably haven't in the program. There's some also very silly scooter names. Did you pick up on?
No, I mean, to be honest with you, I haven't really had a good look through it yet. I had a look at the sponsors earlier, and it's a fine program. I congratulate the program.
Some of the people, I beg, give me your bike information and things like that. And if they didn't get it, I said, well, I'll fill it in for you. So we've got the Pony Express with 1 horsepower. We've got the Italian Stallion with 1 horsepower. And
that'll teach them not to send the information through. They'll learn, won't they? They'll learn with time.
Yeah, I mean, this is from Kent, so they've got the Hot Picker Special.
That is pretty good, actually.
I've got that's where they're on the spinning Jenny, because it's something I've checked areas.
Poor Jenny.
Yeah, and that's driven by steam.
Poor Jenny.
There's various things. One of the ones is in race class 155. I don't even say this on air. He's got the Towie Mark II because he's from Essex with 250 millilitres of wine, but he's got Seaman Staines and I Am Spartacus on board.
That's fairly fairly shocking. Everything is degenerated here in the control tower since Keith came in. What about form, Keith? I've got to ask you from a serious point of view. I mean, I am conscious that whilst we're rambling away here, there's some hardcore racing action going on track, and CST.
Actually,
go on.
The front blues, all the front blues are teams I would expect to be up there.
Absolutely.
What happened to Valley Scooter Club? They just dropped a little bit because they originally were hanging on to the coattails, weren't they? Up in the.
Yeah, maybe that's an issue because they were right in. There was 5
Well, that's
blues
what I thought. Look,
and real taff speed as well.
The Valley Scooter Club the best lap 1:12.030. I can't see. That's the fastest lap of the race, isn't it?
They're not all BSSO
No.
races, aren't they? So it'll be one of the other riders that's out there now.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
They actually, to be honest, when they put their team together, by putting 2 licensed riders on their bike, the class they were in, they had to move up a class because our race class says you can only have 1 license holder from the last 5 years, and they
ACU license holder.
Yes, yeah, okay. or any race license if it was a Nora or iPods. So that they had 1 in, and then they invited somebody else who's also a license holder. I'm sorry, you're going to have to move up.
Wow. So that's kind of like a natural seeding. Then you do that to keep it fair.
Well, it's to try and keep. If you've got 4 seasons races, it's to keep them.
Yeah, from running away.
Like coming down. So we tried from the very beginning. Like the club class has got no licenses at all.
Yep.
Road class, you can't have held one for 5 years.
Also, you do have some experienced racers, but that haven't raced in the last 5 years.
And then the next one, when you go up, it's if they're current licence holders. But we also, if you start with us and go, gee, I like this scooter racing, like I'm going to go with the BSSO, go out and then get an ACU licence, we will not penalise you for that. So, because you went with us first, and you probably got more track time than you would anyway.
Yeah.
That I'm quite happy with that. That's just a natural progression, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't knock somebody for naturally progressing to try something else.
So what about if, say, John McGuinness wants to come in now he's finished with the
He
TT?
would.
Where will he start?
He could start in race class, but he'd have to have 3 non-licensed holders with him.
Right.
But if he had another one, pro race for him. It'd be interesting to see him.
I must admit, when I looked at the programme and saw 207 in the race class, and I was told that Justin and John the Greek were out on it, it's like, well, they can't be in that class, so no. So yeah, so you'll see they're there in the race class.
Yeah.
But because 2 of the riders have changed, they're now up here so they're racing in the pro class.
That'll teach them. That'll teach them.
That's. I mean, the team. Because to be honest, what the team managers they've done with that is they've. Oh, we've got.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, we are red at the moment. Rider down. A tricky moment. We've got the crack medical team here at Teesside attending, as you'd imagine, as well. So, racing temporarily suspended.
That was just by where the medical station is as well, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm gonna wonder.
You wonder and come back and see us, Keith, and bring us any information. And fingers crossed that it's just precautionary, and we'll be back in action again here at.
Right, morning. We've got a scooter legend with us today, Bob West of SRP Race Tech and Real Taft Speed. So today you're working with both teams, SRP and Real Taft Speed.
Yep, helping in the pits for the old refuelling stops and general help around with the bikes for preparation, all that sort of thing. I did actually go out yesterday for a quick session in the open practice. Just keep my eye in it. Decided I didn't want to ride today because the other riders were riding very well, and so we left them out of the bike.
So you got a couple of new riders, but you say you went out yesterday. What was the track like yesterday compared to last year? Because last year it seemed to be a bit more polished and a bit more slippy last year.
Certainly, yeah. Yes, it's nice and warm and that sort of thing. It certainly seems to be as good as I've seen it out there. There's some good times going in today, actually. There's some people doing 112s, I think it is, which is pretty quick.
Well, and they look like they're doing that consistently as well.
Yeah. Some good teams out there, quicker bikes and this sort of thing, and some good riders.
Now, Bob, being the modest chap that he is, what he's not telling you is that last year they won the pro race class, I think, with 349 laps. And can you remember what your fastest lap was last year?
No.
I've got it on this piece of paper, so we'll have a look in a second. But this weekend you're running a Targa Twin, but you've had a few issues.
Both the bikes in our team have got Targa Twins in, actually, the number 38 and 74. But unfortunately, 74, we think it's done a main bearing yesterday in the practice session. It seized and made nasty mechanical noises.
Oh dear.
And so we swapped the motors, and it's now got an RB20, basically production class engine in there. And believe it or not, the guys are running about the same times with it.
So
with a much cheaper engine.
Well, I was just going to say, with an RB20, that's kind of a standard build now, really, isn't it? It's they're, like you say, a production class engine. How much would it cost to build a production class RB20?
Cool. The complete bike, well, they change hands still for about £3,500–4,000. A complete bike going when they change hands. But to put them together, if you've got a chassis and this sort of thing and a small block engine, a small block crankcase, buying the kit a bit, it's basically only his exhaust carb and the barrel and a decent crank in there, which is probably, I don't know, just over £1,000, 1,200 quid's worth.
And this is the thing about getting into this class of racing, is it? So endurance racing, or in fact scooter racing. What's your best advice you could give someone to get interested in this sport?
First of all, come on and have a look, speak to everybody, the really friendly crowd, and just come and have a go. So the best class to get into, come into the sport, is production class. Yeah. All the bikes are the same, so you can't blame the bike if you're not doing all right.
Well, you can run a bog standard P200 here if you want.
if you wanted to, yeah. You wouldn't be in the production class with it.
No, no. But I'm talking about in the endurance racing specifically.
Absolutely. Box standard bike, and I think there's some bikes out there are a little more than standard. Yep. And they're going around there and having good fun, and they're reliable and consistent.
And over 8 hours, that's what you need.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen some top teams actually push in. Seen the quick Vespa was leading. I saw it push in a few minutes ago, 207 and 204. I don't know.
That's the Valley SC boys, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if they're out again yet. But so it's a long race, and there's a hell of a long way to go yet today. What we've done, an hour and a half so far?
It looks like we've done an hour and 24 minutes.
Yeah, so there's one hell of a long way to go.
And like you say, a reliable bike doesn't necessarily have to be the fastest bike, but so long as it's reliable and finishes the race.
Yeah, and you can move up positions especially as the day goes on, sort of thing. The thing is, you don't spend too much time in the pits. If the riders are capable of riding sort of on 30, 40 minutes, even an hour, do it. Because every time you come to a pit stop, you're losing time. You're probably going to lose a lap every time you do a pit stop. If you just keep there and trundle around consistently, it's amazing how you can move up the leaderboard.
Well, there is one question that certainly Steve Deeks has been asking me. Obviously, the age of the bikes is 50, 60 years old. I'm not going to ask you how old you are, Bob, don't worry. But he did say that there's a kind of a certain demographic, shall we say, of people racing here. We are getting a few youngsters coming on board now as well. What's your exercise regime? What's your fitness regime to get yourself ready?
Well, I do actually go down to the gym 3 times a week. Just general fitness and spinning classes on the cycling thing, and play badminton on Tuesday nights. Right. But I've always been fitness. I was ex-Navy and there's sort of a lot of fitness training when I was in the Navy. And it continued on when I left the Navy, sort of thing. Joined a gym and went down there. And get the old body ticking over, but it gets more and more difficult to get older. Sort of
am I remembering rightly as well? You used to do was it toboggan running or whatever? Bobsleigh.
Yeah, I did it for 10 years in the Navy. That's a daft sport, it really is. Yeah, you're doing sort of 80, 90 miles an hour without an engine downhill. It's like a roller coaster with the throttle stuck open. Because you get faster and faster and faster and faster as it goes down, sort of thing. Yeah. Stupidly expensive. I hate to think what it costs now.
And what skills did you learn going down a bobsleigh flat out that you can transfer into scooter racing?
The big thing is being sort of smooth in your riding style. Because you look like in a bobsleigh, the more you steer it, the more you slow it down. Yeah. And the other is desperately smooth going down the track. Do as little steering as possible. Do a tiny bit of steering just at the right place on the track, just to correct it, and then up it goes again down to the next bend.
That's an interesting. Right, ladies and gents, we've just got a break in proceedings at the moment whilst a rider's just being dealt with on the track. The medics are all in place and everything's being dealt with. So we're just going to have a little wander around the pit and the paddock area. I talked to you earlier about some of the scooters and some of the modifications they have, and I think it'd be nice while we got the opportunity just to go and have a look.
Alex, I think as well, we should point out what a fantastic job all the marshals do here, don't they, at Teesside? You know, they, especially in these conditions. I mean, I've come out of my little ivory tower. It's baking hot here. And that's got to be having an impact on both machine and rider.
So you've got genuinely, as we saw with Steve Keneally earlier from 3Cs, Steve came in simply because he'd worn himself out in the first 20 minutes. And that's not the normal, you know, he would have normally been 30-40 minutes to come in to do it, but it would have been a rider. Normally they'd have come in, done a rider change and a refuel, because obviously you don't want to do them separately because you're losing laps every time you do it. Speaking of which, let's just have a quick look around. So the different, even simple things like the different kind of measuring jugs and filling arrangements that people have got. So these are your bog standard, probably 5 litre jugs. In fact, they are 5 litres. They'll have pre-mixed the fuel and oil together in those. The challenge with those is that when you come to fill the scooter, obviously you're pouring it in the way you do when you fill in your car when you've run out of fuel, and they take a while. It has a particular flow rate, and it's relatively slow. If you move down slightly, you'll see you'll see lots and lots of fire extinguishers, which is quite good. But these are more of a rapid fill type arrangement, and you literally turn those upside down, hold it by the 2 handles, and slam it into the fuel can, so into the fuel filler. So this basically, you slam it in, valve opens, fuel floods in, and you've filled up a hell of a lot quicker than you do with your conventional jug and funnel arrangement.
Ellis, talking about fueling up and filling up, look, there's your bog standard rider sitting over there. Look, I bet he's glad he chose black for his leather colour today. And I mean, it must be. But do you think he needs something, a neck warmer or something?
I don't think he looks hot enough. I think you should go and change yourself to the radiator.
I've got a feeling he's the next rider. He can't have just ridden, otherwise he'd be melting in a pool of sweat at this point.
Let's grab him. So, team name?
Dukes of Essex 2.
And Dukes of Essex 2. So, and how did you get? Because last year you did quite well, I think, didn't you?
I wasn't riding last year, so...
Is that why you did quite well?
I've done all right, yeah.
Oh, I knew he was going to say it, so I did.
Doing slightly better this year.
All right. So, and what about yourself? Are you racing as well today?
Same team, yeah, Dukes of Essex 2.
At the minute, who's got the quickest lap time? Have you both been out?
I've not been out yet.
Are you due to go out next?
Yeah.
And how's the bike running? Is it?
It's not as fast as some of the other bikes down the straight, but yeah, around the bend it's just as good, you know.
And it's about finishing, so reliability is more important.
It's been good, yeah, because it's not a highly tuned motor, so quick enough, but not.
What motor is it?
It's Casa 200.
Okay.
On a small block with Casa 200.
This is what we were saying earlier about engine technologies. Now the variety of engines. I mean, back in the day it was a TS1. TS1 was your bog standard. Now you've got Casa engines, you've got Targa twins, you've got RB20s. I mean, RB20s are now kind of probably the standard that the TS1 used to be. But there's so many varieties. Thanks, gents. Get plenty of water. So yeah, for anybody that's not experiencing this weather, as Steve was saying earlier, if you're out for 20 minutes and racing hard in this weather in leathers, it's a painful experience. So let's have a quick look. So any other interesting sort of technologies lying about? You'll see that some people have got mats and stuff as well. This is in anticipation of their having a problem. And if they've got a problem, they can just chuck the mat on the floor, straight onto the problem, and try and get it fixed. You're not really supposed to fix things in this refueling area, but obviously if it's a little tweak, pull a cable here, pull a cable there, you might get away with it. Plenty of fire extinguishers about. So, Steve, if we have a little wander around through the scooters. We talked about some of the technologies earlier and some of the improvements. Some of these things will look really simple to you from an Alpha perspective or a Porsche perspective, but from a Lambretta perspective, the improvement in technology is dramatic. So if we just have a look at this Lambretta here, the shock, these dampers down the front, revelation it's something as simple as a damper, obviously a fork damper, but they're a revelation in terms of the handling of scooter handling, because they used to be horrible little narrow cylinders built very cheaply, probably in India. I'm almost certain you can hear the helicopter landing behind us, so apologies if there's a bit of noise there. But just something as simple as a decent quality set of dampers on the front forks transforms the handling of a scooter. Obviously, rebound, you can put preload on, you can put rebound on, so all the things you'll find on your Triumph, all that modern technology in a tiny little package.
Interestingly, Ellis, I can see they put a cable tie on the rod. So if you have a look at that, just like we do in racing, they're going to be working out how much of the damper is being used. I mean, the guys are taking it deadly serious, and I can see as well that's an adjustable strut, isn't it? So quite clearly, this is re-engineering, like we do with the classic cars. It's re-engineering a scooter and putting as much modern technology on it as you can possibly can. And I have to say that noise in the background, which is piped down, that's one of my other passions, helicoptering. Really? As it happens. Yeah.
Fully qualified pilot?
I am. I've got to say, it's somewhat lapsed at the moment compared to how it used to be. But and it's also important to point out that the air ambulance crews do these things precautionary as well, because I know the crews out of Northampton, and they'll go out several times a day just to stay in trim. So we'll get all the news of the rider as soon as we have it for you. But this Paddock area is a really interesting place for a guy like me to be. Now, I'm noticing. Go on, yeah.
I was just going to say. Braking as well. That's an. I think that's a Casa Performance front wheel setup. It is. So again, obviously traditional Lambretta cast front hub, drum brakes on the inside.
Yep.
And then some of the ones in the 60s had internal discs. Over time, what's happened is, in particular, Casa Performance, so Casa Lambretta, based out in Italy, they develop new products all the time. They're constantly trying to push the envelope in terms of quality of component. And what you can see here is this is a bespoke built hub, in effect, designed specifically for a Lambretta, obviously. Caliper mounting, again, all machined from probably solid billet aluminium. Yep. Same with the calipers themselves. So this is a full hydraulic setup, a master cylinder at the top. But again, they're only tiny little things. They're only tiny little cylinders, you know. But braking, from a braking perspective, transforms the way this thing will stop. Because we keep talking about how fast they go. We keep talking about how well they corner. You've got to stop the damn things as well.
Interestingly, on that braking system, from an engineering point of view, I see they've got that massive clamp on the fork, haven't they, to stop it twisting, I guess. It's
anti-dive. There'll be an anti-dive element built into that as well, I think.
Ellis, this is MotoGP spec. I mean, there's a lot of thought gone into this, isn't there? And it's just, and also, the thing that I really like about it, it's managed to maintain its vintage patina.
Well, vintage patina is a good way of describing it. So, obviously, what people will do, and you'll recognise this from the classic car racing, is it needs to go. Yep. It needs to start and stop, basically. Yep. So brakes, tyres, suspension. If you're going to invest money, that's where you want to put it.
Is there any member of the team here at the moment connected to this scooter? Can we see any of the members of the team?
No, I don't think any of the lads are there.
These are the boys.
These are the Dukes of Essex. Is this yours?
Can I sit on it?
Hey, up, Steve's getting on. Steve, he's going to get the bug now. Yeah, remember it hasn't got a stand, so so you're in control. So how does that fit?
Let's be really frank. Do they use pile cream? Because this is not the most luxurious. I mean, I rode up here. I rode up here on my Triumph Tiger Explorer yesterday. 6 hours in the saddle was more comfortable than sitting on this thing for. I mean, 8 hours on this. It's quite abusive.
You're not sitting in the right place, Steve.
Ah, go on.
So you need to put your arse back there.
What? I'm sitting on. You're joking. I can't believe it. So actually, I've got to sit this far back when I'm racing.
Obviously, you don't have to.
But I've only got short monkey-like arms. In the full crouch.
You're introducing.
Right. No, listen. This now feels strange. So what? Why? Ellis, why am I sitting so far back? Is that weight? Is it for the weight distribution?
It puts you into that crouch position.
Yeah.
So you're giving yourself a naturally crouched position, so that's better.
But I always sit on a bike. I always sit much closer. But on the scooter, I'm going to have to learn to sit right on the back.
The other thing that would confuse you to bugger
Everything's confusing me.
is the gears.
Yes, no, I figured that out because I saw Delia Italiano. We went through the gears. He taught me about the gears. I've got to move that.
Where was that?
Delia Italiano in New Barnet, in case you were wondering. But what's? Don't tell me this is a press to talk to the team. What have we got going on here? What is that?
I don't know if I'm brutally honest. Gents, come and give us some.
Come and explain what's going on here for like an idiot's guide to the. There seems to be all kinds of gear. Are you allowed to talk about it?
Yeah, so you got
This is a kill switch. Okay.
Cold around the handlebars, blue and yellow.
Yep.
Around the wrist, if you come off that red plunger, pulls off and kills it.
Right.
kill the engine obviously when.
Okay, and what's going on down here, boys? Come around here. Engine temperature. Fed off the cylinder head.
Fed off a wire to the head bolt, yeah.
Okay. Now this is where I'm going to really show my extreme scooter noviceness, right? But that's the brake. Now that is the trickiest thing as a biker for me to get my head around. That the fact of the matter is the brake is inboard, so I've got to have my foot tucked in to use the rear brake. And am I going to use the rear brake, Ellis, or is it all done with the front? Mostly with the front, just like any other competition bike.
You might trail the back brake into some of the corners just to settle the bike down a bit. These move about all over the place.
You should take that.
Sorry, these scooters really do move about, because if you think about, in fact, we'll have a look at one in a second. You spotted a scooter earlier that got a bar from there to there.
Yes.
Because, what? Yeah.
But I don't fancy that.
But your bike.
Emergency brake.
The thing is, the frames flex. So you imagine there's nothing.
Frames flex.
They flex.
No one said anything about that.
They flex.
What do you mean they flex?
They flex. They'll twist, and they'll flex backwards and forwards. And so that's why the guys, and you'll see them on the small frames in particular, they'll have a bar bolted usually from this is a toolbox door to underneath the headset. If you do that, obviously it creates a hazard if you do have an off, and hence the reason why it'll be filled in with a panel.
Listen, mate, if I have an off, the one thing you can bet your life I'm going to avoid is this blade that's about to divide up the crown jewels.
You don't want to go forward quickly?
No, I mean, it's bad enough when you have an off and you hit a motorcycle tank, but at least that's sculpted.
Let's go and have a look for a bar. Let's go and have a look for what we're talking about.
Okay.
Right, do you want to gently rest? Did you notice the technology as well that they're using for the stand? That is race developed technology there. You know, clearly someone who's got a job as a carpenter has made that.
I've got I've got an idea for a sponsor. I'm sponsored by Essex Hardwoods, right? No, I am genuinely. Yeah, absolutely. Phil's Essex Hardwood, out of Essex, obviously. Welcome to Essex. But I could do something about that. We could start manufacturing those. Should we have a further look in the paddock whilst the AS 169 fires itself up?
Now you're showing helicopter knowledge.
Yeah. Well, it is a bit.
So sorry, mate.
Okay, Ellis, that's the blade you were telling me about.
Yeah, so this is the Ruston Lambretta Super Louis, because Ruston Lambretta have got 2 Louis going on. But this is what we were talking about. So obviously because this is a pressed steel frame as well, with effectively a scaffolding pole for its main frame section. But they obviously put a bracket on there, bolt it together, and that gives it the rigidity. But these are to prevent your leg getting caught under if there is an issue, if you do happen to have an off of some description. But this particular scooter, I think, is really well put together. It's really well put together. It's you wouldn't be surprised to find that at an exhibition somewhere. Hang on. So we're just talking about it. I was explaining to Steve previously, because Steve's got no scooter knowledge whatsoever. He's learning all about it. But he was asking about the frame strengthening. Yeah. So just how flexible are these when they're rattling about?
Well, they're not too bad, but when I put this on, you can actually when you actually, because I've got left and right hand thread on the rods, you can actually wind it out and see the frame move. So they do flex a bit.
So you can actually see that.
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Bloody hell. And obviously, if you're riding without that strengthening bar, you can feel it.
Yeah. I don't ride it too much, to be fair, because I don't ride. So.
Well, you're the builder. What's your name? Sorry. Brian. So, which element have you built? Have you built on this? Have you done?
Everything.
So you've done the lot.
Yeah.
And the motor, is this one of the AVC motors?
No, it's an RB20.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course it is.
It's a
RB20.
Super Louis casing.
So your rivals in the other Rushton team.
Yeah.
How's the competition going today?
That's good. Yeah, we have friendly banter. They're the A team, we're the B team.
But who provides the best cheese?
The A team.
I agree with that. To be fair.
Definitely on Thursday evenings as well.
Can I sit on it? I'm just indulging my boyhood fantasies here.
Yeah, sit on it. You can ride it.
This might fit me better.
Just watch where you're putting your two. Just
Another take on the stand. Look, straight out of Halford's axle stand. I like it. Clever. Right, come here, Ellis. Come here. That's even more bloody uncomfortable than the first one. And I'm sitting in the right place now. It's like sitting on a block of concrete.
Look, these are scooters, mate. You know, they're designed for something very, very simple, to go around a track for 8 hours. Comfort doesn't come into it.
Yeah,
Do you actually enjoy sitting on this seat?
I don't know, because I don't ride it.
Don't blame you. Who rides this thing like this? It's just horribly uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's my nephew and 2 work colleagues. It's built for speed, not for comfort.
You're not joking. I tell you what is interesting to me, look at the different handlebars. I mean, it's a whole different take on the scootering thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's I think it was made originally for a shopping bike.
Okay.
In the 60s for the Italians. And
It's a beautiful thing. There seems to be a lot of electricity around where my leg would go. Is that not a risk?
No, you won't get a belt from that.
Trust him.
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
I don't trust him. He's from Rushton. I lived in Northampton long enough to know you never trust anybody from Rushton.
No, not just anybody from Northampton, but not from Rushton.
Great colour scheme, great looking scooter. And is it effective? Is it fast?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
The boys was out testing Wednesday evening on the road. There's 82 mile an hour.
82 miles an hour. That is pretty impressive. We're legally allowed to do so.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it was on closed roads.
Closed roads, Middlesbrough Ring Road.
Yeah, that's right.
That sort of thing. Well, the good news, guys, is our injured rider has been taken off. He's conscious and all his limbs are moving. We'll get back to you as soon as we have information. But as I mentioned earlier to Ellis, it is fairly precautionary for air ambulances to drop in and out. It's ideal for them because they need to stay in practice. That's the helicopter pilot in me talking there. But back to the world of scooters. Ellis, listen, this riding position, you told me I had to sit on the back of that, Edward. I was hanging off the back. Here, this is more like what I'm used to.
Well, this particular model is very much more sit up and beg. It's very much more sit up and beg. And to be fair, I think at Wilton, you'll have done better on this than some of the more powerful Lambretta, tuned Lambrettas, simply because it's sit up and beg. It's, bicycle style almost in terms of riding position. The riders are being called over for a briefing, actually. It's just a step away to let people get over. So if you're in...
Mate, piles cream. That's what you need for this one. I'm not joking. It's like, I might as well sit from a comfort point of view on the axle stand. It'd be more enjoyable.
So listen. All you're doing is you're selecting sponsors. You are identifying sponsors.
I just don't know how anybody can ride one.
So Bella Italiana in New Barnet.
I want a seat like that. I want a Connolly Hyde seat, as befits a man of my status. You know, there's motorcycle seat manufacturers that specialise in making, you know, seats so your arse doesn't feel like it's constantly on fire. But these guys, the seats on these things, you might as well, honestly, I don't...
Are you telling me that a bit of camping foam is not adequate?
I'm telling you that nothing about that is adequate. But the brake, look at that.
Yeah.
There's no dive on those forks.
No, it's
It's a bit stiff.
might be a bit too stiff.
Yeah, it is a bit stiff, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah, well...
Hold on. See what I mean? I'd make a good development rider. I haven't even left... I've only gone 2 inches
You're
on it.
already-
It's already a bit too stiff.
You're already making good recommendations.
Charge for that.
Oh, no, nothing, but I am going to be available. I've retired from car racing and I'm looking for a new career in scooters. Now this looks a bit proprietary to me. That doesn't like, you know, we looked at the high-tech racing kit. This looks like it might have come off.
Is that a Yamaha one?
No, I bought it from Lambretta Upgrades as a kit. This and the disc brake assembly and stuff.
So, but Lambretta Upgrades, they will put a kit together. It probably is a proprietary one. It's probably off something.
Probably off a motorbike.
Yeah, off a motorbike. But they'll put the kit together to suit the Lambretta rather than its original motorcycle intention.
One thing, Ellis, when the clutch is in that position, it's quite tricky to use, isn't it? I mean, that moves around with the gear, depending on the gear position, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So you're pulling your clutch in, you're twisting it up for first, and then down through neutral to second, third, and fourth. Some of these have got 5-speed gearboxes actually as well. But you got the 4-speed in this one. That's actually a bit high. I think someone's probably selected to have it that high, have they, Brian? Or
I think that's how it come out, to be fair.
right, okay. There's a
It's only supposed to be 3-speed originally.
yeah.
Brian, before I start testing for the team, I insist that's moved down there.
Okay,
So, you know, I need...
See what I can do for you.
Yeah, please do.
I'll have a word with the manager.
But again, you have to remember that if you move the position down now, the other gears are further round. So you've got it. It's a balance. This is superbly presented. This should be in a custom show rather than on doing an 8-hour endurance race. You know, lovely things like this. Just a bit of insulation tape slapped across to make it race legal, just in case there's an accident and that gets cracked or smashed. But the Rushton A bike, I think, is a bit further down, and we could perhaps, if we scoot down to that, we can compare. So just that's it. Big lads making a path for us. So again, technology there to do two things really.
It's off on the CFR 450, that.
Is it?
Yeah, so that's used to be a decompression lever, but it's I use it as a choke now. And I put this Cedar aftermarket lever on, which hopefully, if you come off, it'll stop it breaking. And I've got the lever guards on as well. But the Crim has handlebars, so they're 50mm further forward than before and 30mm drop. So it stops it wheeling. It used to be a right wheelie machine, but now you're further forward, body position, stops it wheeling and just gets you better drive.
So Crim has handlebars. Oh yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh. Steve's dead impressed by the fact that you've got a bit of sponge there for the testicle bracket. Should we? let's just move out of the way. We're just going to move out of the way while the lads are having a briefing. Oh. Should we just wander down to the other Rushton? The green bike we were looking at there, so the Rushton B Louis, it's twin. The original Rushton Louis is over here. Beautiful. So well, this is more patinaed. So this is more how you expect these things to be presented. So you were looking, Steve. You were looking at the handlebars on that one. It had got the ladder style alley handlebars. These guys have opted for an alternative arrangement.
Chopped them down, yeah. Get in a better position.
So you literally just took the original handlebars and chopped them down?
They were already done. They're a set that we managed to get hold of that had already been done way back when.
Well, they're the standard alley handlebars, but obviously if you drop them down, it gives you that extra little bit of a hand in. Yeah, exactly. And what are the modifications you made to this one?
Got the 135 engine, cast performance, exhaust, which is new for this. We normally had a box pipe, but now we've gone for an expansion pipe. Apart from that, it's pretty standard drums, front and back. We put some dampers on the front.
So sorry, that's standard drums. So these, what year is this? 70?
This is 68.
68. So the standard drum brakes. That's horrific. You have to write a letter 2 weeks in advance to stop on that. It's that kind of a scooter. But you've chosen not to do any frame strengthening.
No, we did think about it, but we're pretty low powered, so we haven't had any issues yet with it, kind of any flex or anything, so we left it as it is.
We both know it flexes.
Well, it probably does for me on it. Yeah.
And obviously it's going all right today. Looks like it's being...
So far, so good. We did have one drop. We bent the lever and took a bit out, snapped the kickstart. The front brake kind of locked up on us. We had to strip the front brake down. We lost about 15 minutes, but it's going good now.
Yeah, I did see you come in actually, and it looked like you were struggling. At one point I thought you were struggling with gears. You've had no gear problems?
No, gears are so good so far.
Right. So exhaust-wise, this is a Casa.
It's a Lunar Sport.
The Lunar Sport exhaust, and obviously specific to this bike. What difference did that make over the box pipe?
Moves the power right up.
Does it?
Right up. You rev it, you think you need to change gear, then the power kicks in.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's great for endurance racing, scraping it for 8 hours, but we bought it and we'll see how we do. If the engine survives, it's good.
Is this the first time you've used this exhaust then?
First time, yeah. We used to use the Maxi box, which is obviously a lot lower, torquier pipe, but we want to go a bit quicker.
They want to go a bit quicker, Steve. Are you learning about the mentality of these scooter riders and racers?
Do you know what? They're absolutely no different to every other racer in every type of motorsport that I've ever been involved in. Same in car racing. Really, at the end of the day, unless it's making us go quicker, then we're not interested. So it's all about, when all's said and done, it's all about performance. This thing is particularly beautiful, I think, because, I don't know, it's got that pattern. Well, it's got the pattern of, like, you know, when a bomber would come back from a raid on Germany, right, and it managed to limp home just with shot up, loads of bits, you know, cordite all over it. It's got that vibe, isn't it? I mean, when you look at it, I love this. Come down and have a look at this at the front. I mean, that's just, look, the original Lambretta 50 CL. If it's not broke, why change it? If it's not broke, why change it? Do you know what I'd actually love to do with this? I'd love to take this out, right, on the inner ring roads, right, and then when the police come along and stop, show them a 50cc insurance document. You know, when you got, because what would this actually do speed-wise?
About 70.
70 miles an hour. So actually, the reality here is this is a highly sophisticated, well set up and tuned racing machine.
I'd like to think so.
I think it is too, and a beautiful thing. We're about 5 minutes, I think, away from going live again with the race in action here at Teesside for this bsec 6+2 hours, which equals 8, of course. And I have to say that the Paddock is a phenomenal place to be. And you've still got time. We're only a couple of hours in, tops. So if you're seeing this on a live stream and you're not too far away, i.e. within 4 hours of the circuit, my recommendation would be it's great to watch it on the TV or on your computer, laptop, but the reality is you've seen nothing like it when you see it in the flesh here. So come on down, doesn't cost to get in, and come and see what is undoubtedly one of the most exciting forms of motorsport, 2 or 4 wheels, and that is endurance scooter championship racing. And the nice thing for me, Alice, about it is also one of the most inclusive.
Indeed, and let's not forget, you just did mention it's free to get in. This is not an event that you're expected to pay a fee to get in for. We want people to enjoy it as much as we enjoy it, so it's actually free to get in. I'm just hoping we're not going to get run over by people starting bikes in a second. But yeah, it's entirely inclusive. There's a variety of people riding. We've already talked about age groups, and there's everything from teenagers up to people who are very definitely in their more in their retirement years, shall we say. And we've got female riders as well. We talked earlier about Nikita from Chisel Speed Tuning. It's definitely probably one of the most inclusive forms of the sport. Now, Keith here is reassembling the grid following the braking activities, and we've got Well, there's always a comedian in the ranks. Team 13, Solid Air. And if you look down here, you can see all the previous races. I think we're up to about 12 races altogether, I think. I'm standing still. That's Bob trying to run me over. Thanks, Bob. I was nice to him earlier. I think Bob's borrowed his big brother's overalls by the looks of things. So yeah, this really is not the best place to stand, is it really? But we're getting the grid reassembled. Here's the Independent Idiots racing team. These are the guys that were working till 11:30 last night, trying to get this back together. Wayne Spooner there. You all right, Mr. Spooner? How's it going? Hot and bothered. Are you back out? Oh, sorry, we're getting in the way. Yeah, so this particular bike yesterday is the one that wasn't running thanks to a 50p clutch nut. But again, similar sort of things we were talking about. It's got the frame strengthener in there. So
Ellis, that's Trek. Anodized green brake. I like that. It's a man with some style.
That's nicked off a kid's scooter.
Nicked off someone else's scooter. That's Middlesbrough for you.
Well, it's Nuneaton for you. But this is a bare metal frame as well that some very kind friends at work, am I allowed to tell people that, Miss Spooner? Some very kind friends at work, powder coated.
Where's the seat gone before we go any further?
This is a glorious seat. Tell us about your seat, Wayne.
It's just a bit of foam I bought off eBay for a fiver.
Where did you get the idea to have a wrap over seat rather than conventional?
Frank wanted it. Yeah.
It's definitely the widest seat we've seen, and obviously it drops over the panel. So are you hanging it off? Hanging off it, you getting your knee down?
It is comfortable. It is comfortable. All the proper people have one like that. So we thought.
Steve, try it for size, mate. Wayne, is it all right if he tries it for size? Okay, I would like to point out that it's sponsored by the Original Alternative Radio Show, which is my radio show. So that fits you.
Do you know, it is nice. It's, to be honest, that's properly nice, isn't it? I mean, it's like, want to have a bit of comfort whilst racing.
That's it.
You know, you can feel everything. It's the right sort of padding added to, you know, my own natural padding. But also, I've got to salute you guys. The finish of this is quite beautiful. I like all this green everywhere. Do you know what I mean? It just looks steering damper. Like it. Is a steering damper, Ellis, actually necessary on a scooter?
Well, it's the same with any bike. If it flexes, if it moves about, then yes, you are going to need. Ideally, you need a steering damper.
Holding the steering rock solid
Yeah.
in the van.
Well, I've also seen the turning circle on this. It has not exactly got the biggest turning circle. Hydraulic reservoir.
That's the reservoir. Is that the reservoir? It's a piece of tube. How can you call that a reservoir? Right. Can I have one of these scooter boys? Show me the correct position for maximum velocity. I'm going to ask one of the boys to do that. Wait, do I need to be in the full crouch, ideally, for the maximum velocity? VMAX. Bum back, head down. It's kind of like this. Neck craned forward, like so. Yeah, for 8 hours.
Yeah, but you sit up to slow down.
Oh, of course you do. Okay, and then hanging off it. Slide off the side, which I've got to say, and a cameraman I'm sure picked it up, but that actual, if I can get off it, that chamfer, that's properly MotoGP for me. Having a chamfer on there, these boys have really thought about it with their engineering and their £5 piece plagiarism. Okay, yeah, that's a scooter and a half, and I heard the story about how you guys were nearly scuttled by a 10p nut.
Oh, we don't get defeated, though.
Good man. I like that.
God loves a trier. Yeah.
God loves a trier. You guys, well, you deserve your place on that track today.
Never quits.
Never surrender.
Never wins.
Never surrender. Now,
Mate, here, can make bikes that look nice and they work as well. Can't you, Wayne?
Yeah, that is fingers crossed now.
Steve, can I just dive in there?
Please.
So you've got a lovely looking bike, and it is extremely well presented. Team Sluck are not here this weekend. So do we know, because Team Sluck is... oh, sorry, we're just... We're just interfering with the setup here. Team Sluck, Sticky and Co. We're missing out those guys this weekend. It's one of the leading teams, but they do race a similar looking bike to that in terms of basics. It's an original Vespa SS90, but they've not been able to make it this weekend. I understand it's their team leader Sticky's sort of lost the love for racing an SS. Is this a future sponsor for you as well, Steve?
Wow. I just wonder if we could get one anyway. If the team might have some in an ice cooler or something like that. But Big Nose Beardy, we better give him a shout out. But look at, I love the detailing here. Look, the obviously they've had that seat made professionally. It all matches. Very, very beautiful scooter. And tell me about here. Look, it's a carburettor breathing in air, getting plenty of air.
Well, again, you'd normally expect there to be a filter on, but they're just about to leave. Why no filter?
Just so it breathes better.
Right, they're off, so we'll get over here. What the viewers and listeners can't experience is that smell.
Yeah, absolutely right. The sound, and of course also the anticipation, because we've just seen a race-stopping shunt, and these guys have got to go out and get up to speed again really quickly. And people say, when I was racing, they would say to me, "Well, doesn't it bother you?" But you know what? The truth is, if you're a racer, we all know the odds, and actually, our job is to put that to the back of our mind, isn't it, and get straight back to the pace.
There's not a racer on the planet that doesn't try and go as hard and as fast as they can, because otherwise you're not racing. You're just fiddling round. So there are some standard 125s, some standard 200s in this pack, and they will be riding that as hard as some of the some of the engines of 5-figure sums. I think we're being waved down that way. Some of the engines are 5-figure sums, but they'll ride those as hard as they ride the bog standard, 500 quid engines. So
the other thing I find impressive, Ellis, as well, is the fact that, as I say, you have a shunt in racing, and it's the same. I'm always in awe when I watch the Isle of Man TT, because if there's a shunt, the next rider out is still doing what they do. We're racers. We know the risks, and we crack on regardless. That's the nature of our sport.
You have to race. You have to race, and you have to push your envelope as far as you can push it. Right, we're off. We're going to get some serious noises coming past now. Let's just have a quick. A few bikes not starting quite adequately. So there's a few bump starts going on. Obviously, they take the kick starts off. Kick starts are not necessary on these bikes. That's a lovely. That number 50 bike is absolutely beautifully prepared. Series 1 Lambretta. It's beautifully prepared.
Was that the one we saw the young lady on earlier? Am I right? Was that a different bike?
That's a different bike. That was Nikita on the CST, the Chisel Speed tuning bike, I think, wasn't it?
We should find Nikita if we can and ask her how she's going to help us get more girls involved in the sport, I think, because that's definitely what it needs. She's a fine example of how actually it's not about gender here, it's about how quick you are regardless.
It's about being a racer. If you can get on a bike, and if you have, I was going to say if you've got the balls, but that's probably the wrong phrase, but if you've got that determination and commitment to push that bike as hard as you can push it, you're a racer. Doesn't matter creed, colour, gender, whatever, you just got to get out there and race. And as I was saying, it doesn't have to be a 5-6 figure sum scooter to do that. You can do it on something that's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 quid. So they'll have a couple of laps now where they'll basically reassemble themselves into the right order. They'll do that under yellow flags, because obviously a few of them got out a bit later than others because they couldn't get the bike started. And then I think probably in about 1.5 laps time we'll be back to full racing. I think they're back on full chat. So we need to get to have a look at the scoreboards. It's probably a good time to have a look and see where everybody is in the running order. And
Ellis, I'd say for the people at home as well, you have to understand that even though we're at a latitude similar to the North Pole or Greenland up here, it is properly hot at Teesside. It's unbelievably warm today and close as well. There's no airflow. So, if you're watching this, in fact, if you're local, you should be riding up here. As Ellis has mentioned, there's no charge to get in. Come and join us, because the atmosphere is fantastic, the racing is fantastic, and I guarantee, just like I was at Wilton Mill, if you do it once, you'll be a convert, and if you can get involved, you'll want to. And whether it's as a team member, as a mechanic, as crew, or just get involved in the whole thing, this is definitely proper motorsport. And people say LS Motorsport's inaccessible. Well, actually, this is accessible because everybody's dead friendly. It's not just because we're up north, and that's because people want to develop the sport and grow the grid. So I've never known a friendlier paddock. And I note that whenever a team have a problem, there's always a half a dozen other teams dip in to see if they got the parts and service to help.
Well, we did exactly that yesterday. When IIRT Team 70 were trying to find a clutch nut, I went around the whole paddock, and everybody, to a man, would they all got their boxes out and having a look for the for the part to fix that scooter. I know that people have been swapping gearboxes, exhaust, because another thing with two strokes is exhaust can rattle themselves to pieces. But people have been swapping exhaust parts. People swap tyres. You know, it's like you say, it's a proper friendly, inclusive atmosphere, and it's free to get in on a sunny day like this. The glorious smell of two-stroke, the absolutely glorious smell that you can't experience, that we're enjoying today. It's just fantastic. These scooters, in fact, one of the things we need to do is have a look at how many bikes are still running, because we started with 37. I predicted we'd probably get to the end with 30. I'm pretty sure there's only 5 or 6. Keith, let's see if Keith knows. Keith, just say it. Do we know how many bikes are still circulating?
1, 2,
oh God, here he goes. You can't get past 6.
I know. Exactly.
Is it
complete waste of time asking me? We've lost at least 2 I know of.
Right.
So, but apart from that, I haven't been down the pits and had a good look. So,
do we know if 96 got back on?
I haven't seen them.
Right. Okay. So what I'll do is, if you're going back up to the box, I'll get down to the paddock and see what's going on, and come back and report to you. Perhaps grab somebody by the ear holes and drag them up into the box for an interview.
Alice, that would be great. I noticed a lot of people coming in now. They mentioned a couple of laps and then you could do fuel stops. Is that right? So is the pit open for fuel now?
Yes. So whilst the race was stopped, you couldn't refuel. But in fact, if we get over to the pit area, we might see some action with people coming in and out. We're likely to be having a few rider changes now, and people will be coming in to refuel, because we were at that kind of point. So if we can do this carefully, because obviously this is where the bikes are being pushed through, then you'll see. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what state some of the riders who are coming in to do a changeover are in, because obviously they've just been standing around. It's an incredibly warm day. Just mind you back there. I don't want you to walk in. So we've got what look like some refueling going on. That's Bob from Tough Speed. How's the fuel consumption going?
Not as much as we thought it'd use. It's well, there's been a few stops because we've only just put 7 litres in.
Is that the first fuel stop?
That's the first fuel stop for that bike, yeah.
And what tank size is it?
That's got a 14-litre tank. We thought we were going to be putting 10 in it, but...
Just step over here, Bob, a sec. He's got a bike coming in. So it's a 14-litre tank, right, okay. So 7 litres, that's not so...
Yeah, not using as much as we thought.
And that's over 2 hours, basically.
Yeah. He stops and goes. It's not as quick, that bike, the riders aren't, but so it's been quite frugal, actually.
Well, with the price of fuel, mate, that's what you need, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cheers, Bob. Right, so we got what looks like a refueling going on over here as well. Again, can't get more conventional than that. Pop the standard fuel cap off. What motor's in that?
Velocity 210, so it's a standard P200 engine with a Velocity kit on it. No tuning, no porting, no nothing. Running on auto lube still.
Really?
Yeah.
So that's almost as standard as you could possibly get for this racing. So a Velocity 210 kit is basically head, barrel, and piston. You bolt it on, reject the carb, standard carb.
Yeah, standard carb, 24 carb. We upjetted it yesterday because it's running a bit lean. So. Cheers, thanks.
I was just going to say, let's get this man a drink of water.
Yeah, so we upped the jets yesterday, put 135 in it, and it's going nicely. So, yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've run it with the kit, and we've been running it bog standards. Yeah. We've only done 3 races, so yeah, last year up here we finished 4th in club class, which we really chuffed at.
Have you noticed a difference in times with the Velocity kit?
Yeah, down that back straight, you're hitting 70 at the end of the straight. We were probably getting 55, 60 last year.
See, and that's literally, it's probably taking it from what, 10, 11 brake horsepower to about 16, about 15, 16. So that's just bolting a kit on, literally, undoing the four bolts on the top, slipping the barrel and head off, new piston in, putting a new one back on. You've increased the power by 50-60%.
For how much money investment, probably?
How much? About 350, yeah. But and it's. Can you imagine being able to do that? If you,
Lord, yeah, instant performance,
instant, and you combine that with a decent exhaust, and the exhaust might
and a top rider.
Indeed.
Don't forget.
No, you'll just say. I think he stood behind him.
But the best thing about those kits here is you can buy a more modern PX two-stroke, which had the strangling exhaust on it for the air quality, which is ULEZ compliant. You take the exhaust off, you put one of those kits on, you ride it in London, no problem at all. You get round the ULEZ that way.
When I think it's probably a legal statement we need to make there.
Yeah, we didn't say it, but it sounds like a great idea.
Theoretically, yeah.
People do it.
Yeah. No, it's brilliant. Oh, but you can actually take a bog standard P2. I think it's about 100 quid to have it tested, isn't it? Because most of them do pass, don't they?
Yeah, they will pass. Yeah.
Ellis, so I have a question for this. What's your name, sir?
I'm Rob.
Rob, it is hot, right? And I know from when I was doing my endurance car racing, towards the end of a stint, I'm just waiting to go back in. Does it feel a bit like that? Like thinking, not another lap?
No, once you're in the zone, you just keep going. I mean, I was a little bit disappointed because it was my turn to come off then. So I did 2 yellows and a green lap, and then I was coming in, I was just getting back in the flow. But once you're out there going, you're not feeling it too bad. When you stop and you're standing still, it is hot.
then some idiot comes and puts a mic in front of you. I think you need to go and see a massage girl, get a rub down.
No, I'll wait till I go home for my wife.
Rob, thank you for that, and good luck for it. Thanks, mate, thank you. Well, we're going to head back in a second. Well, I'm going to head back into the timing time. I'm going to release Ellis into the pits and paddock to go and find the stories, the real stories. But, I mean, that was fascinating talking to Rob there, because the reality is, we say the sport's accessible, but going to be frank with you, I've just come out of, like, racing the 911. 300 quid, mate, wouldn't buy you the badge off, you know what I mean? 300 quid to get an engine hop up. If I tell you that our engine rebuild, and this was with friends, Phil Hindley at Tech 9, building it with lots of his own parts, doing mates rates, trying to help me, and that's a relatively production engine, was a £27,000 bill, right, for the engine. Forget about the gearbox, the brakes, and all the other issues. When you're talking about a racer who can increase his horsepower substantially and get 20 extra mile an hour, my lord, if we could get that in car racing for 300 quid, ooh, I mean, that makes it sensible.
But that's why this is an accessible form of racing. You can buy. Listen, there are many scooters still languishing at the back of sheds and at the back of garages that people are not using or not riding currently. You can convert that into a racer for next to nothing, as we've just heard, for next to nothing. And then you can come racing, and I think it's about 360 quid for a weekend. So if you split that entry cost across the probably 4 or 5 team members.
Let me qualify that. 360 quid for 8 hours of racing, or there or thereabouts.
And a practice the night before.
And a practice the night before, and all the camaraderie.
And a practice in the morning.
What we need, Ellis, somehow we need to get young kids involved in this, don't we? To me, that it would seem that that's really, really important. If you want to go racing, guys, and you want to do something you can actually afford, and you get enough track time. That's the other thing, because you're not turning out by the end of I guarantee you, by the end of today, nobody's going to go away from Teesside, apart from anyone who crashed or seized. Nobody else is going to go away thinking, I wish I had more track time. No, that's not going to happen. You'll get ridiculous amounts of laps for your money. And if you look at the on-track, you'll see that this is cutthroat racing. This has got to be a sport of the future.
And let's not forget, so poor old Rob, we grabbed him just as he come off the bike, so it probably his worst and lowest moment, having just finished a stint. We're only a quarter of the way through. We're only a quarter of the way through, so we've got another 6 hours of racing. Well, it's probably about 5.5 now, hours of racing, and he's got to do that again. He's got to go and do that again.
Maybe several times.
Probably 2 or 3 times.
I think personally I go and lie down in the mid-centre. I find the coolest place because it is hot here today. But I think really also a good moment to mention, of course, the fact that actually for people wanting to get involved, there's loads of advice from all kinds, people such as yourself, Ed. I mean, there's loads of people who help you get involved in this, isn't there? And Keith, it's really an inclusive. I'd say the bsec website's a great place to start, or Facebook page.
Facebook page, but both. Obviously, if you go onto the Facebook group, you've got all the kind of interaction between all the teams and the people.
Healthy banter.
I hate that word because people just, it's a terrible word. But I know what you mean. But the involvement you can get just at that level. There are people that have seen this broadcast, the live broadcast that we've done at Wilton Mill and previously, and they've got into scooter racing having seen it on the track. No intention, no desire for it whatsoever. They see it and think, oh, I'd like to have a go at that. So we've got to encourage everybody. When you say about getting young people involved, though, it makes me chuckle, because any young person who's got a parent of about 40 plus, their parents are likely to want to have a go first. So they're not going to let the kids have the scooter. They're going to want to do it themselves.
Do you know, I'm going to widen that, Ellis. So I'd say when I was riding up here yesterday, I did 350 miles total yesterday on 2 different motorbikes, right, to get up here. I was thinking to myself, especially as I hit this part of the world and the roads quietened and the scenery's found. I mean, I know it's a beautiful evening, but I'm always shocked and amazed that more people don't want to be on 2 wheels generally. Do you know what I mean? It's like this obsession with 4 wheels being in a box. You know, I posted about it yesterday to my network, but the reality is if you're on a motorcycle or a scooter for a long ride, like touring, it's very meditative. Like this is not meditative, but it is Zen. That's what I said. There's no doubt about it for me. And I was trying to figure out why it was so, peaceful and beautiful. And it is because you can't be reached by mobile phones, right? You have to concentrate, and you just mentally slip into a really good groove where you're alert but relaxed. And so, if your parents told you, never to have 2 wheels, I think personally I'd divorce my parents, and I'd have to rethink again, because I've ridden motorcycles all my life, and I've got to say it's one of the greatest joys of life. Been on 2 wheels, and yes, you have to ride defensively. Yes, you have to be sensible about it. But actually, I'm going to say it's a lifestyle choice, but it's an epic way to live. And the scooter community, forget about the old mods and rockers. We are all 2-wheelers, right? That's just how I see it. We all help each other out, and I'm as happy when I'm on a motorbike to see someone on a scooter as I hope they are to see me on a bike, because at least we're on 2 wheels.
No worries, mate, no worries.
Right, I'm going to hand this to you, Ellis. I'm going to go back to my ivory tower. I'm going to leave you with that, and we'll catch up again, and you bring me people back. Bring me the stories of the event.
We'll find something interesting for you. So Valley SC, I don't know how are you guys getting on at the minute? Are you still at
position 5? I've got Mark, who's out on it now. He's a motorbike rider, so he's our amateur rider.
Right.
Next out is John the Greek is going out next.
All right, okay. So John the Greek is everyone that I'd love to say his name properly, but I can't. But John the Greek is everyone that he's one to watch. He is just spectacular. What he does with a scooter is both terrifying and fascinating at the same time.
I'd agree with that. I'm not the minute it's coming. If you're the bike builder, maybe a bit nervous.
So you're responsible for building this?
Yeah, it's my bike.
So what spec is it? This one?
We're running a Baroni 154cc.
Right.
Very peaky, but it's very fast.
Is that the VMC?
No, Roberto Barone builds the kits from Italy.
Yeah. And how long have you had that one in there?
That bike. After the first race in 2019, that won the club class on a 135 and changed it that year. So we did a second in race class last year.
Yeah.
They moved us up to pro class this year because I have 2 pro riders with me. So a bit of a mix, but it's given the bike a good test.
No. And obviously at the minute, running reliable, no issues?
We've split the top of the fuel tank. We have a fiberglass fuel tank, we have a crate at the top, so we're running at half level, so we can't run the full hour now.
Oh, okay, so you're doing refueling every half an hour?
Yeah.
Are you doing rider changes at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, so every time you refuel, we do a rider change as well?
Just got to be careful and we monitor it when it comes in.
There's not a great deal you can do about that on track?
Just a split right at the very top.
Okay.
So if we brim the tank, it comes out.
How much fuel are you getting in there now?
Probably about 5 litres.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, that's racing, though, isn't it? And the fact is, we've talked about this already in terms of what happens in the paddock. But these guys won't give up. They just don't give up. They'll find a way around it. You know, and you can imagine them putting a plastic bag inside the fuel tank if they had to do that to stop it leaking. That's obviously the only issue you got at the minute.
Yeah, we were slipping the clutch yesterday. We sorted the clutch out last night. Yeah. We were happy this morning. So
yeah, we were looking for the independent idiots were looking for a clutch nut, but yeah, I don't think you had a spare one.
No, we didn't.
Well, they got one. They got it in at 11:30, riding it up and down the car park at 11:30 last night, trying to keep everybody entertained. Right, we're going to have a little wander. Good luck, have a good changeover. So, yeah, let's... we don't dehydrate, as we said earlier. So, Keith has gone out, bought some big buckets, filled them full of ice, filled it full of water, so that the riders can have a drink as soon as they come off and start to cool down. Unless, of course, we grab them and start talking to them and distract them. So let's just have a look. Try and get round this side first, if we can, just at the top of the paddock. Just to show the kind of setups that people have. Over here, you're going to see. Hopefully, we can reach round here. On the right-hand side, you got the guys from Ireland, Thanet. I hope I've said that right. But they've got two teams here this year. That's a lovely Jet 200. These are obviously guys that have come to watch the racing. You got a full custom scooter there at the back of GP225. This is the other side of scootering as well. I'll grab someone and talk to them in a minute. Don't put your helmet on yet. This is the other side of scootering in terms of how people take these scooters and pour love and money into them. Clearly, some people go the whole hog and have a fully customised Dusty Springfield scooter. So airbrushing. Where have you gents ridden from?
Darlington.
You come up from Darlington. Obviously, you've come up to watch the racing.
Oh, yes.
Were you here last year?
Yes, I was here. Yeah.
What do you get out of it? What do you think about it?
What, the racing? Oh, I just love it. The atmosphere and everything. Yeah.
Have you ever had a go?
No, I'm too old.
Would you? You're never too old. Listen, Bob West is racing.
Yeah, no, but I've never had a broken bone. I don't want any.
And this is a GTS 300.
300, yes.
Any engine modifications?
No, bog standard. Yeah.
So I was saying, this is the other end of the scootering world. So you've got people who go full custom, and if you look at Anime Monday at the back, I mean, that's got some glorious little touches on. Obviously highly customised, fully airbrushed, lovely deep lacquered finish. Got some modifications on the frame there. The toolbox has been welded up. I'm assuming he's got a long-range tank in that. Again, chrome forks. They look like hexagonal forks as well. So they're customised forks on that. And this is what people do. So you've got a GTS next to it that looks like it's got obviously a Red Bull kit theme going on. That GP225 there, the one we were just looking at, the Anime Monday, that will, I won't ask him how much it's cost.
Not as much as you think.
Right, does your missus know how much it cost?
I paint them, so...
Oh. Right, do you apply the traditional scooterist wife pounds conversion?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
We're not allowed to tell anybody what the wife pound conversion is. So, how long have you had that one?
Oh, since '96.
It's done the rounds. Were you up on it last year? I think we saw it up here before. Yeah. Engine?
It's TS1 225.
Reliable?
Touch wood, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I've jinxed that, haven't I?
You have now, yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Sorry. So you got full custom. Obviously, that's got kit. That's a full custom. Is this yours? So you've gone to full restoration type approach.
When I got it, it was just a tube. I've made a frame. I made a jig for the frame off another frame, and then I rebuilt the old frame, and then I had all the parts, so I just started putting it together. When it was done in lockdown.
So this is your lockdown project?
This is my lockdown project, yeah.
Of which there have been many lockdown projects. Well, this looks lovely, mate. You're doing a fantastic job. And yeah, ride safe. Are you off now then, you guys? They're off back to Darlington by the sounds of things. This is a nice classic restoration as well. Lambretta LI 150. This is the kind of thing that sometimes can be a bit of a sleeper, although it's got standard forks, so no dampers or anything like that, so maybe not. But it's, you know, standard build, restored. He probably rides that every day regularly and keeps it looking beautiful. Let's oh, smell that. Smell that. Lovely. So let's just have a quick look, and hopefully we can do this from the top end here. So we've got different setups. We're getting in everybody's way here. We've got different setups. So over there, across the back, you've got the Irish lads who have bought basically a full workshop. So just have a look through. You'll see they've got more or less a full workshop. They've got many gazebos. They are the men of many gazebos. How you doing, gents? So, you tell me how to say Tuath de Danann again.
Tuath de Danann.
Tuath de Danann. There you go. And I did find an article on it, which I shared on the... just tell everyone what that stands for.
The Tribe of the Gods.
Tribe of the Gods. So we've got our Irish contingent here, and what I'm saying is the different setups people have in the Paddock area. So obviously you've got more or less full workshop setup, and you've shipped all of this across from Ireland.
We come all the way across. There's 3 groups from Ireland competing, and yeah, it's just we all kind of gathered together and got the marquees up and sharing each other's tools and parts and whatever it takes to keep us on the track, yeah.
And I love the laid-back kind of appearance. There's no Irish stereotypes here, is there?
Calm before the storm. That's it.
Oh, you look, gents, you're looking relaxed. You're looking fantastic. We'll share a beer later. And then you've kind of got another extreme over here. So I've talked about independent idiots a few times. That's not a general term. It is actually the name of a race team, independent idiots racing team. And what these guys have done is basically they've pitched up in their respective cars and vans. I happen to know they didn't bring a 13mm spanner with them. So if anybody from the independent idiots is listening, hopefully I'm not embarrassed you too much, but a 13mm spanner is fundamental for any work on any scooter, Lambretta or Vespa. They also didn't bring another scooter staple, a hammer, and I know they didn't bring this because this is mine. This is actually my tent peg hammer from my van. To come to an event confident that you don't need a hammer and a 13mm socket, 13mm socket or spanner, that's confidence. Confidence was misplaced. These are the guys who had the trouble with the clutch nut. But gazebo, car, little bit of a bench. That's all you need. That's all you need. You don't need, you know, you go to the MotoGP or you go to the Formula One, they have paddocks full of spectacular vehicles that, you know, open up into huge workshops. You don't need any of that. Just need a table, decent socket set, and a fuel can, basically. I wonder if they know they've left their fuel can there. They're probably overdoing a refueling and have forgotten it. Bog standard Vespa there for you. Again, that'll have been a workhorse for someone for years. And that, as a Vespa P200E, that will just go and go and go. So long as you don't start messing with it and tuning it, they'll go forever. They will go for absolutely ever. Right, so I'm going to hand back in a second, if that's okay. Then I'm going to go into the paddock, go deeper into the paddock, find out what's going on. I want to get across to Team 96 to see if they managed to get their Lambretta going. They were the guys that got the crank problems. So I don't know if they got those fixed. They're deeper into the paddock, so we'll go and have a look at those. Going to go down the bottom end as well, see what's going on with the teams down at the bottom end, see if there's any dramas going on. And if so, get somebody from there, drag them up, we'll have a chat, see what the issues are that they're dealing with, and hopefully keep everybody interested. Just before we do that, 2 custom scooters here that couldn't be more extreme in terms of differences. So I hope Steve Deeks, I hope you can see this one. I'll drag you out to look at this. Lambretta chopper, you might call it a low rider. That's had all the bodywork cut away, had all the bodywork taken away, back end chopped off, seat, fuel tank, toolbox, which normally sits here where the seat is. That's been chopped away, obviously. Seat there then drops down onto the frame. Centre tank welded in because obviously you still need a fuel tank. And creates a look like nothing that the Italian designers ever intended. And then this little beast, this is glory. Steve talked about patina earlier. That's what you call a restoration or a rat bike. This is my style all over. Shows its age, shows what it's all about. No airs or graces. It's just being left to age gracefully. A bit like me and Steve, probably. Anyway, if the guys in the studio are ready to take things back, I'll go down into the paddock and have a wander around, seeing what we've got.
Water down in the pits, and definitely I'll have a piece of that custom chop. Bit of
Nice.
Peter Fonda Easy Rider action. That'd be perfect for me. Wendy, back up here in the comms tower. When you're wandering around that paddock, it is hot, hot, hot.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just need to keep people rehydrated.
Well, you're going to tell me, being a northerner, that it's always like that up here, but I know differently, right?
I won't say that. But it has been very hot for the last few weeks.
It is absolutely glorious. The racing action is white hot on track as well, as you'd expect. And I've got to say, it appeals to me because I'm a quarter Trinidadian. So my family background's West Indies. So 26 now we've hit. Nah, it's hot out there. I guess there's a track temperature.
I was just going to say,
track
I don't suppose we have that.
37.5.
Oh, give over.
It is. I just licked it before I came back in to test it.
Oh, is that why your tongue's red raw? Yeah.
Yeah, indeed it is. The rider's getting a punishing time out there, but as we saw when we were in the pits, the riders are coming in looking like they're absolutely melting.
Have you seen this pit board that's just going to be put out? It's got some stripy pants on it. There's no number, just stripy pants. This guy here, get ready.
That is one of the spectacles, ladies and gentlemen, of Endurance Scooter Championship racing. We take it very seriously when we're on the track, but when we're off track, we like to have a crack.
Do you know what? Some of the novices, you can see that they're really settling into the racing now and actually competing a bit more with some of the more experienced riders. And it's lovely to see, and their hearts must soar when they pass an experienced rider. That's
what we all want to do, isn't it? Take an experienced scout. There's a pair of disgusting old necks pants been waved on here into a pit board. To be fair, Wendy, if that was me, I'd just stay out. If you're going to show me that kind of stuff,
You'd want to see some lacy knickers, would you, I guess?
Well, either lacy knickers or, at least Calvin Kleins. A pair of used necks. I'm not even sure they've been through the washing machine.
I was just thinking the same.
That's pretty disgusting. They probably came off the last rider. That would not encourage you to come in. But what would encourage me to come in and get involved in this is the camaraderie. And we've got one of our team just come up and join us in the comms tower, because I've got on the live, do you want to grab a headset? I've got on the live feed, young man, I've got people asking on the questions, how do I get involved in this? There's a young guy on there saying that he's got a kart racing licence.
Yep.
He's never seen scooter racing. And by the way, introduce yourself to the crowds.
I obviously, I'm Keith's
do everything,
son-in-law. Mate. Yeah, son-in-law, I think, yeah. Just try and help Keith out, really, because
he needs it.
He's cracking on, isn't he?
Well, 6+2, the Teesside 6+2.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He's starting to lose it fray at the edges.
Well, we was laughing because obviously when we went MotoGP, he ripped the program apart, and then to get it to then receive our one and find out on the front cover he's got it wrong.
Especially when I come from Silverstone.
Exactly.
I'm the super license holder. See, the pants didn't work. Just for those of you who can't see this at the moment, there's
the man with the pit board pants has moved position to try and attract the attention of his rider.
Yep.
But it just feels like they're thinking it's not working for me.
They're not even really decent pants, neither, are they?
That's my point. That is my point. If you, Actually, as Wendy said, if you held out some lacy knickers, something
silk or something,
yeah, something like that, then maybe. But a pair of Next pants that have seen better days.
They've been washed.
Yeah, size 52 waist.
Oh,
it's not an enticing
What
thought.
you should be doing is asking Mikey about some of the stuff that he's creating with his 3D.
No, that's different.
No, but it's
that's nothing to do with but it's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's equipment that the racers could actually use.
Well, they are. Yeah, true. Some of them are.
Right.
And obviously that led on to me coming up, developing my own cylinder red, which I am racing on.
Wow.
With the BSSO. So yeah, things like that. It's just a little bit of a
Mike, but
something I find fun.
how do we get young more? Because
Right, so,
listen,
yeah.
there's two things that I could see here, right? We need young people.
Definitely.
Right, because the future of the sport and also for the future of the scooters, as much as anything else, right? We need young people coming in, don't we, to keep the sport healthy and to grow it. And if they knew how much fun it was, I could imagine a group of mates getting together. I was talking with Ellis down in the pits about splitting the cost of the entry.
Yeah.
Right. So it's affordable. We established that.
Yes, it is,
and
definitely.
there's no question about it. So practically speaking, you've got someone watching on the live stream like that young man was. I've only just, by the way, apologies to anyone who's posted on the chat because we've only just enabled that on our screen. And I saw one of the young guys was saying, how do I get involved? I think he said he's got a bike. License.
Right, so that's
what do you need.
If you have to have a full bike license.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yes.
so you got to pass your test.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Or
Makes sense.
the other way is to get a race license.
Okay, in which case you don't need to pass your test.
You don't, but once again, it depends on what.
I mean, listen.
So something like the ACU, you can either do a day.
Yeah.
At
a racing school.
Yes, exactly that. A lot of people do think it's hard. It's not really. It's just a bit of time. That's all. Once they do that will allow them on the track. Not just with us, with BSSO as well. There was a big ruling that we brought in beginning of last year, because actually looking at our rules, the reason Keith done this was to get people attracted to on the track on the scooter. So reading our rules, we want to promote not just the BSEC but the BSSO. It's a sport that I love, Keith loves.
Yeah.
We've raced with many years, so we want to promote that and get young talent in. So this is why one of the reasons why Keith obviously wanted to put the endurance on. So that was one thing, but if you look at our rules, we noticed there was quite a big flaw. If you go on and do your ACU, we was actually the BSEC was penalising you. So we have actually done some rule change technically, because if you have a race licence, you have to be in a certain class.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, man, you was explaining that earlier on.
Yeah, so obviously for us to look at our rules and go, well, technically we're penalising people to either not come back to the BSEC or not go on and do their ACU. So we have done rule changes.
So is that why you've got a different race class?
Yes, so if you do the endurance with us, like there is a few teams out there, like Wayne Barker is one of them, Sean Collison's another. So they've done the endurance with us, and then they actually went on, done their ACU, and they actually now race with the BSSO. So the big rule that we've brought in is if you race with us and then you go on and do your ACU, we're not going to penalise you. You can still stay in your
so why do I need an ACU to do the BSSO thing?
Yes, the BSSO is obviously ACU
because
affiliated.
It's long circuit.
Yes, well, it's ACU affiliated, so it's a proper British.
So who do you affiliate
ACU to? Ourselves, because obviously this is endurance.
Okay.
So where the BSSO is sprint racing, the ACU is affiliated club, just a bit like the FIM, really. That is.
So what I feel like we need is a way. I mean, I mentioned to Keith earlier that next year at Silverstone we're going live with our own new kart track.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how fantastic it would be to have a third round of this championship happening at Silverstone.
Oh, we would love it.
When I go back, I might have to have a look at that because next year I'm getting an ARCS. So I have an ARD super license, which is for car teaching.
Yep.
I'm getting an ARCS one because I also teach karts for Pro Train out of Wilton Mill. And I'm going to be involved in the kart track when it sets up. But wouldn't it be fantastic to show the MotoGP audience scooter racing?
Yeah, I'd love it. I would love it. Because realistically, if you race anything in the UK, that is the ultimate racing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Really, the GP. So
well, I think
we go every year.
Silverstone,
in fact, both of you.
But Silverstone would be great for all the guys, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And imagine doing a weekend at Silverstone.
So we are always looking. So we have looked at different tracks. We always speak to Kat here at Teesside, and she's great. So we are looking.
Wilton's brilliant as well. I must say, what a brilliant
I love
track.
it.
Lovely people. Yeah, Dan Whitmore and his team,
and
really
the facilities there is stunning.
Yeah,
and we do
great
really
track.
like Wilton, and for us that was perfect. So we can have realistically two different, and then obviously last year we did run 3, so we've done 2 Teessides and a Wilton. For us, we are always looking. We have looked at other circuits and approached. I really like Lyd. Which is for us, it's down south.
I haven't been there for years. That's where they used. I remember presenting around the UK Drift Championship then.
Yeah.
That's almost in the sea, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah, exactly that. It's Kent.
I remember it,
So for us, instead of travelling,
nice part of the world.
Beautiful. Well, I'm from down that end.
Yeah, it's a nice part of the world.
But no, it is. So we are constantly looking. We have We are in talks with Cat of potentially another circuit for next year, but that's up in the arms. We have really got to sit down. We obviously want to sit down after this meeting.
And I suppose you've got to take into account the BSSO race schedule as well, don't
so
you?
that is it. And
Because
it's not
you would
just
lose a lot of riders
Exactly, and
otherwise.
it's not just the BSSO. A lot of these riders out here are club affiliated once again, so they do the Lambretta Club of Great Britain rallies and stuff. That is something else we would love to get a tie-in with. They are a sponsor with us anyway, Lambretta Club of Great Britain. But a few years ago, in the midst of COVID, our first meeting at Wilton was actually going to be a sign-on event for Lambretta Club of Great Britain.
Psycho event?
So a sign-on.
It's Psycho.
You have a massive following with obviously the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, and it's like a sign-on. Basically, you attend, you sign on, they clock your mileage, and they have a championship at the end of the year for the amount that the furthest travelled, the amount of miles, and it's how they work it out is really good.
I didn't realise they called it a sign.
It's really clever, and it's not just how far you've driven, or it depends on what scooter you're on. It's really good.
Mike, while we're talking, because it's my nature of business, I've been thinking, and I think what you need is a team that would run some arrive and drive scooters, wouldn't you? For youngsters want to do a toe in the water, or instead of maybe it needs I don't know how we do it, but maybe it needs a school to have 3 or 4 scooters that they could train in. So you do a day at a track or something like that.
The only problem is that the classic are expensive. The parts are expensive.
Same with
and
us
the
in car
bikes.
racing.
So they are super expensive, but.
Maybe the school scooters don't need to be as classic. Do you see what I mean? To learn your crafting, maybe there's a way of doing it with that.
There is another little gate that we found, which was actually with Team Foster 58, 50 and 56. Last year they brought along a few young racers. Our age limit is obviously, ideally we want over 18. Just purely for us.
Do you actually take people under 18?
We haven't had any yet, because obviously we've always said.
Do you know what? That's it.
No, I was only asking because if I don't ask the question, somebody else may ask it. So
but Wendy, do you know what I would say? This is my own personal feeling, right? I've felt this for a while. In historic racing, we had a load of young kids come in, classic racing, and actually we lost a load of people from the racing scene because the young kids came in straight out of karting, right? Gung-ho, fearless, but causing damage all over the place. But realistically, and the other thing is, I haven't been in it a long time. I've also seen some of the very young kids, where they've had serious accidents, and I've sometimes felt that they were too young to know
exactly.
Do you understand what I mean? So I mean, maybe it's something.
No, it's hard because, like I was saying earlier, the thing is when people are out on track, it's an endurance race. You have to pass people safely with enough distance. You do not want people out there riding that really, they get on a bike and it's, I've got to win, I've got to win, I've got to pass. You actually want people to go out, do a bit of challenging, do it safely and have some fun.
Well, I was having exactly the same conversation with, I'm going to shout them out because on track they are my biggest rivalries, and they are the 3 Cs, they're the Cleary brothers. So all through my racing I have always had to battle either Steve Burt or Darren, and they are superb riders. They are fantastic.
But the thing is, to watch, so when they're not there and he's out there, you're amazing to watch. But then again, I suppose you will have learnt some from them, won't you?
And even though on track, I hate their guts, but off track, I love them. And to see them now coming to us.
But you as a rider, you want a benchmark anyway, don't you?
Yeah, you do.
To me, it's so when I first got into the sport, it's only about the people you're beating, like the quality of the people. Do you understand me? So John McGuinness, I admire tremendously because even though he's at the end of his TT career, he still goes out there. And some of the younger riders beat him, and he's got whatever it is, 23 TT wins. But for the young guys, I'm so glad he still goes out there because
they love to beat him.
Yes, he would, but of course, and he's
how motivational is that for them?
Yeah, and exactly. He's still a racer, and he still wants to win. You can tell it in him, but he's accepted. But it's great that he still does it rather than just saying, I can't win anymore, so I'm not coming out to play.
It's a bit like Stuart Day. So for me, when I started racing with the BSSO, the idols for me was Charlie Evans and Stuart Day, and watching them battle was terrific. And then to all of a sudden JB that's out there today on Dukes of Essex. He actually gave me my first race scooter. He said, "There you go." I was working for a different shop. He gave me a scooter, and then all of a sudden I'm racing with these, because I used to go to the circuits with John to support John. And then all of a sudden I'm racing against my heroes, really, which is Stuart Day and Charlie Edmonds. Charlie Edmonds obviously hasn't raced in a long time, which is a shame, because I always class Charlie Edmonds as the best racer in my era. But then to see Stuart and race with Stuart, and then let alone when I did start becoming quick and then battling and beating Stuart, it was phenomenal. It's a bit like I watched a program on Sam Lowe's, and he was talking about he got a Tech 3 Yamaha ride, and he said it was literally a wild card. He went out and he said, I didn't even know how to put the bike in gear. He says, but anyway, I was on track, and he said Valentino Rossi overtook me. He said he overtook me and he gave me thumbs up. He's like, he was that. He
said
that,
$1 million.
Yeah, exactly that. And he said, for me, he said that I'd never ever dreamed of that. And it's the same with. I know it's different scale.
No, it's not. Do you know? It's not. It's actually not different, because they are the icons of your sport.
Yeah,
so they may not be paid as much as a MotoGP rider, but they are the men at the top.
And that's it.
And the adrenaline is the same. It doesn't matter what you're riding. When you're out challenging, beating, passing, the adrenaline you're feeling is exactly the same adrenaline
and
they're feeling.
actually, Wendy, even been beaten by, because if the riders of that standard and they cut you up and dust you up, they give you a lesson, don't they?
Yeah,
when you're out with them, they give you, and I know drivers like this who I've raced against, and I've seen them, and I think, Jesus, I wouldn't have thought of that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like some move they pull or something they do shows that we've got a driver in our teams like that, who some of the things he does now, I watch him, his spatial awareness, and actually how much I'll tell you the extra dimension, he's got capacity. That's what we call it. I interviewed Ross Brawn when he was with Ferrari with Schumacher as his driver, and I always remember him telling me the story how Schumacher did a race, I can't remember which one it was, where his nearest rival was Coulthard in the race, and Coulthard broke his gearbox. Schumacher was pulling away at the front of the grid by so much per lap, and when he came in at the end, then he cuts his pace. And Ross said, how did you know? He said, we didn't radio you to tell you that Coulthard had broken his gearbox. How did you know to cut the pace? He said, I was watching the Diamond Vision screen at the end. Michael Schumacher. He said, I was watching the Diamond Vision screen at the end of the straight. This is during the race.
Yep, exactly.
Whilst he's setting new lap records,
speeds.
whilst he's pulling away, right? He said, I read it on the dial, and I thought to myself, that's the difference between a Schumacher and just another, even a good driver or a Formula One driver. It's the capacity that most people don't have. The greats have a capacity to process information.
And yet the thing is, he probably glanced and it'll have been a second.
Yeah, fraction of a second.
And it will have gone in, and he probably the next time round was looking for it and it confirmed it. But the fact is...
But what my point is, he's able to do that while still most of us would be just hanging on. Setting lap record
you wouldn't be
pace.
looking up, would you?
I'd be in a tunnel of light.
But then it's stuff that you can't teach. That.
Yes, it is.
And that's the stuff that...
Mike, you're totally right. And that's at that point, you know, eventually, if you do it long enough, you know where your natural level is. If you're honest with yourself, don't you? Because you see someone operating like that and you think to yourself, he's got something extra.
Yeah. And
which is why I think with the new riders, the novices, if they can follow somebody around here that's got a bit more experience, learn from them, gives you the confidence, but then, in fact, it happened to...
Or have a mentor.
Yeah, somebody. Oh, my
Rushed
word.
them.
Oh
again, here we go.
Oh
Look, let's try to sweeten everyone out. Come on.
It works.
Points make prizes.
So one of the best teams here at the whole of Teesside is Rushden Lambretta Club. But I mean, you know, let's just focus on the Rushden Lambretta Club a moment and talk about what...
First thing I've noticed, there's only 3 cups. There's 6 scones, but there's only 3 cups. 2 cups.
Oh,
There's
wow.
a tray.
I'm
So
only joking.
Just to let you know, there is a tray with scones,
Don't tell them we'll be mocked.
jam.
Keep it. No, not at all. No, it's just they just have to be
It looks
passing.
absolutely wonderful.
That's it. I have noticed. Quick shout out to Chisel Speed.
Before this
It's
gentleman
the first
goes,
event in a long time.
Wendy, take a picture of the Rushden clubs with me, because I'm
There'll
definitely...
be a picture of Rushden on the BSEC page.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You'll be able to see the...
Oh, here he is posing.
Yeah.
Do you not have a feeling Steve poses all the time?
No. But yeah, shout out to Chisel Speed. It's their first event
in a few years.
And they are leading. But the top 3 are still actually on. They're all on the same lap, all the same class, pro race class. The top 3 are
they
are
are.
all on the same lap. So we are 3 hours in. Nearly 3, whatever. 3 hours in. In fact, the top 4 are all,
Actually, it looks like 207 VSC Club have got their bike sorted. They were off for a bit, but they're obviously back on and out there. And I'm guessing it's either John the Greek or
I
JP
think
out
I
there.
see some flapping stuff. So is that them there? That is John the Greek. John the Greek's back on 207. So
He is. Yes, I recognise the leathers.
But I did want to say actually we did see a little quirk. We did find a quirk which come from Foster. So they've put a few young lads on one of their scooters a couple of years ago. And we were made aware, even though they had a full licence, they had an iPod licence.
They had an
iPod. It's an OIPD licence.
Whereas I need an OAP licence. That's different, mate.
And obviously they're made aware. Obviously these youngsters they were super quick straight out the box on a Lambretta they've never ridden. So we got talking
Make
to
them carry lead.
Basically, they should. They
can wear an eye patch.
It was made aware that they all race pit bikes. So we got talking, and obviously to race a pit bike, you need a race licence, which is they call them an iPod licence, which there's no test for. It is something you can apply for.
Are these the guys I see? No thanks, just milk. Are these the guys I see batting around Wilton Mill? Don't go away. Don't go away. Is these the guys who go bat around Wilton Mill on like little mini motory things?
I bought my one. I've just literally recently bought one just for a laugh, and I was out on one yesterday.
Here?
In the practice, I bought it from my nephew actually. My nephew showed an interest in racing.
You don't have to make an excuse to me why you bought one.
I did buy 2.
Yeah, exactly.
But he showed an interest in racing when we was at Silverstone, and I wished when I was his age, when I showed an interest in racing, someone was able to go, come on then, let's give me the starter. So I think, come on.
Do you know what, Mike? I just thought as well, if you really want to go, if a kid or a youngster wants to go scooter racing, great thing to help a team for a couple of years first, in my opinion, because that's something I've seen in recent years, a bit missing from racing. Like when I started with racing, I would do anything. If I could help a car team out, I'd do any job. And I think for any youngster who wants to get involved in the sport, frankly, I'd get in touch with the team and get in touch with a local team and say, listen, can I come along at weekends and help out? Can I help you build the bike?
Wave your little pit board out.
Yeah, or can I help build the bike? Or can I be there when you're building the bike? Because I'm sure you'd agree, but you've got a massive head start in racing if you know a little bit about engines.
Yeah, definitely.
How things run, as opposed to just...
The thing is, you can also get that knowledge through some of the scooter clubs as well, can't you?
You can.
That's how I started all those years ago.
Yeah, scooter clubs, even your local scooter shops. You'll be surprised. Up and down the country, there's a lot of people from scooter shops that race.
True.
Do you know, Mike, I think it's compelling because I'm part of. I race classic Formula Ford sometimes, and there's Walter Hayes is the big festival, and I saw a young lady called Katie, I think, she's doing motorsport college at Silverstone, and she posted on our site I want to get some work experience. Is there anyone racing at the Hayes team I could come along and join? To me, that's compelling. Anybody like me or you reading that are going to try and match that person. Who's going to turn down a youngster who's asking for some... no one, are they? There's loads of people who have.
And it's putting themselves out there. I see, for me, that I would take... I was having this, once again, same conversation with my nephew, Harry. I was just saying, if you go and do something and you put yourself out there like an apprenticeship, stick with it. Like a lot of them, like his older brother who's thinking about dropping out of college, stick with it because on the CV it shows that, hold on a minute, you've stuck with something. It shows
totally
loyalty.
Agree.
Don't you think though that I don't know, it's been very broad in what I'm going to say, but that youngsters seem to expect things on a plate more these days, whereas to me, if they just got up and went into a bike shop saying, I'm doing this at college, or I'm coming up to finish in school, and I've got 6 weeks
to blame, to a degree, I'm afraid you've got to blame the parents for that a bit because they have too much too soon. It's a reality because you just don't get it. Like, bear in mind that we're Silverstone, right? So we've got a massive racing school.
Yeah.
I could count on one hand the number of kids who ever come in and say, genuinely, I mean, if you really want to get involved in the sport, starting at the race school as a trainee mechanic would be a good way of learning your trade. Because you're working on single-seaters, albeit they're school ones, they don't come.
No.
It's not like we get hit by people. We don't get 100 letters.
They don't seem to have the confidence. I don't know whether
Confidence
it's
as
the
well.
confidence or the
Right.
self.
I've got a man here to talk to me. Mike, come back and talk.
Yep, no
come
problem.
back and talk to me later.
Nice to see you all. Thanks for all watching. Oh, quick one before I do go. There is a few things on our page, on the Facebook page. Is the biggest fit, obviously, is this weekend we are doing our best for Team Caitlin. So,
Explain more about Team Caitlin.
I'll let Rushton do that because they are the.
Right.
Colin is the perfect man. So
I'll do this if you want.
yeah, so if you could, and obviously a massive shout out to all the sponsors: AME, Scooter Nova, Scooter Lab or Sluck, Thanet, AF Rayspeed, Lambretta Club of Great Britain, of course, Vespa Club of Great Britain, Express Signs from on Stockton, and Properly Protected, which is obviously insurance for us. Also Bev for putting up, because once again it is technically Bev's birthday weekend.
No way.
Again, as it is every Teesside
She
thing.
must love him lots.
So yeah, obviously Kirsty. Big things, obviously Team Caitlin. We haven't mentioned it, but there is also something else. There is a GoFundMe page for one of my racing family, which is a lovely bloke called Jer Crew.
Oh, love him.
He has had some horrific news. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. If you go on our page, all is explained, and there is a GoFundMe page for Drew and his family, set up by someone obviously they know. We would also love people to get on and support that, just as well as with Team Caitlin. So,
Mike, one final question for you. If I give you £5 or £10, can you go via the cafe and grab me a burger?
I'll get you something to eat, no problem.
That's perfect.
No problem.
Mike, you'll come back and talk
Thank
to
you.
us later, I'm sure.
Of course.
And keep us updated.
Yeah, well, we've still got nearly 5 hours, and we're just under 5 hours.
Yeah,
mark,
we
so
need to pace ourselves, don't we?
Of course. No problem. I'll go get you some food.
It's not 5 hours.
To eat. Well, 4 hours and 51.
No. Don't, in Keith's world, it's 3 plus 2.
Oh yes, you're quite right. Well, it's 3 plus 1 point. Yeah. Bless him. Right,
Mike,
thank you.
Thank you for that. Thanks for the inside track.
Cheers.
And sorry, I'm going to say thank you to Wendy as well, actually, for stepping in.
Amazing job.
She's jumped up here again, in between running about.
By the way, we should also thank, of course, the hard-working team here at Teesside,
all
those
marshals,
safety crew,
everyone that's made it possible.
And of course, guys, the boys from
and
Alpha Live.
Yeah.
They bring it to life. Yeah, bringing it to life.
Ellis, of course, lovely to see Ellis again.
Sharing it with millions of people worldwide.
I'm going to go because I'll be here all day otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Rushton. What is your name, sir? Say Colin. Welcome to the Ivory Commentary Tower.
Get that on.
Stick those on. Other way round.
Okay.
And that a bit close to your mouth. There you go.
Right, Colin, first of all, I want to thank you for the exceptional hospitality. There's no doubt, as ever, you guys are absolutely a ticket for us commentating types. Cheers. We're loving the support, as always.
So do the audience know what you're eating, drinking at the
well,
moment?
I'm taking a picture so that we can put it on the bsec page. But we are having... would someone do me the honours? Just prepare me one of these delicious... We've got homemade scones here.
Homemade jam?
Homemade jam.
My word.
Yeah, homemade jam.
Now, Jim Tanner with the magic spanner was going to make some homemade cream for you.
Yeah.
But obviously, because it's going live on telly, we thought we'd better cut that out.
Okay. So we've got... I'm just going to sample one of these. I mean, I've got to say, no other team in the paddock, thank you so much, do it as beautifully as these guys do. But actually, you guys did a tremendous job for a really good cause. And I'm going to stop talking while I eat my homemade scone with homemade jam.
Right, so
but
you
Colin,
tell us a bit more, Colin.
Team Caitlin, right. Charity set up by my daughter Emily, and Caitlin is her daughter, so my granddaughter. She was born 3 months premature. She had about 70% of her intestines die on her in the first couple of days of her life, so she's had to have that removed. She was tube fed after that. She's now peg fed. She's now bonny little thing, bless her.
How old is she
She's
now?
now 20 nearly 21 months old. Sadly, she, with a bit of a mishap, she got brain damage and it's now been diagnosed as cerebral palsy. So she's possibly never going to walk. As far as the extent of the brain damage, speech, all sorts of things we don't know yet.
I'm going to say the thing is with cerebral palsy, there is a lot that you can do, but it's taking time and taking it at the child's
absolutely
pace,
at their pace. So it's the great unknown. But bless her, my daughter Emily has set up this charity, so nothing actually benefits Caitlin apart from spreading a lovely name. But is what it does do is raise funds for people who are rushed into intensive care with their child. They haven't prepared to be there.
Well, no, of course not.
They've just gone straight to A&E, etc. So it provides sort of overnight bags with, toothbrushes, toothpaste, all sorts of things. It helps pay for car parking at the hospital because a lot of people just haven't even taken a wallet with them.
No.
There's also an element of taking families out for a day out. They've done once child's actually hopefully recovered from whatever they were in there for. It's focusing my daughter's mind on positives which have arisen from a big negative, really.
Of course.
And presumably these were lots of the things she would have experienced when it happened to her.
Oh yeah, oh absolutely, yes.
All the
So
difficulties.
and she doesn't want anyone else to go through that. So she'll also.
So these provided just to hospitals so that they can issue them. How does it work?
Good question. If you look on the website or the Facebook page or Twitter, which are all in the programme, then they will tell you far more than I can remember at this moment.
All right, lovely. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
No. Apologies. I've literally just got out of my leathers off the track, so I thought I'd just better have a chat and explain what we're raising money for.
We appreciate it.
So in the match race day programme, there's a QR code on the Caitlin page. So if you want to donate, you can just scan that and pay using your phone. We've got collection buckets in the cafe and our race gazebo.
Could somebody put the QR code onto the live feed so that people that are watching from home?
If we can get...
Is it on the side of your scooter? The QR code?
It is, and it's on...
Maybe we can
so
show it to our cameraman.
So, there it is.
Yeah, I'm sure we could show that to the cameraman at some point.
Whether that will pick up on the resolution of the TV camera, I don't know.
Do you get us the www of the Facebook page? Is it on it?
So it's all three are on there.
Okay. So we're looking at, folks, at...
Looks like it
is.
It's bigger on the back.
There we go. www.teamcaitlin.co. Caitlin, beg your pardon, .co.uk. There we go.
And that's Caitlin spelt Caitlin.
Thank you.
And actually, if you see our cameraman, give him a.
I think he's been following my back for a while.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
I know. While you were going round the paddock, I did notice there were lots of images showing.
Oh yeah, I think he was checking me out.
Colin, you must be very proud of your little granddaughter. She's clearly a fighter, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'm extremely proud of both my daughter and my granddaughter. Let's find a little picture.
Photo opportunity for us.
Absolutely, just so you can actually see how beautiful this little girl is. There she is earlier in the week.
Happy.
She's a very content little girl. The amount of operations she's had, major operations thus far, and
so she's a plucky little thing.
Oh yeah, she's
same hair as I had when I was a punk rocker.
Yeah, well there you go.
Yeah, we used to, that was all the fashion.
Well, absolutely, yeah. And this is her little electric mobility chair. So I'm just showing a little video to the commentary team at the moment.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. And she's operating that herself?
Yeah, she's actually pushing. There's a little yellow sort of foamy ball on a joystick.
That is so cool.
That is amazing.
Yeah, so she started using her head. She uses her arms occasionally, but yeah. So it gets her around the house and around the playground at nursery.
That is amazing, Colin.
Yeah.
Well, and do you know what? You must be also proud of the Irish brothers and sisters. They collected for that 210 quid or whatever.
That was truly humbling. Bless them. Lovely guys. Know all of them. Great racers. Great people to have a night out with as well. And well and truly beyond the Call of Duty. And I think it just shows you the camaraderie within the bsec race teams.
And the boy did a great job with the flag.
Oh yeah.
No one crashed at the first
Absolutely.
corner. You can't ask for more than that.
And he was only picked up in Liverpool as they came in off the ferry.
Wow.
So
that's a pressure job.
Yeah,
Dropping the
absolutely.
flag. Get that bit wrong, you could have riders all over the shop.
You could just be a piece of roadkill.
Yeah,
you could get mullered. So
exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I saw Keith do it the first time. It's a terrifying job. He did look quite nervous, but he did a fantastic job. So while we got a rider in here, I've got to ask you about this Teesside track as well. And listen, when I go out of here, I'm sitting in front of the fan. The minute I go outside, I start sweating, doing nothing but talking. Like you guys out on track, a stint today.
Yeah, my stint was interrupted with a helicopter and a couple of ambulances as well. So you're sitting there waiting to go, all dressed up, and you're wearing a full face lid, and somebody offers you a bottle of water, and he hadn't got a straw.
No, we're not quite that sophisticated.
Yeah, do I take the lid off and get a sunburnt head, or do I actually just think, sod it, let's drink the water? But
it's funny, we were discussing this actually over the commentary, but the reality as well, of course, is when it's a substantial shunt like there was, you riders, that's a really interesting dynamic, because you have got to, as a racer, myself a car racer, we've got to get back on it pretty damn quickly, because if you left the pit still thinking about what's just happened, you're likely to be the next person it happens to. You have to. It's part of our job, and any injured rider would want you to, I have to say as well. We all know the risk, don't we? So the reality is, it's always hard when I see a group of riders who are going out again after there's been a substantial shunt. Yeah, you've got to part that.
Absolutely.
Do you do anything sort of specific yourself to help get yourself back away from what's just happened to be able to go out there?
On a day like today, no, because people are asking you questions, because sadly when the yellow flags were waved, I was maybe 4th or 5th behind, and an ambulance had parked across the track, so you knew something was not good. So you're thinking, what can I do?
And of course, there is nothing you can do, is there?
You're just, bless them, paramedics were there so quickly.
You did a great job.
Absolutely. And Steve, you've got to keep plugging them as well, because
for sure.
They've had it's only one incident, but possibly it's quite major. But without their support, then no one goes racing.
No.
So,
absolutely, as they don't, if you don't have the marshals.
Indeed. So we take a hat off to them. But mindset, I was all right on my own over there, but suddenly you come back to the pits and then you're surrounded by the rest of your team, other teams. You can't help but talk.
Yeah.
And it's at the back of your mind, and you've just got to think, we've all come here to enjoy ourselves, but at the same time we know there is a risk.
Absolutely.
Before you step over that threshold, you know what the risks are. So you ride to your capabilities. Hopefully no one's pushing themselves beyond that and risking themselves or other folk around them.
I think we should say, from what the guys were telling me, in his case, the rider who fell, what's his name? Do we have his name?
I don't have his name.
But apparently the gearbox disintegrated, I heard.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
They thought
it's a Vespa gearbox.
I'm going to say they thought the engine had seized.
No, I think it was the gearbox and jammed it. It spat its gearbox out. I think that's so. I don't think he made a mistake. I
don't think it was rider error. Sadly, it was just mechanical failure. But
it's always there in the background.
When you're pushing 40, 50, 60-year-old scooters to the limit on an extremely hot day.
Is that your 10-minute warning, I think, Colin? You'll be back.
What, you're on? Oh, right. Okay, I'm wearing flip-flops. Okay. So, sorry about that. Where were we? Yeah, the machinery is antiquated, although obviously everyone tunes it to the best of their abilities. There is fatigue in old metal. So,
Of course, yeah.
sadly, we are pushing it to the limits. But that is the challenge we enjoy, because if it just rolled out of a showroom, what's the challenge in that?
And I suppose it's the challenge that everybody is going through. We've heard of others where a gear's crumbled and they've had to take the Christmas tree out and replace, get all the oil out, drain it.
These are challenges you face. I know.
This is endurance racing for you.
Absolutely.
I did mention as well, so one of my other passions is helicoptering, and I mentioned on the live stream, but when you see an air ambulance come in, because I know the Northampton guys do, I fly out of the same airfield.
Okay.
And when they come in, it doesn't necessarily mean that we should all be terrified, because the reality is, if you go to Northampton, they'll go to 3 or 4 shouts a day just to stay current. So do you see what I mean?
That's really good learning for me as a commentator.
I think people. I'm not saying it wasn't serious. Clearly, it was
No,
a bad chance.
absolutely.
The guy's moving. We wait for further information. But the point is, you tend to see an air ambulance, and everybody thinks the worst. But the reality is, the Northampton one, when we run bike track days at Silverstone, they'll come in and pick someone up because they need to fly to stay current.
Right.
So all of us piloting types, we have only a certain amount of time. If I don't fly every 28 days, I have to be checked again. Helicopter particularly. So these guys will, the more serious accidents happen during the day, they'll probably pick a couple.
So do they actually pick up? So when we called for an ambulance, do they automatically pick up and think, actually, we'll go to that one?
If they're going to fly 2 or 3, if they were, I'm not saying this was the case, but if they're having a quiet day, one where a rider had been knocked out would be a logical one to visit.
attend.
Just because the higher chance you benefit. We have.
We've got a scooter.
Solid air down.
Oh no, right. So he's trying to get it out of gear and get it off the track. Whereabouts are we? Oh, we're up the top end of the track.
Yeah.
Colin, we'll let you go back to what your day job, being a scooter racing god. And thanks for coming and talking about it. Caitlin, that's a fantastic
That bike's up and
thing.
going. That was number
Thank you.
What number was that? 13?
Yeah, Solid Air, Team 13.
Solid Air, they did stop at the top end, but he's got it going and back on the move. Thank goodness, says his team boss.
Thank you, guys.
So, just to give you a little bit of an update, so 3C's Racing, the Keneally brothers and Phil, they were about 4th or 5th down the order, but they've now caught up and are 1 lap ahead. No, they're on the same lap as Team DSC, which is number 78. They were ahead, but it looks like 3C's Racing have actually just passed them. In the lead, it's still number 30, the CST Racing, and that's being ridden at the moment by Stephen Graves, who races a Piaggio Zip at BSSO. And we're just looking at the feeds that are coming in. Just like to do a call out there to the Vespa Club of Great Britain. Do you know what, matey? We do know you exist. The reason we mention the Lambretta Club is because they are one of the sponsors of the event. So I'm sure if you wanted to get more of a mention, I'm sure Keith Terry would appreciate some sponsorship. But we've got plenty of Vespas out there. In fact, we've got all sorts of different bikes out there. I don't think everybody provided us with the information of what they've got. So in fact, 2 Sheds Racing, they're on bike number 2. They're riding a Vespa PK. The 3C's Racing, which is the guys that are in 2nd place at the moment, it just says Pony Express, but I believe they're riding a Lambretta. CST riding a Lambretta. In fact, Squadricosa Swab 96, they were the ones that had a seized engine. They were looking to try and fix that. It just says Italian Stallion, but in fact I also know that is a Lambretta. So it looks like in the pro race class there is just 1 Vespa out there, unless, let me just check. So 207, for those of the those of the people watching will see that he's actually down as being in the race class sponsored, because they now have 2 BSSO racers in the team. They've now had to move into the pro class, but I'm afraid it doesn't say what they're riding. So come on, Steve.
Well, one of the things I noticed here, Wendy, I'm looking at it and I see Kate Scooter Core Pants race back on. So I'm beginning to understand that pants over the thing, that's the name of the scooter. So is that what that pitboard's all about? The pants thing is about?
Well, I think when you go back out doing a tour, I think you need to find out.
Well, we'll send down Man Ellis.
Let's
I don't want to
see
get too close to those pants.
Well, and you don't want to be out there in the heat.
No. Well, no, I don't mind the heat, actually. I quite love that sort of stuff.
Ah, now I understand the cheese board bit.
Yes,
I didn't realise it was called Cheese Board Delight. I was thinking you were talking about something
listen,
I
we
didn't
live
understand.
a life of we commentating types because of Rushdom. We live a life of abstract luxury.
Yeah,
it's like being in a top London hotel. You just get delicious tea brought to you, scones.
How lucky
jam.
were we? Wasn't expecting waiter service. That's a fact.
No, it's very professionally delivered, and make sure that they do get more than their fair share of coverage. Having said that, they deserve it for their performance on track. And what are we looking at in terms now of laps recorded at the front? CST.
So it doesn't give the lap numbers on this one. It's only on that screen, but we've got the...
I need to move that across.
You need to slide it across a bit. Can you slide it so we don't see that?
I can try to. I'm a Macintosh user, so
Oh,
I
snap.
find... Oh, there we go.
Right.
I've managed to work it out.
So we can say CST are in the front with 112 laps. 3C's Racing, the Keneally brothers and Phil, are 111. And Team DSC 78, they are also on 111. And then we've got RFS Tune.
Julie's just dived in. Scooter Core Pants is a person watching. Nothing to do with the pants you were mentioning earlier. Thanks. Julie, thanks for that. I mean, to be fair, we've only just got the chat come up, so we've been neglecting it a bit compared to Wilton. We've got it now, though, so...
But this is new for me. I've never had anything.
You never had live chat?
Never had live chat.
No.
Probably good, because I'd probably get told off. I'm trying to find that team now. That's the green team.
What I can say for everybody watching, on wherever you are in the world, watching on your laptop on the live stream, it is hot here. I mean, honestly, I could be in Barbados. It's just ridiculous, and the riders are doing an incredible job, but when they come into the pits, they are melting. You know, it's going to be it is a proper endurance event when it's this hot.
So it's 27 degrees out there, but obviously track temperature is going to be... Is there a percentage that it is warmer out there?
No, but when I touched it earlier, it was 37.5. I think it's gone up to 39 now. But, if it's 27 degrees outside, what I would say to you is...
I'd like to point out your nose is getting bigger by the minute.
No, I'm telling you, I can assess... Go and take a thermometer. You'll find out I'm absolutely right. It's 39.5 at the minute. But if you go out there, what you need to do for the full effect, Wendy, go out there and put a set of leathers on, put some boots on, put a helmet on, and then jump on an exercise bike, put it on the maximum setting, ride as hard as you can. Then I think you'll be getting the full experience of competing here. Or not quite the full experience, because, of course, you need other exercise bikes passing you, diving underneath.
And you need the smell of two-stroke, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that's true enough. But it is, whatever way you cut it and shut it, those guys out there have been put through their paces. There's no question. But I'll tell you what will be happening Wednesday. There'll be a bit of weight loss going on. There'll be some weight loss going on.
As long as they're drinking enough water.
Yeah.
Right, I just wanted to bring you back. So, the top 3 teams are all the pro race teams.
Yep.
The fourth team is RFS Tune, and that is actually a road class sponsored team. Wow. So, in fact, and then 5th is VSC 207, so that's the bike that's been ridden by the sort of 2 key riders are John the Greek and Justin Price.
Yep.
And then in 6th, it's 19 P Cold Stars. So let's see where they are. I left my programme back in the van, and I'd got all the colours written down, so I didn't need to look it up. We did that yesterday, didn't we, young man? No.
Oh, listen to this, Wendy. Simon Allen, what a great day for you all if a bit hot. Great commentary, particularly the voice of the BSSO, Wendy.
No
heart,
way.
I'm telling you, look, big heart, love her, thumbs up. Told you he had fans all
Simon,
over the
thank
world.
you so much. I'm still much of a novice, I believe. This is my first full season at BSSO with British Historic Racing, and I've got to say I do love it.
It shows. It shows.
The thing is, if you listen to me do that commentary, I do get overly excited.
Nothing wrong with that. It's the scooter racing.
I can't help it.
So you should. I mean, what a spectacle out on track.
Do you know what? I've not noticed much out there. The smell of, I've lost it. The oil, Castrol. I've not noticed a Castrol. Right, I'm back on duty outside. I'll be back shortly. Oh, I can. I'm doing dual jobs now. My word, multitasking. So, yeah, no Castrol. I've not noticed the smell of it out there. You don't? It's got a really distinctive, delicious
It
smell.
does have, and I think that some people would think there are better oils probably now, synthetics and stuff. Unfortunately, like all the good things in life, eventually they're proven to be not good for us.
I've got to say, and wasn't Castrol the oil that blackened your yeah. Right, guys. So I just have to let you know. Sorry about this, but Nikita, my stepdaughter, is actually out on track now. She's taking her second stint on the number 30 bike.
Well,
so
I
for
did
those
say,
of you that know,
I said to Ellis, could you get her to come and chat to us? Because
No.
I really would like. She went out too shy, too modest.
she's a very confident,
yeah.
wonderful young woman who has just left the RAF as a firefighter. She's done her time, and I've asked to try and get her in the commentary box when we've been racing. So your best chance, I would suggest, is to catch her when she's in the pits.
Well, do you know why I'd like to talk to her? Because I think we could do with some more young ladies racing scooters. Really. It would be great to have her, from her perspective, to explain it and how she got fascinated by it. Because I think mentoring and being a role model and an icon is such a good way of encouraging people in. Because people see it and think, if she can, why can't I give it a go? So,
in fact, there was a chap that brought his daughter, probably 10 or 11, to a couple of race meetings last year, and he said to his daughter, I think I'm going to have a go at this racing lark. He said, you'll cheer for me, won't you? And she says, no, I'll be cheering for Nikita.
perfect. Bring her up. Get her to come and talk to us.
No, you've no chance. You need to go catch her in the pits. So you'll have to get your mate out there to find her.
Ellis, our roving reporter, I don't know where he is, but when he comes back in, I'll say, top man.
Actually, tell him he's next to 96. He's next to the CST and next to the Swarbricks.
Okay.
Number 96, and I know he's been there.
Okay. And I'm going to hand the microphone to you. I'm going to be temporarily off air. So
Is that right?
It's your show now,
Oh, I
Wendy.
don't like this.
You're the boss. I'll be back with you in a second.
Do you want to have a chat? Right, there. Get the headset on. What's your name? So, Mark.
Mark Bennett's team Solidaire. Put him on, Mark, and I'll release you.
Right, so I've now got Mark Bennett with me from team
Solidaire.
Solidaire.
Number 13.
Right, number 13. Oh, you were stood in the doorway when
Yeah.
you're. So, do we know what happened?
I just saw him. I saw him on the monitor. He just slid off on the big curve at the bottom. Low-sided it. Just obviously lost the grip on his rear wheel.
Yeah.
It's gone out into the pits, but I've seen Viv. He's back out on the scooter, so obviously everything was fixed. It didn't look too major. Shane rode it back into the pits.
Good. So,
yeah.
What have you got to tell us then?
I'm bringing out a book shortly, which I've written.
All right.
So I thought you might like to know about that and give it a bit of promotion.
Yeah,
And
go for it.
so it's over the past year I've been writing it, and it's about scooters, basically.
No
and
way.
I know, it's strange that. It's about how I got into scooters as a kid.
Oh, okay.
And basically what I've done with them since then.
Right.
And,
so lots of interesting tales to tell, no
I hope
doubt.
so.
Breakdowns on runs and those sorts of things.
Breakdowns, crashes, good things, bad things.
Well, no, interesting. Things. Things that you learnt from, I'm guessing, as well.
Absolutely.
Good.
Yeah.
So when did you start riding?
When I was 16.
Okay, and what was your first bike?
Oh, a little Vespa 50.
A Vespa 50.
Yeah,
Okay.
great
And
machines.
how long did you ride that for before?
Before I crashed it.
Oh, you crashed that, right? Okay, fine.
About
Fine.
6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more than that, 6-8 months. Yeah, that was what got me into it, riding wise.
Right. Okay. And did you stick with a Vespa?
No, I've had both Vespas, Lambrettas. Prefer Lambrettas.
I was going to say, and why do you prefer a Lambretta?
Really explain it. It's just you do, don't you? It's aesthetic. You like the look of them. You like what people are.
I must admit, I love the shape of a Lambretta compared to a Vespa. It's more streamlined. So in a way, to me, it's a more classy frame and shape. I mean, yeah, obviously, Vespas. I remember when we were doing the runs when I was in the late 70s. People were on Vespas and they rode them because they were more reliable.
Supposed to be reliable, yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time they were then because we didn't have a lot of money and didn't know what to do with them to keep them running.
No.
So we went and bought a brand new Vespa and hopefully kept that running.
That exactly, and I must admit I remember that, but just not the same.
It's not the same.
So where was your first run?
Morecambe, 1985.
1985.
Yeah, way back when.
Okay.
And
Right. Okay. So where are you from then?
I'm from Cambridge.
Oh, right.
area.
So a decent
Yeah, well,
run
that
then.
first one, it's all explained in the book, as it were.
It's okay.
I didn't have a scooter on the road, so I crashed it, and I didn't know anyone else riding scooters, so I ended up getting a lift up to Liverpool and then catching a train to Morecambe because I wanted to see what it was all about.
Right, I'm with you.
It was one of the classic. I was a little mod when I was at school, and then went to my first scooter rally as a mod and walked away wanting a Lambretta GP, wanting a flight jacket, a short haircut, and I wanted to be a scooter boy.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So where was the first run that you went to where you rode a bike?
That was following year. That was Great Yarmouth. Yeah.
Right.
Which was sort of like the local rally for us.
Okay.
And and always ride since then. Always ride. It's about the riding. Simply, it's about the riding.
Very
Love
good.
It, I ride all year.
So do you actually have a favourite Lambretta that you've owned out of
It's
how
out
many?
on the track now.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That is my.
Is it
favourite
pride
scooter
and
ever.
joy?
Absolutely, battered to pieces.
And you're actually racing it?
Yes, it's not the first time.
Okay.
I ride it here. We should have had another scooter, but Shane didn't get it done in time. So I ride it here, race it, ride it home, and
Wow.
often go to work on the Monday. Or
So
whatever.
is it a standard bike?
No, not at all.
So go on, tell us about the spec.
It's a Quattrini 190. Most of them are 210 cc's, but this is a 190. I've adjusted it slightly. to
Right,
make it
why
reliable for me.
190 and not a 210?
Because I had lots of problems with the kit and I was breaking pistons, so I had to make it reliable for me.
Yeah.
And that's what we did. So we adjusted the barrel, and ever since it's worked as really reliable for me. It doesn't break pistons.
Right,
and
now,
it does
can I
lots of
just
miles.
say I'm hoping that wasn't a commentator's curse there. Sorry about that.
I'm always
I
touching
led
wood.
you down that path and that was really bad, really
If
bad.
it happens, it happens. But yeah, that's I haven't seen come past recently. But yeah, number 13 is the Lambretta GP is just an iconic design for me. It's a 50-year-old design, and it still looks good.
Have you ever been to Italy to the factory?
No, didn't to the factory, but I've been to Italy, to Adria, when we did the Euro Rally there.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that scooter's been all around Europe. Earlier this year, we were in Sweden and Norway with it as well. So yeah, it does everything. It literally does everything. And so there's a lot about that in the book, and about the trips that we did, and the racing gets mentioned. That racing's got a whole section in it.
Excellent.
And hopefully, it will be something that people who are scooter riders will enjoy, because that's obviously the main subject.
Of
But hopefully,
course.
it's done in a way that people who don't know anything about scooters, who like travel, or who like a bit of finding about what other people have done, it will be readable for them as well.
Excellent. So, did you join a scooter club, I assume?
No, I'm solo sort of thing.
Solo,
Yeah.
so you never
Yeah.
joined a club?
I was in a club in Cambridge in the 80s, the Desert Rats.
Okay, yeah.
Long time ago. I'm in the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, so I do their events. Next week we're doing the Coast to Coast on
Oh, nice
Solid
one.
Air.
Is that
All
one of the
doing
sign-in?
I think so, yeah.
Great stuff.
Where were we? And lost my flow there. So we
So you're doing the coast to coast
yeah,
next
coast to coast
weekend?
next weekend. And then it'll be just riding through the winter, going back to forced work until next year, and it all starts again.
It's yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So hopefully around the end of October, the book will be out. I'm putting it out on Facebook shortly and starting to let people know about it.
Excellent.
And yeah, see where it takes it. Hopefully people enjoy it.
Lovely. Well, thanks for letting us know about that. So what is the name of the book?
There you go. It's called Taking in the View.
So
Life
there you
from
go.
A Scooter.
Taking in the View, Life from a Scooter, and read it like you stole it. A nice take on the saying there.
That came to me one night. I thought, yeah, that'll do.
Very good.
Yeah. And like I say, end of October, hopefully, all being well, it'll be out for sale.
All right, lovely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much
Great
indeed.
stuff, thank you.
And good luck for the rest of the day. All right. Right, guys, so back out on track. CST are in the lead, but only just. The 3Cs and Phil on bike 18 are catching up. They are now just less than 9 seconds behind CST Racing. And in third place, Team DSC are in the same lap, but they are 1 minute 16 seconds behind our lead team. RFS Tuning are still in fourth, with VSC Club 207 being in fifth place. I really need to get these colours sorted out again, and then I can give you a bit more information. So let me get my pen out, and I'll be able to give you a bit more info, guys, so apologies for that. Right, so I'm back. So I can give you the top teams and explain the colours to you if you're watching from home. Sorry, I've not done this earlier. So blue is the pro race, sponsored by AME Auto, and we now have the 4 race teams out in the front, and the 3 CSs have taken the lead from Team DSC 78, and CST Racing are now in third, but I'm guessing they're doing a rider change, but we'll come back to that. So the next fifth is RFS Tuning, and they are in the road class, sponsored by Scooter Nova magazine. Then we have the first of the club classes, and they're the reds in the red, and that's P Gold Stars. And then the first of, is that everybody? Green? Oh, yellow. So yellow is the race sponsored class, and the first of them is the ST Terriers number 114. So it looks like we have, I think there were 38 teams entered for this weekend. So let's just check. I don't know if we can see if anybody isn't out on track. But I suppose we'll catch up with your mate that's out wandering. He will no doubt tell us if there are any that are still out in the pits trying to be repaired, etc. So 3C's Racing are actually on a roll. They have now put nearly, so they're 53 seconds ahead of Team DSC on bike 78. So the 3C's are on 18. Team DSC are on 78. CST Racing on 30. And VSC Club on 207. So we've got another of the racers out there on bike 74. That's Mark Shirley. He's potentially our oldest rider out there. He rides for Chisel Speed Tuning on a Piaggio Zip. He does the Group 10, which is the smaller bike. But there isn't a class for that this year. There's only one rider, and in BSSO there needs to be 3 bikes competing for there to be a class. But he also rides in a bigger, I think it's an 80cc Piaggio Zip in the Class 6A, where he's competing alongside Justin Price, who's riding on for VSC Club on number 207. But Justin rides a Gilera runner at 180 cc's, whereas Mark Shirley's on an 80cc Piaggio Zip. So are you back with us, Steve, now? Did you enjoy your lunch?
I did. Thank you very much. I'm just looking here. There's lots of shouts out that we should read out, really. I'm looking at, let me see, some dedications. Christy, go, Team GRR. Lorraine O'Reilly, best of luck from Kildare and Ireland to Arthur Didanan, number 32 from Lorraine and Dan watching on Ireland. Good to have you with us, Ireland. And of course, remember, it was your posse who put together the loot to finance our flagman. So congratulations on that. The Irish really stole that.
Hey, Jerry, glad you've joined us. I'm glad you're enjoying the scooter racing. You must be absolutely shattered if you've been watching a 24-hour karting race and then picked up with the scooters. But enjoy, young man, enjoy.
He's hardcore. He's upgraded from karting to scooters. So let's have a look here. There was a couple others I wanted to just... Team IDK is a shout for them. We also have... Let's have a look here. Video was stuttering, yes, earlier.
Oh, there's sticky features. He's telling Phil Simpson that you don't need a race licence. You don't. You need a full road licence.
Steve Bone, come on, LLC. Steve Bone suggesting hydration with Aperol Spritz. I could use one of those now myself.
Oh, yeah, sounds...
Do me a favour, Steve, just send out for us, do one of those, what is it, we deliver or something like that. Send...
talk to the team that brought the tea.
Yeah, homemade sangria would sound good too. 3 Squid Kid, go 135. Yeah, Julie Tracy, go IDK. Go IDK 347, we mentioned there. Kate Scooter Cool Pants, yeah.
Rolf.
Oh, Rolf, yeah. Come on, London Lambretta Club from Rolf May. Greetings from Germany. Thank you, Rolf. Let's have a look.
How wonderful that people are actually watching and actually wanting to talk to us.
That's a surprise to you, Wendy.
Well, it is. It's a new experience.
Why wouldn't there be? This is scooter racing, endurance scooter racing. Look at this, Robin Quartermain. We've got that Fourth Wave, London Lambretta Club, yeah. Chalky Lord, come on, Valley 207 and 210. Good luck, lads. That's great, isn't it? Let's have a look. TAS, Thanet Area Scooter Services. Come on, Team TAS. 63 with the team boss watching from Zante on the beach.
Oh, nice one.
No, I bet it's hotter here. I wouldn't be surprised.
Do you know what? I bet you're right.
It's probably hotter here. Come
I
over.
bet you're right.
Yeah, come and test Thanet. Come and watch us here. Charlie Atkinson, good luck, Dad. Wendy. What's that? Wendy. Vespa Club of Britain are a sponsor for this great event.
Oh, God, sorry. My mistake.
From Dorset, 1964.
And you're right, it is
I think
Vespa
Dorset's
Club
lying about
of
their age.
Britain.
I do that myself, actually. Darren Cannon, the Pickering Gold Stars going brilliant. Mark Ellis, come on, Team CSC, sorry I couldn't make it. Tracy Tilford, shout out to Teams G, RR and IDK. Watching you both from sunny Uckfield. Three Squid Kid going Rushton. I echo that Three Squid Kid because we're sitting here looking at our scones, courtesy of Rushton. Let's hear more about the teams that are not pro race, please. Well, that's over to you, Wendy. Crack on.
Cheeky devil. Okay, so I think I'm frustrated that we don't have all the bike details on here. So we're looking, so we've got, so SS Terriers and Dukes of Essex are the lead two race class sponsored. So these are the teams that have one racer with them, but the rest of the team are a club or road riders, but are classed as a race sponsored team because of that. So I do have names here, but whether they are correct, I don't have an up-to-date list. But so I can see Spire Tarmac Terriers. They have 3 riders in the programme. They're Wayne Barker, Nick Prince and Owen Coslow. I can't tell you what speed they're doing at the moment, but they are maintaining a good position there in 9th place as the first of the race class. They are sponsored by, this class is sponsored by AF Rayspeed Limited. Oh, right, so Dukes of Essex are now, they're in 10th, followed by their partner team. So on Dukes of Essex 2, we've got Sean Collinson, Rich Collinson and Dave Malik. And you will have heard Mikey Bonnet mention John Bolcombe. So John Bolcombe owns a scooter shop in Southend, and he's riding with, in the programme, I'm afraid it says Seaman Staines and I Am Spartacus, but that is that's because the team didn't actually give the names of the riders.
They're only going to broadcast this after 9 now because of that.
Well,
do you realise
you
that?
know,
It's after the watershed.
You'd have to understand. So
I don't know what it means personally, but
yeah,
it's one of the vagaries of Keith's mind, which is losing. We discussed
Captain
that.
Pugwash was a children's television programme.
Yeah, probably the less said about that, the better. We welcome to our commentary ivory tower, and brilliant commentary there, Wendy. Thank you for that. We have a gentleman from Scooter, in fact, Mr. Scooter Lab UK. And first of all, Iggy, I should say thank you for that wonderful picture, which I stole off your website. I was most honoured to be on your website. So, but I know that you guys are you make, I don't know how to explain what you do, but you make clever things, clever parts, re-engineering solutions for scooters. Would you say?
I mean, it's primarily a scooter magazine online.
Okay.
So that's the main business. But then from that, we sort of developed a few products and we ended up, I think we make about 75 products there. Most of them sort of plastic things for scooters, but other stuff like the slug clips and bits and bobs are just stuff that we've developed.
Let me take Iggy's chan up just a fraction.
What's your most successful part?
It's probably the slug guard for a Vespa GTS stops the frame rotting. So
Oh, absolutely.
it's
Vital then.
Yeah, it's just a simple product, but sold thousands really.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, that's what started a lot of it really.
Have you got anything in development?
At the minute, no. We're just looking at, because the 2023 model GTS has just come out, we're about to redo the screens for them because everything's changed on that model.
As they do.
Yeah, thanks Vespa. So yeah, we're looking at that. Sticky's always doing a few little bits and bobs as well. Sticky works with me sometimes on Slug. He used to own it with me, but he's left now. So he's always developing little bits and bobs as well. He designed the Slug clips that is also one of our best sellers.
So how did you get involved in scootering yourself?
What, from the start?
Yeah, were you a racer first?
No. Got into scooters at school, probably 12 or 13 years old with the Quadrophenia revival. So it's only about 5 years ago, really.
Cheeky monkey.
Yeah, no.
Been doing it for probably 35 years, something like that.
Okay.
Mostly on the scooter rallies and do the odd bits of racing, especially since bsec started. It's made it a lot more accessible.
Were you a mod originally? Would you say?
When I was about 12 or 13, yes, but
Could see him as a mod, couldn't you? Yeah. He's got that look about him. Clean cut.
The thing is, in the 70s, I don't think everybody necessarily thought themselves as mods. We were scooter riders. You didn't, I would say, a bit off, but you possibly didn't want to be associated with the mods because we were committed scooter riders that didn't dress in the same way. No. We tended to wear parkas, or if you came from Grimsby, you wore Aaron jumpers. So
that's a mod style, wasn't it?
No.
It was practical as well, wasn't it, back then? You couldn't get the riding kit that you can get now, can you?
No, you're right, you couldn't. But no, mods and scooter riders in the 70s and 80s to me were two totally different sorts of people.
Yeah.
I would have been a mod. I mean, I love motorcycles, but I loved Quadrophenia. Yeah. Massively inspirational to me. That album, film, the ethos. I loved that, and I loved that whole. I don't know, the scene. Yeah. So I would happily have been a mod, I think.
And they actually used a lot of scooter riders from some of the ride-outs that I went on to, Scarborough, etc., were actually used as extras in the film.
And they're still going today, a lot of them, people like Tom Petch and Ginger and stuff, still riding.
Yeah.
There's a whole, do you know, I don't know if you'd agree with this, but there's a whole, when I started travelling to Italy, I fell in love with scooters all over again. Like, been in Rome, or anywhere in Italy, the plethora of scooters been used all the time. I don't know, it just like, you really understood, when you go to Italy, you really understood why the scooter became big business. Same as the Fiat 500.
Yeah.
You know, you got a nation starved of material. So when people complain, I always say, I have a couple of Alfa Romeos, a couple of Ducatis, and people say about they don't understand what genius came out of Italy, but they don't understand, even compared to the UK, how hamstrung they were. The Italians come out of the war. People always say, oh, there's no Alfa Suds left because they all rusted away. Well, you try and make cars when you had no resources to make. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
But when I drove for Alfa Romeo as a works driver, and when I drove for Alfa in America, the owner of the team in Miami would educate me on how many firsts Alfa Romeo had that they brought to the car industry, but they were never able to capitalise on. No. But they were responsible. So the Italians, I think sometimes people outside of scootering, Iggy, think of scooters as being a bit quirky, and they think, well, it's not quite a motorbike, or it doesn't handle that well, or it's a road thing. They don't understand that the Italians were all about enabling people, weren't they? Like, this was transport for the masses.
Definitely, yeah. Certainly post-war, it's all they've got, wasn't it?
And when you see like a little tuk-tuk, or I was in Capri, which I've completely fell in love with. It's a beautiful place. And they have the little scooter with, little scooter van.
Yeah, Piaggio Apes.
Is that what they're called? Yeah. I mean, they're adorable, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
When
you see them all over Italy, just carrying vegetables or whatever. They're just a work van.
Do you know, I was watching a black and white film last week. Can't remember what it's called. Was it Roman Holiday?
Oh, I love that film. We all love that film.
Where she sits on the Vespa side saddle on the back, and it's like...
And they still do.
Yeah, but the thing is, that just feels so... cornering with somebody sat on. You really, it feels like you need, like they do when they ride side saddle on a horse, something to hook your leg round. Because if you go round, are you going to tip somebody off? Maybe you're not going that fast.
Maybe not.
But look at the style.
Yeah.
Look at the style.
Cool. They're cool, aren't they?
Julie Tracy, hello, Iggy.
Help, Tracy. Should have been here. You're supposed to be coming up cheering us on.
Mod do. Denise O'Brien, come on Team Catlin. Paul Carey, come on Team 32. Carl getting some great lap times. Iggy, in this temperature, to be getting good lap times, they must be riding well, right?
Yeah, it's quite warm out there. I came in, literally had to strip everything off. I was wet through. It's not nice being in leathers today.
No, for sure. But also, from practical point of view, volumetric.
And it's had to get them off when you're hot as well.
Just for the benefit of viewers, I've actually put some clothes back on for this interview.
Yeah, he's not wearing leathers, folks.
No, he's wearing
apart from his leather garters.
He's not naked, he is wearing shorts and a T-shirt. Just a bit of a call out there to 3CS Racing. They were 2 laps ahead of Team DSC 78, but that's now down to just 1 lap. It looks like CST Racing had a problem and the bike came in, and they're now down in 7 laps behind. But it has meant that RFS Tune and number 21 Aort, I'll find out a bit more about them, they're up into 3rd and 4th. But there are now 4 teams 7 laps behind 2. So there's 2 of the greens, which are the road class, a red, which is a club class, and the CST Racing bike that is just back out there now.
Is
Wendy,
number 4 back out yet?
Pardon?
Is number 4 London Lambretta back out yet? We've just been in the pits for whether reed petal.
Right, so we need to have a look here, right there. So it is out. Can you see that line? That means it's out.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, we was up in about 15th. I think we had a gear problem, so we had to come in, and then it was about 6th. Had to come in for a gear problem, and then we just had a reed petal blow, so it cost us about 3/4 of an hour in the pits.
I wonder how many, just out of interest, how many bikes have had to come in and have work done, because with it, like we were saying earlier, with the age of the bikes, these things happen, and you can be as prepared, really, really well prepared and tested it, but
it's quite often just small things like a gear pin came out of ours, and it cost you probably 6 or 7 laps just for that.
Sure, because a lot of people tried to iron out problems last night with the testing. So, like I said earlier, there were a number of teams that lengthened the gear change.
Someone down?
It's a black flag.
Who for?
Have they given a number? If they give a black flag, don't we need a number?
Somebody's been naughty. Unless he's got something dropping off his bike, maybe.
I was just going to say, potentially it could be that there's something been spotted. Because the marshals obviously talk to each other to ensure that the racing is safe.
Got a few dedications here. Wendy, go team to Dan Vespa, Lambretta, yup, the Irish from Steele, the grey-haired fox. Denise O'Brien, come on team, Caitlin.
Andy Corner, big up Valley SC riders, keep on keeping on.
Yeah, look, there's Johan Bormans, 230 Danan team up the Irish again. Denise O'Brien, come on, Rushton Lambra Club, yes. We should have been there, you should.
That's right, Tracy.
Mark Ellis, love listening to Wendy, best BSSO commentator ever. Oh, wow. Wow.
Look at you.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Thank you very much.
Wide Boys Lambretta Club, fabulous coverage showing the world of great sport. Hopefully get a few new teams in. That's what we hope for too. We'd like that.
I wonder if the size of the tracks restricts the amount of teams you can have.
I think to an extent, but I think on some of the bike meetings they have about 50 teams.
Oh, do they really?
On the endurance.
The thing is, once the racing starts, not everybody's out at the same time anyway, are they?
No.
There's...
No, it's a big enough track to get through traffic. It's not too bad, really. Whereas Wilton Mill's a bit more compact.
I've not been to Wilton Mill, so I'm not sure.
It's a long way south. I could tell from riding up here yesterday. This is a long way north for us Southerners. If you're like me, based near Silverstone, then it's worth coming, but it's a long.
A long drag. How long did it take you?
I rode 350 miles on a motorcycle.
You mentioned 2 bikes. How does that work? You can't ride 2.
No, so I went and picked so I'm a test rider for Triumph, so I write about the bikes. So I rode 65 miles on my partner's Ducati Monster.
Right.
Left the Monster at the dealership, picked up the Tiger Explorer, 65 miles back to my house, and then 230, well, it would have been 225 miles, but it turned out to be 260 because I took a wrong turn. Because the stupid little beeline sat-nav thing I've got.
I think you'll find we took a bit of a wrong turn when we arrived yesterday. Very frustrating. I think the directions, the sat-nav, it was saying go right here, and it's like, well, we can't, so you have to go round. And
Iggy, where's SLUK?
I'm based in Nottinghamshire. So just a bit north of you, really. About an hour away.
Okay.
Yeah.
They normally say Sluck.
Yes.
Sluck.
Scooter Lab UK or Sluck.
Well, do you know what? As this sport develops, people like you are also helping to keep it going, because the reality is, if you don't, we have it the same. I race classic cars, or did up until 2 weeks ago. And if it wasn't for people like you making clever parts, half the cars wouldn't be running, because
certainly the new stuff that's come out for Lambrettas in the last few years and Vespas, tuning-wise, it's unbelievable. And that's what a lot of these are running on. Not stuff that we've made, but some of the Italian firms and stuff. All the remade parts, it's just made it so much more reliable, really, and more practical to race these things or ride them on the road.
And also, materials have changed, haven't they, so much in the last few years? Because people, it's really funny, you know, because I've got now quite a background in classic racing and restoration. I worked with JD Classics, which was the biggest. They had 60 people employed in Malden restoring classic cars. And sometimes people would say to them, restore this car exactly as it was when it came out the showroom. And they would be quite rightly would say, well, are you sure you don't want clutches that will last, brakes that will last? It's all very well restoring exactly, but then you're going to have all the same problems that they had when the car was new, which is that it got 50 miles down the M1 and broke down. So wouldn't you rather have modern ignition?
I would, for example.
Can I just interrupt? I just want to give an update because we've now got 2 of the road classic teams up in 3rd and 4th. So that's Team 21 AO. I'm not sure what that stands for. And that, as I've got in the programme, is a 265 Lambretta GP. And that's Mark Reed, Chris Lofts and Tim Fox. So well done. You're doing a cracking job out there, guys. And then on the same lap as them, we've got RFS Tune, and they're on the 200 Lambretta. Alex Lehman, Mark Ellis and Phil Caddy is the latest that I've got on the riders. Apologies if it's not correct, but I've only got the programme to work on. What you got to think is these guys are road riders, so not racers. But a 265 out there, you may expect that to be going a lot faster than the 200. But in fact, it is about consistency. I know people want to be racing and doing well out there, but the aim in this race is to finish the whole 8 hours. So to be consistent at a regular lap time rather than flogging your bike to death and then ended up with it coming off and needing some spare parts or
from Iggy.
Replacement parts.
At least buy them from Iggy.
Thank you.
But yeah, so
I've been Wendy, I've been chastised by Phil Tracy. Says, don't blow any more smoke up Iggy. He'll never get his leathers back on. There's concern he might get ideas above his station.
He could always go and have a cold shower first.
Yeah, could do.
He looks pretty fit and slim to me, to be fair. He should be puffing and wheezing and pouring sweat.
It's only riding Lambrettas around a racetrack. It's not hard work, is it?
Not much. I mean, I'm taking it, Iggy, you get road riders come to you for parts as well.
Oh,
right?
yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, most of my customers be road riders rather than racers, but race to buy stuff as well. Quite a few of the screens you'll see on the scooters on the racetrack today is stuff that we make.
Okay.
Most of it's road riders.
When you say we make,
do
you make it in the UK?
Yeah, we do.
Love that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the minute, do you know something? Maybe it's just me. The minute someone's making stuff in the UK, I'm on board.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if you get that, but there's my first question when I'm asking people, if I'm buying bits for my cars, my race, my bikes, where do you make it? They're like, oh, that's a funny question. No, where do you make it? Oh, well, we bring it from China. Ding, sorry.
Yeah.
But I know some things we have to buy.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But the minute someone's making something for me in the UK, right, I'll pay more for it. Maybe I'm an idiot.
Yeah,
I probably am.
That's the trouble.
No, but I will.
Yeah.
I will pay more for it. Guitar amplifiers has to be handmade in the UK. I'll pay more for it. I'd rather have one made in the UK than 10 made.
Yeah, we've got a little workshop in Leicester.
Sorry,
we've got a little workshop in Leicestershire. A man called Nigel runs it, and he's a proper old craftsman, sort of tool maker and stuff. And you can go to him with an idea, and within minutes he's got a prototype sort of formed, and it's amazing to watch really the process. Everything's done in-house, so we've got all quality control, and any problems with fitting or anything we can iron out straight away rather than to-ing and throwing to China or wherever.
I'm sorry to say it, but I just love that approach to it. I'm
Absolutely.
sure I feel like at some point there might be a backlash. We've been through a generation where people just want things cheap as they can,
That's right, yeah.
and now we're paying the price for it. And do you know what? It's funny, when I started working with H&H Bike Auctions, making their films for them, and Silverstone Classic, I did my homework, and I found out there used to be, believe it or not, 700 different British motorcycle brands in the 20s, 30s, 40s and 50s, right? We exported motorcycles to the entire universe, and one at a time we let that advantage slip away. So what we have now, thank God we've got some British brands, but still, the minute you know, people say, how did we lose the empire? How did go out of Great Britain? Well, it starts when you think it'd be a better idea just to be a totally a service country or just import everything, right? Because
it's a big warehouse, really, aren't we, these days?
Yeah, but we need to go the other way if we want to have authority again. Yeah. And I think there's a market for it.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Personally,
it's
listen,
I'm
not
getting people to sort of not be price led though.
Yeah, and not be greedy.
Yeah.
Have one quality item.
Yeah.
Don't have 3 or 4. That's a different mindset. But your story warms my heart to hear there's a little guy in a workshop, and I know what you're talking about because I know people in the racing industry, old school craftsmen.
Yeah. He's got a little curly moustache. He's proper old school, eccentric, fantastic. So big shout out to Nigel if he's listening.
Nigel, you've been shouted out. He probably doesn't. You know, he's probably old school. He doesn't have a laptop to be watching this on. He'll be out if he's got any sense. He'll be out in the garden.
Yeah, or on his bike he's got a big Triumph. What's it? Triumph. What's it called? Triumph Rocket. Sorry. Yeah, it's
the new one.
Yeah.
I wrote this. That's
not the new one, but it's one.
The one before 2.3 triple.
Yeah.
Massive thing.
Good grief.
Proper horsepower. Torque.
Bigger than a car engine.
Yeah, but the speed limit's on the road.
No. No, there really isn't. Oh, that's why you ride a motorbike.
Okay.
You're allowed to go as fast as you like on a motorbike.
Is that it? Obviously, that was
because
something
you
I
haven't
didn't
got a forward-facing plate, so you're not as susceptible to, shall we say, cameras on top of bridges.
Yeah.
Slow down for villages and towns.
Yes. Not that we condone speeding,
not at all.
Of course.
Totally not. We don't condone that, especially not in built-up areas. Because I'm a catter and I love my pussies. Yeah. So if anyone goes through my village too fast, I'm out in the roads.
You're not happy?
No, honestly, I'll stop them. I'll pull them over.
So, a question for you.
Yes.
Are you likely to do the straight lining that's taking place next weekend?
I thought it was the weekend after.
I think the weekend after that is Cadwell. I'm sure it's next weekend.
I think Cadwell's next weekend.
No. Cadwell is definitely not next weekend because I'm in Scotland.
Right. Well, if it's straight liners next weekend, no, because I'm in Belgium on a scooter rally.
Ah, right.
If it's a weekend after, then yes, which I was planning to go to, so I'll have to check that. If anyone's listening, they can tell us.
I'm sure.
But I thought it was the 24th.
Let's see if I can have a quick.
Hard to believe that we've only just passed the halfway mark.
Yeah.
Value for money from a riding, driving, laps, time on track.
Yeah,
it is unbeatable, isn't it?
Yesterday, 3 hours practice. It's 20. Yes,
that's Cadwell.
Oh, Cadwell. Oh, right. Unless it clashes with Cadwell.
I didn't think it did.
Yeah.
Because I believe my other half was thinking of going, and I said, well, he'd have to go on his own because I'm with the daughter and grandchildren in Scotland with my mummy and daddy.
Right.
So.
Yes, Steve, value for money for this, you can't beat it, can you?
No, do you know, it's funny, Iggy, I was saying earlier on, the one thing you'll never hear is anyone go away from this event tonight saying, I wish I'd had a few more laps.
No way.
They'll go away shattered.
Yeah, then nobody's going to be saying. And I think one of the things why we've lost people from car racing in recent seasons is because people have said, well, I turned up and I got a 20-minute qualifying, and I hear it. And I had a 22-minute race.
Yeah.
And so I did 40 minutes in the car, and it cost me thousands and thousands. Whereas you come here, you split your entry. Your entry is the same as costs our entry for an endurance as we pay for a sprint.
Yeah.
And you perhaps split it 5 ways, and you just like in terms of racing, and that actually the only reason you wouldn't look at this, and this is what I always come back to with the car racing world, and I speak as someone's just come out of it, but the reality is there's a lot of posing and ego tripping.
Yeah.
If you want to, if it's all about just racing, and you've got very limited funds, come and scooter race, and knock yourself out because not literally, but you're going to get so much track time and action for your pound.
You couldn't even buy the brakes for your race car for what it costs to put a decent scooter together.
Is correct. I said earlier on to build the 911 engine of the car I raced at the festival, and this was mates rates with friends helping me, was 27,000. I didn't pay it.
No.
But it's £27,000 to build an engine, which is probably, if you wanted to be really competitive, got a life of 1,000 miles.
Gosh.
If you want to be really competitive, and even if it wasn't a full rebuild, there'd be a 6 or 8 grand refresh on that engine. nutty, isn't it? When you think about it.
Yeah.
When I hear one of the guys in the pits was talking about some sort of updated barrel that gained them an extra 20 miles an hour, and it cost him 340 quid. So it was obviously a production type scooter, and he put a barrel on it.
Yeah.
If you said to me, we would spend tens of thousands to gain 2 miles an hour speed advantage, genuinely.
But is that because of where they have been developed to by now?
No. Do you know what I think it is as well? It's like, first of all, they're bigger, heavier, much heavier, and okay, we got say the Porsche race had 250 horsepower, so that therefore wears everything out quicker than the scooter engine will. So and you've got 4 of everything going on. But I would also say it is a world in which actually people take the mickey a bit as well, price-wise, because they can. If you went to Goodwood, which is on this weekend at the Revival, you'll see people racing minis, and the number one mini engine builder would be a £24,000-25,000 engine.
Sorry to interrupt you a minute. Need to give a call out to RFS Tune. They've now passed Pickering Gold Stars Auto, so they are a scooter club, I think. Let's just double check. Yeah, scooter
They're
club.
very impressive, aren't they,
And
Wendy?
they are up in 4th place.
140 on laps.
Yeah, doing really, really well. So go them. Sorry about that.
No, but if you're talking about value for money, relatively, if you're going to pay 20,000+ for a mini engine that's only kicking out, it's kicking out quite a lot of horsepower. Let's say 125, 130. Here, you could that would run you for how many seasons of scooter racing could you do on 25 grand?
Well, as long as your engine doesn't blow up completely, for probably 5 or 6 years.
Ridiculous.
I would say potentially longer.
Yeah.
You guys know better than me. What about the classic values? Now, what does slightly worry me is that you're going to be subject to what we had. Like when the team that built my 911 started building it, I'm going to say even 7 or 8 years ago when they first started building it, the cars were much cheaper. Yeah. I've seen this happen with the curve of the value of the cars. Is that happening in scooters, Iggy, or is it going to happen?
Scooters have been going up quite a bit, but I think they've sort of levelled off the prices a bit.
I think it depends as well on the model. It's the models. There are some models that are far more valuable and desirable, but there are also other things that people do to the bikes that make them even more valuable. So, you're talking about the engines, the trick kit that they've got in making their engines faster. But there are bikes out there that are custom bikes that have gold engraving. There's some fantastic muralled bikes, and you can see a road scooter that has been treated with love and care and got all these wonderful things done, selling for £19,000. That's right, isn't it?
30-35 grand on custom scooters these days. Some of the top ones.
There's a slight danger in that, and back to the classic thing again.
Any money back on that?
Well, also, at some point, people, and this is what happened with car racing, people stop using them for racing because they become too expensive.
Too expensive,
a bit like Team Vespa there on number 15, the yellow bike. That's an ex-Norica racer, and that's probably £15,000 that scooter.
Is it really?
Just because of the model Vespa 90 SS, plus all the bits on it and stuff.
Okay.
So
and potentially it's got some of the Norica's history with it as well.
Exactly.
Providence.
Yeah.
My husband, Macca from DTC, he's still got the original Rosie that was in scootering back in 1981 or whatever.
85, probably 6 maybe.
Early 80s. So he's still got that bike. He's repainted it because he can.
Yeah.
But that, with the right kit on, would be worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, people buy into history of scooters.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the thing is as well, as scooter riders from the 70s and early 80s are getting older, retiring, getting lump sum pensions, they're actually treating themselves to something that they never thought they would own.
That's right, like a 15 grand Casa twin or whatever.
Absolutely.
It's still cheap in relative terms compared to cars.
Yeah.
If you're into sports cars, it's a fortune.
Well, do you know another big thing is you keep it in your front room if you're short space, which we all are.
That's right, yeah.
With a car, you've got an immediate problem, haven't you? If it's a classic, you have to store it.
I don't think you'd be keeping it in my front room.
Well,
be like that.
I've already got 2 bikes in my front room.
Oh my word!
I just hope my partner isn't listening to this. I'll just drive her to insanity. That's,
So
that's the way we live.
Another thing about scooter racing as well is, and it was mentioned earlier, there is a great camaraderie out there, but also, if you break something, invariably you will find somebody in the paddock will either lend it to you or sell it to you.
Yeah.
And we've actually got a call out there for Scotty from DSC. James Nunn says he sorted out LLC with a new reed block.
That's
so
right. That's our team.
Thank you, Scotty.
Yeah, he came and sorted it straight away. So
he's brilliant. Well,
Yeah.
he sorted Nikita out with a bike when she came off at Croft.
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
it
was a bad off, but she was out the next day on a bike
brilliant.
that Scotty
Yeah.
provided.
What does it feel like watching Nikita for you?
It's good.
Pride.
Yes, I think not so good. So when we were at Darley Moor, it was raining. She came round the corner to the start-finish straight and went off the tarmac, across the rumble strips, onto the grass, back over the rumble strips, back on the tarmac, wobbling all over the place. Opens the throttle and looks over the shoulder, see where John the Greek is, and I squealed. I couldn't, it's. But yeah, Pride. She's
a fantastic rider, isn't she?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You can tell. I mean,
Yeah.
even as an uneducated scooter watcher, I can tell from watching the body language.
Yeah.
You know it.
Yeah.
That she just got
She
it.
looks good on a bike. She rides well. Just
She's
got the
no
family
fear.
history. No.
She's no fear. Her dad used to race. I don't think Mac ever won a championship, but the pride in how she rides, and she absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
But all he's ever said to her is, you go out and you enjoy it.
Yeah. That's what it's all about, isn't it? It's a bit of
But
fun,
she loves racing with John the Greek.
Yeah.
Absolutely loves it. They both got respect for each other. And at one point, I can't remember where they were, but basically they were taking each other around, when they were setting grid times.
Yeah.
So where she was faster, he was following her. And then when he was faster in other bits, he'd get ahead. And
Is she on its pace?
right, so it's a bit awkward. So he rides a Vespa. They're both in the production class, and she rides a Lambretta. But he won't, because I said I'd love to see you both on the same bike to make it so that it is then about the rider. The reason he doesn't ride a Lambretta is when he first came to the UK, he was riding one, and he kept grinding the exhaust.
I'm struggling. I normally ride a Vespa racing, and swapping to Lambretta this weekend, it's quite a big difference.
You've got to be,
Iggy, explain that to me. To grind exhaust.
Yeah, so
exhaust on the side, the runners on the side.
The Lambretta does.
So if it's really hard.
Can't you do anything with the suspension or modify the exhaust?
It's as high as it can be. The exhaust, they have to be an expansion pipe, and you have them as high as you can. But
so is there danger with a Lambretta that it grounds and lifts the
regularly?
whole
it does,
Yeah, regularly.
Ah.
In fact, you find some of the teams actually.
Chamfer it.
Yeah.
The weld plate onto it.
Yeah. There is one of the racing teams. Sorry, I'm talking about racing, guys, but it is about what we are talking about. There is one team in the BSSO paddock that has the exhaust up and over and out of the back of the frame, so there's no grounding out there.
Why can't everyone do that? Was
It
it just
depends on the
expensive?
class.
Oh,
Like in
okay.
production
Okay.
class, it's
Makes
got to be-
sense.
Yeah, so that's in the Group 6, which is basically anything goes.
Fully
So-
modified, yeah. Like a MotoGP bike
Yeah,
with
similar,
everything
yeah.
coming out.
Apart from the Group 6s, you have them where they're cut down, there's no leg shields, and they look very motorbike-ish. But then there's others that have the full frame, but it's not with panels, it's you lift the whole thing off the top and the engine's inside. And so, yeah, interesting. I'll just do a call out for the sponsors
Oh, please
again,
do.
shall I?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, to bore you with my voice yet again. So, we have AME, I don't know whether it's AME or AME Auto.
AME.
AME Auto Limited. We've got Scooter Nova Magazine. We have Scooter Lab UK, SLUC. We've got Thanet Area Scooter Services, AF Rayspeed. We've got the Lambretta Club of Great Britain, the Vespa Club of Britain, I've got it right this time, Express Signs of Stockton, and properly protected. And I would say a special thanks here actually to Bev and Kirsty, Mikey and Keith's other halves, because without them we definitely wouldn't be here.
No.
And especially as it's Bev's birthday weekend. I mean, how dreadful is that?
At least it's sunny for her.
But yeah, thank you very much to them. So let's have another look what's happening here. So Team DSC in second place are closing in on the 3Cs racing. That was a gap of over a lap. It's now down to just over 16 seconds. RFS Tune doing a sterling job, now just 6 laps behind Team DSC. And then Gold Stars, they are 2 laps further back in 4th place with AOT in 5th. So really good to see some of the non-racing teams up there. So enjoying the weather. I don't know about the heat out there. I'm surprised we've not ended up with anybody with some sort of heat stroke, to be honest. It's that warm.
Even in morning warm-up this morning, you wet through, it's just really hot. It's not a good day for leathers.
Not a good day for leathers?
No.
Right. No, it's... So this that you can see on the screen there on number 70, that's Steve Wright. He rides the DSC normally. So he's out there on the DSC racing bike. So the only reason I know that is I know the leathers from racing. Yeah. So which is why I can't actually... So I can spot some of the riders that are racers because I know the leathers or I know their riding style. Which, if you'd have told me that this time last year, I would have said you were talking rubbish. But I've learnt quite a lot. So Steve actually won the championship last year for the Group 6 on his very cut-down Lambretta. Not doing as well in the production class. I think he's 3rd at the moment. And we've only one more race meeting to go. Oh, this should be a bit of fun. 5 going round. That's it. Having to make sure to give each other space. Lovely to see. Absolutely delightful to see so many scooters out on track and everybody being aware of who is around them and getting around there safely. Everybody wanting to have a little bit of free track in front so they can open that throttle and making the most of it when they get that.
I think generally the riding at Endurance is really safe and good, really. To say there's a big difference in riding abilities and experience.
Yeah, I think the last time I came there were a couple of dodgy moves by some more experienced riders, which wasn't appreciated.
No.
But today, watching that...
everybody's playing nice.
That's it, playing nice and being respectful. The thing is, it's not that you're not racing, but it's just giving that little bit extra space. The thing is, you don't want a racer who's used to doing this going full bore past somebody and frightening them to death.
No, that's right.
You just don't want that. Don't need that.
No. There's a lot of people there that's never ridden before, or never
ridden on a
or never raced a scooter.
No. So it looks like Team DSC have dropped back a little bit. It's over. Is that a one? Oh no, it's so closer. Sorry, 1.8 seconds behind. So we need to look out for number 18. So I've only ever seen Darren Keneally race. I've never seen his brothers race, but I know they have done.
Yes, they certainly have. They're very fast boys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think so. I actually spoke to Darren at one of the race meetings where he came out and actually he stopped enjoying it because he was out at the front and not battling with anybody.
Yeah.
Well, you want to win, but you don't want to be on your own out there because it's not fun.
No. And that's a good thing again here. There's that many people on track, you're always passing somebody, there's always some
that's
traffic.
it, you're always challenging with somebody, aren't you? Yeah.
Nothing worse than just being out on your own.
What she says, standing on a cable.
Gone a little bit cloudier out there, which is nice for the riders.
It is, but I don't know whether it cools it down though.
It's better than beating sunshine though.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Have you got any tips or anything on how you're keeping cool out there?
I'm keeping cool out there is by sitting in your commentary box.
Don't go telling people that. Flipping heck. It will get warm then if we get lots of people in here.
I don't think there is any keeping cool out there really.
No. I brought is it called an ice cool towel?
Oh right, yeah.
Where you drop it in cold water,
yeah.
squeeze it out and put it on and it's cold. Whether it'll stay cold the whole day going in and out of water for each rider, I don't know, but it's all looking good out there. So our lead team, so you can only see the gap, so I can tell you Team DSC have now passed 3C's Racing, and they're both on 159 laps. RFS Tune are on 152 laps. Pickering Gold Stars are on 150 laps, and AOT are on 149 laps. So that rounds out the top 5. Let's have a look. So we've got, so if they're 59, we've got the top 12 have all done 140 or more laps, which is wonderful. I'm not sure how many laps the winning team had last year.
From memory, I think it's about 220, if I'm right. I'm not 100% sure, but it would have been 6 hours last year.
Oh, it was a 6-hour race last year. So 2 hours longer.
Yeah.
Oh.
I might be making that up, but I've got 200 in my head, unless that was Wilton Mill.
I wonder if we can find out. Can we find out? How many laps do we know? See if you can find out. Thank you. So there, we've asked the man from Alpha to. I'm really rubbish. I've forgotten his name. He's already told me twice. Just asked him how many laps it was. We might be able to work out a pro rata potentially.
Yeah.
Well, we should be able to. We're not that dense. Steve's been off for another cuppa.
Oh, there's somebody there. Just pushing it back.
Oh dear. So number 32. Not sure what happened there. Did it stop?
It looks
the rider's
like
okay,
yeah.
And he's trying to start it.
Just a mechanical problem, thankfully.
Maybe missed a gear or went into neutral, so he's having to restart it. I can't see. Oh, he's down the bottom end here, isn't he?
It's one of the Irish lads.
Love the helmet. That's a bit of a long push back.
Yeah. I think he only just finished the bike quite late on Wednesday or Thursday. It's a bit of a last-minute job.
So that's the TDD Vespa Club. And actually in a good place, so they'll be a bit disappointed with that. They're in 8th place at the moment. One of the Irish teams. As we've told, they came over together and have supported each other getting set up, etc. But you know, it's funny. I feel like I would really like to go out there. But I passed my CBT about 4 years ago, and then I was doing. I took the class. The school I went with didn't have any scooters, and they put me out on a 600 Suzuki, and it was quite heavy. But then I broke 2 fingers at work, going into work, and then the year after I broke 3 toes. So so basically my CBT's expired, so I'd have to redo my theory as well as.
But if you want to ride, you've got to do it.
I don't. The thing is, I don't know that I've got the confidence to do it anymore.
My other half, she did hers about 6 years ago, passed a big test. And that was on a big bike again. She's only quite small, quite light. And you have to push that big 600 around. You have to back it into space and stuff. And for women, it's really hard, isn't it? Or smaller riders.
I mean, they'd lowered the seat, but it was still really probably about 3 centimetres too high for me. And it's just, it wasn't in the. I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. But oh dear, number 135's off the side of the track. Rider's okay, but I'm guessing that must be a problem
Rushton boys
with the bike. So what do you say, the Rushton boys?
Yeah, Rushton Lambretta Club.
Right, so yeah, he's pushing that back round. Luckily, that's not too far from the pit lane, is it? Because that's the start of pit lane at the top of the screen, or the end of pit lane.
No.
Isn't that down there?
I thought that was.
Iggy, is he pushing it the wrong way?
Yeah, I think so.
He's become challenged. Easily done round here. I know how hard it was to try and find the Premier end. He could be forgiven. I think he's going the long way back. He just wants the extra exercise, doesn't he? Pushing it all the way back to the pits the wrong way.
Obviously not warm enough.
So where do you think he is?
I thought it was the top of there.
I think that bit
Newcastle,
there is the, you know, when you come out of pit lane, I think that's what that gravel is there. So it's actually, if it's where I think it is, it's not that far.
Yeah, just going down the hill around that first corner.
So has he got to push it all the way round to back?
No, we think he's down here.
We think he's down at the bottom of this here, just past the start.
Maybe he's just going to put it back on the road and ride off to the pub.
Maybe.
You could forgive him.
I would suspect he won't be riding that until somebody's looked at it. So let's have a rundown of the teams where they are at the moment. So we've got 78 Team DSC at the top with just under 40 seconds gap back to Bike 18 for the 3Cs Racing. Then in third we've got 112 RFS Tune, who is 6 back laps from the leader. Fourth, 19, the P Gold Stars, 9 laps behind. And then 21 Aort, 10 laps behind in 6th place.
Wendy,
CST
Rolf May's
Racing.
asking, what's happened with LLC? Do we know?
That's London Lambretta Club who I'm riding for. We had a reed pedal break, so we lost probably about 35, 40 minutes in the pits.
Rolf, did you get that? So that's Iggy with me here. It's a reed pedal.
Yeah, reed pedal from the reed block. We're all back out again, but we've lost a lot of time. We was doing quite well.
Dean Wardley is asking, where's the London Lambretta Club?
Same team.
Same team, okay. Oh, yeah, of course it is.
LLC Dairy. So I think reed pedal is what caused a problem for CST when they were here last time. Yeah.
It's just something that can go. It's one of the things.
Is that like a reed valve as I would have had in my RD 400?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do they go? Crack?
Yeah, it's like a little carbon fibre pedal, so it's just like a thin wafer.
Bloody hell, bet it wasn't carbon fibre originally.
I don't think it was, no.
No,
not back in 1950s Rimini.
Bit of slate back then, I think.
Yeah, probably, if
did
you're
they
lucky.
have reed pedals back at the start?
No.
I was going to say...
Oh, is it a mod then?
It's
modification,
it's
something that wouldn't have been on the Scooter Imperial.
No.
So
oh, yes. That's sly.
So go on then, what was before reed pedals?
Disc valves.
Just an ordinary inlet. Like on a Vespa, there's no reeds. It's just a direct inlet.
Now you get that is interesting because we used to have disc valve two-strokes I knew about, like karting engines, or reed valve like RD Yamahas.
Yeah.
So in between, was there something that was piston ported, but wasn't reed valve?
Yeah,
so you used to blow back a load of. I get it. So the reed valve improved low-end pickup, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, get me talking like an engineer as if I knew what I was talking about. I better shut up.
I don't know what I'm talking about either.
You do. That's the difference. You make your living out of it.
Right. So if you talk about BSSO, the 4E class took over from the Group 4. The Group 4 was the original.
Yeah, 150s, 200s.
But it was a port engine.
Yeah.
Piston port. Whereas the 4Es are reed valved.
But there is also a karting engine, right, where we have a disc valve. On the crank
that's
driven.
Like
is that right?
That's like a Vespa. Yeah.
Is that how a Vespa works?
Yeah.
God, I'm learning loads from you, Iggy. You can stick around. By the end of this, I'll be a fully qualified apprentice.
No.
Probably not. No.
Right. So just to give you an update, so we said we'd find out about last year. So it was a 6-hour race last year. You said 200 and something. No.
Oh.
351. And that was SRP.
Yeah.
And the fastest lap.
John the Greek.
Sluck.
Oh.
111.5.
Joking.
No.
God, I didn't think we were that good.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So, what's the fastest lap so far today, please? Sorry, we can't see this on our timing screen because we now have the live feed info coming through. So I will just... Oh yeah, that's the fun.
Iggy, are you going back out again at some
I am,
point?
yeah.
What time do you have to go?
I'm not sure. Because of the red flag and being back in the pits with the reeds, it's all a bit messed up. So
Do you have a team manager who'll come and collect you?
Yeah,
It's
sort
kind of.
Well, he doesn't know where I am, so he probably won't collect me. But I'll turn up in a bit. I'll be there before I need to go out.
Right, so it's still the fastest lap. We haven't had a lap that's beaten the Sluck one from last year.
Right, yeah. I'm
Don't know
pretty
whether that's the fastest
No, I
that
don't
they've ever
think so.
had here.
I think John the Greek did about a 108 or 109 one year.
Right, so the fastest at the moment is on 207, so it could be John the Greek or Justin Price.
Yeah, possibly.
And it's 111.832.
Yes, quite good.
So getting close.
Yeah.
But right, so tyres. Do tyres become an issue in this weather?
Could do. I looked at our tyres when we was in the pits before, and there's quite a bit of sticky stuff stuck on them. But they are holding up quite well, and the Mitas tyres that most people ride do work very well.
Okay.
So
are you
hopefully-
likely to need to change them?
I don't think so, unless we have a problem. They should last a race.
So there's still over 3 hours to go.
Yeah. Imagine BSSO, it's over in 15 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sort of 15, 20 minutes
Yeah.
tops.
So, and some of the BSSO lads,
They
that's
wreck
what they used
tyres
to.
for a living.
Yeah, of course they do. Yeah. And it is quite hard racing out there. It's not a walk in the park, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Oh, that's what I wanted to look. When it changes again, I want to see if we can see if any of those that are further down are. All right, so it looks like they dropped them off the bottom of the screen. So it does look like there are a couple that aren't out there and circulating at the moment. Is your mate still wandering around the paddock?
We no. We get in a minute. We're going to have 2 microphones, and then we're going out to talk to people. So the 2 of us are going to go hunting.
Nice one.
Yeah, go and annoy a few more competitors at the wrong moment when they don't want to be talking. I have to admit, Iggy, that's, if I put myself in my driver's frame of mind, that's one of the things I absolutely hate, was just before a race having to talk to commentators or interviews.
I don't mind it.
Do you not mind it?
No, it's all right. I don't really like talking, to be honest, so you're doing all right.
Yeah, you're doing well for us then, but I just don't like it, when you're getting into the groove.
Yeah. It's a bit relaxing, really. It's away from the pits and stuff, so it's nice to have a change.
I think the one thing I'd say about the car world is that there's always so many. I only ever went racing with lots of sponsors, so I'm always continuously under pressure.
Yeah.
It's never
yes,
just fun.
No.
It is fun, but not at the time.
No,
Do you know what I mean? Because you've got too many.
Yeah, you've got to please people.
Yeah, you have all the time.
Yeah.
All the time, and an expectation. People are backing you.
Yeah.
Like my engine builders.
Yeah.
And
it's
the
all
team.
big money in it. It's big.
It is money because the teams, if I do well, they get customers.
Yeah.
The value of the cars go up.
Yeah.
So it creates quite a lot of pressure. So you don't have it's not like you don't have a facility to mess up.
No.
Otherwise you're sunk completely.
I suppose, the pressure of sponsorship, because when you've got sponsorship, you're doing a job for people, aren't you? So the pressure has got to be different to if you're doing it yourselves with a group of friends. You're working together, you're not professionals, you want to do the best you can. So the pressure you must feel there is so much less than...
Well, I wouldn't know if it's less, because if I was doing this, I desperately want to do the best job I could do, as I'm sure you do.
Yeah,
like there's a lot of ego and what drives us to be racers, isn't it? Like, I mean, you do...
Yeah, it was up to like 6th place today, and then you have a little problem and it puts you back to 15th, and then you have something else, you're back to like 28th, and it kills you. you're riding all right, but just
But
little
do you know,
problems.
do you know, Iggy, if you didn't feel like that, you almost shouldn't be a racer.
That's exactly
in
it.
my opinion.
Yeah.
You should like
Yeah.
it should.
You just
To
want to be
me,
in front of everybody.
it should matter.
Yeah.
Regardless,
Yeah.
you know, whatever you're doing is
Yeah.
to rinse the best out. Because
Yeah.
for
Wouldn't be
me,
out there, would you?
no. For me, if I feel like that's the single most important thing at the end of it. Do I feel like that I've done
You've
myself
done your
decent?
best.
Yeah, exactly. Am I comfortable with what I did? If I can feel that at the end of it,
Yeah.
I think I felt happier sometimes getting a fourth than a win. And that sounds mad if I know
You
that
worked
I
hard.
drove my heart out in a
Yeah.
car that wasn't good enough. Whereas if the win came easier, not that they ever, I can't really think of when they ever came easy, but well, actually I can. I did a Formula Ford race in '89 where two guys behind me crashed into each other and blocked the track. And I'm not joking. For the rest of the 10-lap race, I nearly went off because they were so far behind me in the mirrors.
It's
But
horrible, isn't it? An empty track is the worst thing.
I've never happened again, and probably but here.
It's the hardest job, though, to lead from the front.
Yeah, you just lose concentration
It's
quite easily.
concentration, but
You've got
you've got
nobody to bring
no
you
reference,
on.
no reference, or
No.
just to keep you honest.
Yeah.
Do you know I'm forming this insane plan in my mind at the moment? I've got to ask the question: has anyone ever taken a scooter to the Isle of Man? They must have. TT.
I'm not sure, to be honest. Certainly, people have done the TT course, but not competitively, as far as I know.
I don't know whether they're allowed, because I know that they don't allow big wheels with little wheels on the tracks. You know where we race.
Yeah.
No.
How do you mean you can't run? Some of these scooters got smaller wheels than others. Do they all have to have the same sort of?
No. So as in this similar size.
Okay.
Wheels
Your
to
motorbike with a scooter. No.
They won't allow it on. They won't allow you on the track together.
No, but I've suddenly developed this strong desire to do the TT course on a scooter.
Yeah.
But I'm sure if somebody has done it, we'll hear about it. So I know very little
Wendy,
about
it's
TT.
going to be me. Now I've thought about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it.
I assume they have different classes in the TT.
Yeah.
But not scooter classes.
Not
Well,
yet.
no, and that's why I don't think.
That's never going to happen, is it?
Why?
It's not, is it? Too much money in the TT.
Classic TT then, maybe.
Yeah, maybe classic. No, I don't think it'll ever happen.
TT, that should be a demonstration. I'd like to see who's the fastest scooter rider in, would you say?
At the minute, probably John the Greek, would you say?
Really difficult because you've got to look at the different bikes they're riding.
Yeah, I know.
So
he's the maddest.
Is he?
Yeah.
I thought he's exceptional in the wet. I can remember commentating about him at Woodson Mill.
No fear again.
Him and Nikita in the wet are just
different level. And Mikey Bonnet as well.
Yeah.
Fantastic rider.
A brilliant rider.
Yeah.
I think the thing is though, if
Is
you
Mike out there now?
No, he's one of the organisers.
Mikey came in and spoke to us earlier.
Baldhead.
Oh,
He got
Mikey.
you your burger.
Yeah, Mikey. That was Bonnet. I didn't know his surname. Sorry.
Yes,
I
okay.
didn't know it was a Mikey. Okay. Yeah.
He's a really good rider and looks good on a bike as well.
He does.
Whatever he rides, it looks fast.
I think the thing that you see is people that are in tune with the bike.
Yeah.
So Graham Tatton that's out there with, I'm guessing, Team DSC, when he rides his Group 4E, he is so in tune with that bike. Don't ride his Group 6 in the same sort of way. But he said it just doesn't feel the same.
No. I've felt that with the Lambretta today because I normally ride a Vespa around here and it just feels completely different to ride them. I don't really hang off a lot, which you need to on a Lammy, and I'm just sort of not that comfortable. I'm doing all right lap time wise and stuff, but it just doesn't feel as comfortable.
So let's think, fastest bike. So Warren Wilkinson, is it a 260?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But he's not in a championship because he hasn't been out enough. No. But that's a fast bike.
Yeah.
So potentially whoever rode that bike.
Yeah, he's the fastest up Oliver's Mount. Warren Wilkinson, fastest scooter ever.
All right.
Iggy, tell me about this back corner here, because obviously that's the one we can't see.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic to me.
It is, I love that corner.
Right, so
you're coming down that back straight, but that back straight's the only fourth gear part of the track really. So you're flat out, 80 odd mile an hour.
Yep.
And brake as late as you can.
Yep.
I try to have a late.
compress the front.
Yeah.
And then do you stick the front into the banking to hold it in, or not really?
Not really. I let off all the brakes just before I get to apex and take it quite wide. It can be quite a fast corner, that. If you
Some
get it
of
right.
them, they're calling me, I'm going out, but some of them have got a wobble on. I see them, they come around here and then they got a bit of a wobble on that last part there.
I think,
Is it a bit bumpy?
It is a bit, very bumpy, just on that inside corner, yeah.
Right, we're going roving reporting.
Right, I'll come offline and I'll go and have a break and I'll see you back here later. Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever. Steve loves to talk. So Steve's off roving. Are you going to go try and find Nikita? Do you know where he is? So she is next to 96.
No. She'll just be stood there looking pretty, I think. Yeah.
Makes you sick.
I know, it does. Yeah.
We think so, yes.
Yeah.
I do believe somebody else was expecting to have a female rider out today, but...
Yeah. There's been a few over the years with bsec.
It's a hard thing to be a part of. When Nikita started, we did get some not very friendly, a bit misogynistic treatment.
I think it's great to see.
No more. Absolutely no problem anymore.
No. I think her riding speaks for itself.
Well, if she were a bloke, she'd still be a good rider.
Yeah.
You know, so...
Right.
And I think that's it. Right, so let's have another look. I'm sorry because the screen splits in half. It's really difficult to follow where people are and me to catch up with it. But Team DSC are out in front by 2 laps from number 18, the 3Cs Racing. Then we've got 112 RFS Tune, now 8 laps down from the leader, but doing a sterling job up there. In 4th, we've now got CST Racing, who've just passed Team 21, which is a Ort, and I will go silent shortly because our roving reporters will be out in the pits, and I might go and have a short break once they're on. And as you've seen and heard, they know how to talk, but hopefully they're giving you some insight to what's happening in the pits around the different bikes. It's interesting to see Steve checking out some of the seats.
Some of the seats? Which seats?
The seats on the bikes. He was sitting on bikes and saying, not comfortable, this is okay. The one that he said was the comfiest was one of the, I don't know what it is.
Oh, the Louis?
Yeah. But the petrol cap was up above, and I'm thinking, I'm not sure I'd be classing that as that.
For an hour,
no. Won't it get very hot?
Not hot, but comfy.
Right, okay. So what information? So the fastest lap is still with the Valley Scooter Club. They were off the track for a little while, but they're back out there. They're up to 6th place. So all good. The track is incredibly busy.
It is, isn't it?
So the lap is 2,500 metres in length. So let's have a look. So the top, so Team DSC, the 3Cs Racing and Valley Scooter Club are all riding in about 112 or just Valley Scooter Club 111, and then it looks like the best of the rest, their fastest lap is about 115. But some really good fun out there. Obviously the teams have different level ability riders to ensure that they meet the requirements of the different classes. So if I recap, we have 4 different race classes out there. So the pro race class will be, the majority will be racers.
Like United Colours of Bemberton have just had a little breakdown. They're just coming into the pits.
Oh dear. Luckily, that was on the way into the pits, so there'll be someone waiting for them. And then the race class sponsor. The race class is where you are allowed to have one racer, the rest to be non-racers. We've then got the road sponsored class. I need to look up that. I can't remember that one.
What, the classifications for it, or?
I'll find out when we come back. We are off roaming now, so I'll hand you over now to Steve and his buddy.
Ellis, mad, frantic down here in the pits. A lot of refueling been going on, but what more generally has been happening while I've been hiding away in my air-conditioned ivory commentary tower?
And he is genuinely hiding away in the air conditioning. No, we've got Team 96. So earlier, Team 96 are the team that they twisted their crank and thrown a bearing. Turns out they had a catastrophic failure of the engine, basically. So it took them a couple of hours, but they got their spare bike going. So they did begin circulating.
So we've got a full bike change.
Full bike change. So they get a 30.
Is that allowed?
They get a 30-lap penalty.
Oh, wow! After a 2-hour change,
yeah,
you then hit. It's draconian, mate.
Their argument, tell Keith, their argument is that they didn't go out on their original bike, so they may not. They may put a steward's appeal in.
It's a good point. They could claim that they were going to start that back up, put 2 entries in, and then say, well, we just started later than everyone else.
We just used the one that worked. But that had been crashed yesterday. So you got the angle grinder out.
The plot thickens.
You got the angle grinder out, got the handlebars turning, got it back out. So again, it's what we were talking about. It's credit to the people that they come here, they're 2 hours into a race, 25% of the way into a race. They've got no chance of winning or podiuming, obviously. It's endurance race, so anything can happen. But you know where I'm coming from.
Yeah, they need the other 34 running teams to
absolutely to have catastrophic failures. But they got on with it and they carried on. So they're out there racing.
There should be a Spirit of the Event award for that, I think.
Well, one of the daughters, or more accurately, the granddaughters of Team 96, she wants to race motorbikes. She wants to race motocrossers. She's only 5 or 6 years old at the minute, but she wants a Pee Wee 50. So Grandad, little Phoebe Swarbrick, she's expecting you to get her a Pee Wee 50, have it out there in Italy with you, so that when she comes out, she can learn to ride.
Talk about putting the pressure on live, on live stream TV, where everyone could see it. You've committed him.
If I had his phone number, I'd be on the phone to him, mate. I'd on the phone to him.
Ellis, you're tough.
The thing is, though, that if you look at the Italian MotoGP riders, in fact, the Italians, the Spanish, they all start at the age of 3 or 4 on little Pee Wee motorbikes.
Plus, we've been moaning about there not being enough female riders. So now, you've just created the opportunity for a new one.
We need to basically get them. There was a bit of a refueling going on over there. We need to get as many young kids in the UK starting on bikes as young as possible, because that's the way to make motorcycling safer. Little tip, if you know anybody with kids, when they're in the car, get them to count motorbikes from the earliest possible age. And in that way, they're always looking for motorbikes.
I like it.
Bit of a tip for you there.
That's a good strategy. What else? What else has been happening?
The other one, this is a little bit embarrassing for the 135 Rushton team, Rushton Lambretta Club.
Careful, they're our food sponsor.
They are doing a spectacular job with the buffets. They are bringing us some serious food, haven't they?
We can ignore all kinds of other things if they keep feeding us.
But whilst I was standing outside the Ivory Tower, trying to make the most of the air conditioning from outside.
Just, Alice, listen, is that a man with a
with a flannel on his head?
Yeah, with a flannel on his head.
Yes,
is that good? Is that good scooter style? Had to chip in
what
there.
That's evidence of, mate, is how hot it is.
Okay.
That you have put a nice cold flannel on his head, and I bet it's dry within about 60 seconds.
He's quite a good look as well.
He's a good look. It makes him look like he's got hair.
Sorry, boys.
Tell you what,
we're always in the wrong place, aren't we?
These are Valley SC. We can't get in the way of these lads either. They're right up at the top of the leaderboard at the minute. Sort of saying, Rushton, Lambretta Club, schoolboy era, ran out of petrol. The irony of that is when they did their first race at Wilton Mill a few years back, they had the Exxon Valdez on the back of their scooter. They had the biggest fuel tank you've ever seen. Now they put it back to a more or less standard tank, runs out of petrol.
Schoolboy error.
Unforgivable in an endurance race. Unforgivable. You lose 2 or 3 laps.
Listen, mate, it's entirely forgivable. They're the only people who fed us. It's entirely forgivable.
I'll keep
rethink yourself.
I'll keep homemade scones, homemade jam.
Well, watch out! There's a team man coming off. He's looking kind of hot.
There's a very hot dying man coming off. But what that does bring us on to is alternative fuels. So if you run out of fuel, ideally you'd like to have an electric scooter. Now, you've just got a scooter coming in, just bear with 2 secs. Oh no, he's stopped. So, you'd like to have it, you'd like to, he's a beast. He looks more like a prop than a scooter racer, doesn't he? He should be playing rugby.
Or transformer. He's a transformer.
Right, so you look, you're messing me link up here, Steve.
Sorry about that. I'll back out of it. I'll back out of it.
Talking about fuel and running out of fuel. Let's get out of the way.
Watch out.
Let's get out of the way.
Stand back. Stand back.
John
bit
the
of fuel
Greek going
spill.
out next.
Bit of fuel spill there.
As we've said, where is he, by the way? Or it must be down.
Could be a flash fire.
Through the other side.
Let's stand out of the way.
So we've got Valley coming in. Looks like they're going to do a quick refuel. He wants to push that a little bit faster, I think. So that's a 50 special headset. So I'm assuming it's a 50 special frame. Looks like they're auto forks in it. There you go. Look, see, keep it clean. I think they're cleaning it just because they know the camera's on it, Steve. I think that's what's going on there, mate.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been cleaned before, does it? What about that over there? That fuel stop, fuel all over. I thought it was going to go up.
I don't know. I missed
it's
it.
dramatic fuel everywhere.
Was it?
Fuel smoking and evaporating.
Oh dear me.
You won't get that when we go electric. You know that, don't you?
Well,
that's
shall we talk about electric
well,
scooters?
listen, we can. But first of all, tell me about that slug of an expansion chamber. What's going on there?
That's because of where the barrel is positioned on the small frames.
Yeah.
The ideal exhaust.
Does that not grind? Does that not grind on the ground?
I was about
curb?
to say, the ideal exhaust is one that's up away off the ground.
I've got it.
A standard exhaust would be lower down.
So is that going to eventually? Is it going to grind itself out?
It wraps round on itself.
Yeah.
And obviously, being a 2-stroke, you've got to tune the exhaust. So you have to have a nice. It's like a what do you call it? A snail.
Ellis, do you mind if I just?
Grab him.
I was going to try and be like a real reporter. Follow me, boys.
I'm going to swap.
Right, I'm just going to grab you, young man. What's your name?
Mark Sanders.
Mark, tell us about your session. I saw you were quite animated a second ago talking about your session.
I've just passed one of our team's other bike. So the lad that's on number 210 is overtaking me and gapped me, and I've managed to catch him up and overtake him back. And this is only my second race in this. This is the first year I've ridden scooters.
Hold on, mate. Works teams that are watching this for MotoGP. I've got a man here who's showing immense talent in a very short space. No?
Oh, just keen.
It's a good effort, mate. Was it good fun? Was it good fun?
Oh yeah, it's great fun.
What are the driving standards like? Because I'm watching you guys out there, and the novices seem quite respectful.
Well, you have to be, haven't you? You've got to be respectful of the other riders. You don't want to knock anybody off. We're all here to have fun and go home at the end of the day, aren't we, in one piece?
Absolutely. And if you get a quicker rider go by, presumably, Mike, you learn from them, don't you? You can watch some of the real experienced hands.
Yeah, try and follow them a bit and pick a few tips up, visually.
We've been talking about bringing more people into the sport, and anybody who's got half an instinct to race should come and do this, shouldn't they? Because value for money.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Track time, action, it's cutthroat.
It's 4 of you in a team. It's 8 hours, so you're getting 2 hours apiece. It's brilliant. It's loads of fun. You can go out for an hour, or you can just go out for half an hour and split it up. It's up to the teams, isn't it, how long you're out for. You can half-hour stints, 45-minute stints, hour stint. As long as you don't go over it, it's 65 minutes, isn't it? So.
And always remember, it's a long race. It's 6 plus 2 hours, according to Keith. It's not 8 hours, it's 6 plus 2. Did you know that?
6 plus 2?
Yes. Did you not read your programme? No, it's 6 plus 2 hours. It is. Look at your programme.
20 minutes and 1 lap.
Exactly. Look at your programme. Well done, young man. We're going to be watching out for you in the next stint. Good man.
What Steve failed to tell you there was Keith was stood within eye shot, an earshot. So Keith is the man that's responsible for Teesside 6. It should be Teesside 8. Anyway, young Ben, can we climb over the barrier?
Yeah, can we?
We're going to talk to a chap. This young man here, Ben, has done and he's designed and built and engineered for his degree an electric Lambretta.
Boys, will the camera get this far? Can we go around? I think, where's it hidden? It's round the back. Can we go there? Have we got enough range? Borderline.
Yeah, we got down there before, so we'll be all right, Steve. It's just here. So, most conversions, most electric conversions at the minute are complete engine conversions. So you can have, there are companies that will effectively replace your internal combustion engine in its entirety with an electric engine. But Ben's gone a slightly different route. So Ben, I tell you what, I'll give him my microphone, Steve.
No. Here you go, Ben. Take that.
That's
all yours.
So, Ben, what you've done,
Yeah.
you've gone down a different route. So, tell us what you've done for your electric conversion and the background behind it and how you came about this.
So instead of tearing out the entire original engine, instead of taking out the original engine, I've left the original engine in there, but just taken out the top end, so the barrel, the crank, and replaced only that with a motor.
Yep.
So you still have your original engine in there. You still have your gearbox, you still have your clutch, you still ride it in the same way.
So normally, it down in here, you've got the barrel and piston that come horizontally like that. This would be an engine cowling. This would be the flywheel and the crank arrangement. And what you've done is effectively replace the crank with an electric motor.
Yeah, so I've taken out the whole petrol-driven side of the original engine and replaced just that with an electric
Where
motor.
did the motor come from then?
So the motor, the motor is commonly used in golf carts and some boats and things.
Ah, right, okay.
So it's quite a high horsepower, high torque motor, plenty to push an old Lambretta around.
You're right. It's impressive.
It is
It's
impressive.
engineering, isn't it?
So this obviously is your battery.
So this side is the controller.
Yeah.
The other side of that aluminium plate is the big battery.
Yeah.
So it's a massive lithium-ion battery.
And you've made that battery to fit the space.
Yeah. So I didn't. I got it. I drew out a space that I wanted it to fit in, and then.
Is the blue thing an inverter?
No. So it's a controller. So it takes the voltage from the battery and supplies it to the motor, depending on what you're doing with the throttle. So this bit here with the cable was originally just a normal e-throttle, and I cut it down and made it so it was cable driven, so that the top end and the headset all stay standard. So you can have it in any Lambretta.
Yeah, and what you've done is you've done it in such a way that you can return it to
fully reversible.
The interesting thing that most people you'll never be able to see it from where we are, but the gearbox and the chain drive, that's all standard. That's
completely
all
standard.
Still there
from the primary sprocket backwards. It's a completely standard engine.
Which is very unusual for these electric conversions, because obviously you've got a lot of losses going through all the moving parts.
It's massively inefficient. It's not at all the way that you really want to do it. But if, like most of the people here, you want your gears and you want it to feel like a Lambretta.
So in terms of gearing then, obviously, I'm guessing it's because it's just a motor, it's just on-off and it'll just accelerate.
No, so you
can actually use the gearbox.
Yeah. That's what the controller's there. So you can apply the power on. You can plug a laptop into the controller, and you can even draw like a dyno chart, and you can emulate like a power band or whatever.
It's programmable.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, has it got enough torque to pull away in fourth, for example?
Yeah. So you can just put it in fourth and use it as an auto,
and it'll just go.
But it won't get away as quickly as if you. No, so it's got a 6-plate clutch in it. If you have anything less in it, it just makes the clutch slip. But it's got a pretty beefy clutch in it.
Bigger than it would have as a standard.
Yeah, yeah.
And so the background to this, you're doing this for a degree project?
So yeah, I graduated in 2020, and this was my degree project. It got me a first-class degree, so that's good.
Excellent, well done.
But since then, I've not really done a huge amount with it, because during my degree, I had a financial sponsor, a company called Bearings and Drives, helped me out massively. But since I've graduated and I've moved on now, that sponsorship's finished. So I've not had the money to sort of go and get a better battery or a better motor.
I think you've got a potential customer behind you because he's interested.
It's very good though. And still leaks gearbox oil though. So yeah, I remember reading proper Lambretta.
So what's the next stage of development? If you were going to take this to the next stage, what would that be?
I'd like to get a more efficient motor.
Yeah.
Because currently it's just a brushed motor, so I was under a massive time constraint to get it done in time for
my
degree.
You want a contactless one.
And it was during COVID, so I had to get something British. So yeah.
Could you get a regen motor?
You could do so much more with it, yeah.
Like a regen.
At the moment, it's a proper low-tech motor.
Yeah, this is as bog standard as it gets from a motor perspective. You get a nice brushless motor with regeneration and everything on it.
Exactly that. But even the battery, even if I was to keep the motor exactly as it is, the battery's 3 years old now. So I could probably find one the same size that will have more energy within it.
And you get about 25-mile range off this at the moment.
So on the road, if you're behaving, you get 25, a consistent 25. Sometimes it's been 30, but I like to say 25 because then you know you're going to get home. Top speed, I went around the track and it got, I recorded it. It was doing 56 mile an hour on the back.
How would you tell me, how would that compare with the petrol version of it?
a bog standard alloy 125 150
Like 50 mile an
is
hour.
about 50-55 miles an hour. Yeah.
But it gets there. It gets there.
It
far
will be
more
much
exciting.
quicker, yeah.
It is a lot of fun.
This is the beauty of electric motors. For anybody that's kind of anti-electric, you need to get a four-wheel drive electric car and take it out for a test drive, because you put your foot on that accelerator pedal and you launch. They're absolutely spectacular. I think Teslas have got something like stupid mode.
Yeah.
I think it's actually called ludicrous mode. That's it. Yeah. They are spectacular. So I would imagine this is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, if you put it in first gear and whack the throttle open, it will wheel spin.
Really?
Yeah.
And have you since graduating and building this, have you approached any other engineering organisations to try and get a bit of funding
So I
or
was
sponsorship?
working. You may have heard a scooter shop called All Styles, based down in Portsmouth. I took it down there, and they were really impressed. And we sort of loosely had a partnership, and they were out in China looking for a motor for me, and they didn't have a huge amount of luck, because I think.
Does it have to come from China?
No, not at all. It's just they already had a guy out there, so that's the only reason.
Well, I work for a company that has a division that does drives and stuff, so we need to share details, and I will get someone to have a look at this.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
Somebody watching this, let's see what we think.
Well, this
That's
is the
a great
thing.
idea. There'll be somebody watching the stream who'll think, I could take that and Ben's idea and run with it, because well, now I've seen it. When somebody first said electric, I love the ring-ding-a-ding, and I get that, but if you do it this way, so you've still got clutch and gearbox, and you've still got a lot of the essence of it.
That's what it's about.
I'm getting it more now. Do you know what I mean?
So
it's got more interesting.
It was a look to the future. When we can't have fuel anymore, how close to an original Lambretta experience can you get?
I get that.
Can I just say as well, he's kept with the ethos of a race Lambretta experience, because if you look at the seat,
the height of comfort. Nah, that was just taken off my race bike for this weekend.
Was it really?
Do you race anyway then?
Yeah, so I've started BSSO this year, so I've been racing for Hornet. I've raced a Lambretta, so it was fun to take this round and see how it compares to the race bike.
How much heavier is it than that?
It's quite a bit heavier.
Go on.
I don't know any numbers, but
well, normally, Steve, in there you'd have a fuel tank and a toolbox. Obviously, your toolbox will have as many tools or little as tools as you want. 5 to 6 litres of fuel, about 5 or 6 kilograms.
And it obviously gets lighter as you use it, where this doesn't.
Yeah, and the battery probably weighs about 25 kilograms, I'd guess. So it's significantly heavier to start
I must say, just again, my designer head going mad. At some point, you'd start thinking about putting the batteries under here to get them lower, wouldn't you?
Yeah, in theory, but then it's open to quite a lot of damage, it being low. I've sort of thought, because it's obviously not got an exhaust, could I make a battery box the shape of an original box exhaust? Probably, but it would have to be, the case would have to be so thick and strong for there not to be any damage to the batteries. Because batteries do not like being damaged. No, they tend to explode.
They tend to go up in flames.
Yeah.
Obviously, people do put underneath, when they're doing a liquid called Lambretta, they'll put a radiator underneath, so there is space. Yeah, so
right under the floor pan.
Yeah, absolutely under the floor pan.
Surely that must be at least as vulnerable as a battery.
Yeah,
it
definitely.
is, but radiators don't explode.
No, good point.
Yeah.
Mate, this is really, honestly, it's brilliant.
Thank you very much.
I think it's brilliant too.
I really
it's
appreciate
absolutely
it.
brilliant.
Really like it.
And it's good that people are thinking ahead. I mean, you're probably one of the youngest people we've seen here this weekend. So not only are you one of the youngest and you're involved in racing, and hopefully you're learning from John the Greek in terms of race style. Who's another racer for the Hornet, and he's out at the moment, actually.
The madman.
Legend in his own bedtime. But he's thinking forward, he's thinking ahead. These are the guys that we need to keep this kind of stuff on the road. Superb, mate.
Yeah, I've got to say, Ben, I apologise, because earlier on when they mentioned electric scooter, I'm like, no, I'm kicking and screaming. I want the ring, ding, ding, ding.
Yep.
You know, I didn't want it, but now I'm now, and I've launched a lot of electric cars in my time, but seeing the way you've gone about doing it, because of who you are and because you're already a scooter racer, maybe if you'd just come in cold, you wouldn't have had such sympathy.
Yep.
But I'm going to say that, the way you've gone about doing it, I like it.
We have spoken about getting a playing card and putting it in the spokes, like you used to when you were a kid, so at least you get some noise from it.
But it's not, I can't turn it on because I drained the battery yesterday, but it's not silent, because you still got your gearbox rattling around. The motor itself isn't silent.
You'll get a whir, you get the whiz, won't you?
Yeah, there's still some character to it.
And do you know, the funniest thing is, right, I adore, when I was moaning about this, I forgot that I love my little e-scooter. I love that. I wish they'd make them legal. So I'm everywhere on my e-scooter. that was just my ignorant prejudice.
Yeah.
You know, Ellis said electric. I'm like, no. But I ride an e-scooter all the time illegally.
Yeah.
Should have said that.
Now you drop yourself in here again, haven't you? Would you, for the sake of electricity, strip the frame out, put a new rear subframe in, or is your ethos that you want to keep it so that you can reverse engineer
It being reversible is a massive thing.
Right, okay.
To all classic vehicles, I believe.
Yeah, I tend to agree. But again, you get some models that have centre tanks. You've got a toolbox.
Well, the reason it's all there and I've done the cable like that is I wanted it to one day maybe be sold as a kit that you'd buy and you'd install.
Okay.
And not everyone's got a glove box, not everyone's got an inline tank, but everyone's got that space there.
Yep. And I know that one of the companies I used to work for, we were talking about trying to get something like this developed in kit form for India and some of the developing countries, because obviously they use a hell of a lot of two-stroke bikes. They're outlawing two-stroke bikes. They're moving to four-strokes, but the volume of two-wheeled vehicles, if you think about Vietnam and India and overseas territories, the volume of two-wheeled vehicles is just overwhelming. So if you could do conversion to existing vehicles at a relatively cheap price, obviously, the world's your oyster.
Those countries have started to suss it out as well because they have big battery banks and you don't actually own your battery.
That's
you
right.
swap it out
You
and
swap
it's
the
like
battery
an
out.
instant refill.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the way.
Ben, I got a favour to ask. Could I just run that through the ULEZ area, pick up a load of tickets, and then we duke it out with them by showing them what's under the hood? Because I just see that with that registration plate, you know, that's going to be registered as a two-stroke. So I can go right through the centre of London. We'll get 50 tickets, and then we'll take it to High Court.
So it's been in. For my degree, there was a big design show at the end of it in Angel, and I made a point of riding my project into the design centre.
Just superb, isn't it?
Kids ahead of us.
Just
I'll
superb,
just
innit?
forget it. I wish I hadn't spoke. You deserve your distinction for that, and I think that is excellent. I'm so impressed. Congratulations, young man.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah, I keep remember him. He'll come up with something. We'll see him when he'll be.
Sincerely, just make sure I get your proper contact details, and we'll.
Thank you very much.
I can't say which company it is, but it is a multinational company with 270,000 people across the globe.
For me.
And I'll be your agent.
They'll take way too much. Right, so there you go.
Love it.
Is that what you call it, Nuovo?
Yeah, so that's I had to
Electric
do a whole
conversion.
branding thing for uni, and I come up with Nuovo.
Yeah, it's good.
It's new. It means new in Italian, and Bianco Nuovo is an old Lambretta colour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even his marketing spot on, Ellis, isn't it?
It's brilliant.
I know.
Superb. Cheers
It's the
for that,
future.
mate.
He's the future.
So there you go. There's the future.
We're the past. He's the future.
Here's one of the Keneally brothers.
Ah, Keneally.
So, Ben, just before you put that back on.
Amazing, look at that. It's the future right there, isn't it?
Have a mic.
Oh, right.
So, electric motor to replace the crank. Still got all the rear casings.
Still got gears.
Gears, the lot. Would you ride one?
All day long, yeah.
It's brilliant.
I spend half my day on an electric mountain bike, and I love it.
Yes. Would you wheelie it? This man's famous, genuinely famous for his ability with wheelies. Did you go for a world record?
I used to compete at high speed, the World Championship, yeah. But my bike was getting on a bit. I did a 143 mile an hour over the flying kilometre. So you have to have it on the back wheel going into the K. So my clutch was slipping, so I was going in fifth. And then just trying to power through the kilometre.
So just tell me again, you were doing a wheelie at what speed?
Well, my official time was 143. Which, in the scheme of things, people are running 170s now.
Yeah.
So, but you need a supercharger, and I didn't have 20 grand to blow on a supercharger. So I dropped out of it and did other stuff.
143, and he's dismissing it as, as not good enough.
John the Greek's already done a wheelie on it.
Oh no, I'd love wheelies. I'll wheelie anything, I'll have a go. I'll wheelie a shopping trolley if you give me one. I mean, I'll have a go anyway,
First time I saw this chap, it was in a shopping centre in Coventry, and there was just this scooter going round and round in circles on its back wheel, and it was like, what bloody hell's going on there? And Steve said, "That's my brother."
How much power's that got? If you can equate it to brake horsepower.
So the motor is capable of 30 horsepower, but I run it at half to keep it from exploding, pretty much. So it's about 15 horsepower.
Damn, I love it. It's the future. We've got to accept it.
Which, in Lambretta terms, is a good average Lambretta. It's probably about a standard 200 Lambretta, around 15 brake horsepower, isn't it? Brilliant. Right.
But it delivers it immediately. There's no ramp up there.
Was the battery expensive?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Do you mind if I ask how much you're running on a battery?
That battery was £1,200.
In the scheme of things, it's not crazy. I mean, if you think about a rebuild on a Lambretta engine, you're running that anyway, so it's not free, it's not crazy money, is it? No, I love it. It's the future.
Cheers for that.
Cheers, guys.
When are you back on?
It's about 10 minutes, I think.
There you go. Ben, once again, thank you very much. We'll
It's
see
all
you
happening.
again.
It's all happening. There's some drama unfolding behind us, actually, whilst you were talking. I don't know if one of the top teams ran out of fuel or something. There was a lot of drama and stress.
Wait, was that these guys?
No, they're heading in that direction. But over here, are we still within camera range at the minute? Are we in camera range? We are.
What I like about this, I was criticising one of the teams earlier for not bringing a hammer. Why?
Yep.
Here, witness this. Witness this. This is a traditional way to fix your. They're doing the fork. Are you loosening or tightening? All right, so
Alice, what is going on here?
so
for the
remember I said to you earlier, it's got a single fork stem,
Yep.
forks at the bottom.
Yeah.
So what they're doing here is those two rings. One tightens the forks down onto a
Yep.
set of bearings.
Yep.
Bearings in the bottom, bearings
Yep.
at the top, and then the top ring is a locking ring.
Yeah, but
So-
listen,
so if
I
you-
mean, I can see
so-
this isn't a scheduled pit stop. What's happening?
Absolutely not.
Is it a drop?
I don't know actually.
Don't ask him. We'll probably get a chisel around the head.
Was it dropped, gents, or has it just been tightening up? No, it came in loose. So obviously it's coming loose. So you imagine these things are bouncing up and
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
The top bearings are probably about 4 mil diameter, tiny little bearings.
Yep.
So as you batter the
Yeah.
front ends,
Yeah,
hard
yeah,
braking
yeah.
or going into
Could
the
it be
corners.
loose because the bearings are collapsing then? Is that possible?
Worst case, yes.
Okay. Are they ball or taper roller?
Ball. Just these are very basic.
Are they?
Very
Okay,
basic engineering.
so actually probably pre-taper rollers then.
Yes.
Why don't they convert them? Or is that...
Well,
could you?
Probably too small a diameter, to be honest.
Got it. You couldn't get a race. So
you wouldn't get a race big enough. I
So
don't
how
think.
would the rider know, just to give some insight, how would he know that was failing?
Feel.
Steering going sloppy?
Well, usually because the things start to get a little bit squirrely. I
Yep.
think Kevin Schwantz used to say,
yep.
gets a bit squirrely. Your front end literally feels loose.
Got it.
Literally feels loose. And on the brakes,
Yep.
you'll start to feel it knocking.
Got
You'll
it.
actually start to feel it knocking.
Got it. For a team to go to this length, right, would that mean it was pretty bad? Otherwise
It gets
you'd stay up.
unrideable.
Does it?
It'll get unrideable if it's really
was
loose.
that
it gets
directional
unrideable.
control, or just would the front wheels start to move around? Or
Because if you imagine,
No, yeah.
it's floating. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
imagine there's a set of bearings
yeah,
at the top,
yeah.
set of bearings at the bottom,
Yeah.
and if they're not tight, top
Yeah.
and bottom, I'm exaggerating to make a point, but they'll float.
But it's in that dimension. It's not the stability of steering, or could it be both?
Stability of steering goes because it just feels too loose, just feels too light, and then when you're braking, it'll give you your confidence levels will plummet.
Yeah. You won't be able
because
to have any feel
because it's rattling.
Yeah, you won't know when you get into lock-up point. This is gutting for the team, then, isn't it? It looks
Yeah.
like a beautifully prepared scooter.
Here are the SRP Race Tech guys. So 38A, these are the guys that are working alongside Speed today.
Got it.
So
So
yeah,
where would they have
absolutely.
been running? I mean, it's a pity we can't throw back to upstairs. What position were they in
Well,
when we came out?
If I quickly, just as
Yeah,
a,
look at the.
having a little zoom in there, we can have a quick
This
look.
is all the tension, ladies and gentlemen, of endurance scooter racing right here.
So
because these guys are serious about their racing. I mean, they're in no mood to waste time talking to idiots like us on the mic.
So
And who
they're
can blame them because they've
running
got a major. Where were they running?
28th at the moment.
Okay.
And a fastest lap of 1:19 by the looks of things. But I did say a hammer is an
Yeah.
essential tool for a scooter racer.
So what chance this is fixable? I mean, it's a beautiful looking scooter.
They'll definitely fix it. It's just whether or not. I am surprised at what they're not doing is just whipping the bearing races off, putting a new bearing in and trying that. Might need re-greasing, but you can see.
I don't think you should tell them that because
I'm
it'll
not-
be the wrong moment.
Yeah, it'll be
Otherwise,
definitely
you'll
the wrong
find
moment.
that the spanner fits your head.
That's where the hammer comes in handy.
Exactly.
Obnoxious commentators trying to tell people how to do the job.
Wow.
Anyway, well, let's leave those guys to it.
Wow. Well, that's the drama, Ellis, of international endurance scooter competition right there, really, isn't
Absolutely.
it? I mean, it's very hard on the guys. I don't think we can get any further into the paddock, unfortunately, than that. The temperature gone up again, I would suggest, hasn't it? The sun's out again now.
We
And
are
one
getting
of the riders I was talking to earlier told me, Alice, that actually he liked going out on the track. He said it was cooler. It's the only place it was cool.
He's getting the
airflow.
airflow. So let's have a look what we've got going on in here.
Is that Nikita, lady rider? I might get a chance to get a scoop. Nikita, yes. Can I sit now next to you?
Sorry, I'm off.
I knew it. Do you know what? Didn't Wendy say she'd say that? As soon as we arrived with the microphone, she said she's too shy. She won't talk to us.
I will.
You will, promise. You've got to talk to us because we want to encourage more ladies into scooter racing, and you could be an icon.
Super eloquent lady as well, so I'll talk to you.
Perfect. Come and see us. I'm going to hold you to that.
Yeah, no worries.
Do come and see us. Your riding style on track, I picked it up earlier. Exceptional. For the chicane. You're right on the money. So come and talk to us.
Peter.
That was very briefly our only lady scooter competitor at this meeting, but she is fast as hell.
It's what we were saying earlier. You wouldn't differentiate between her style and the experienced men that are riding, but you just look at her and think she's a racer. Whoever that is, that's a racer. She's fully committed. She got the technique as well. She's hanging off the side of the bike. She's coming through the D chicane here, flat out, and that's really difficult to do. There's a big dip in that D chicane there, and if you catch it wrong, people are grounding out exhaust. They're grounding out engine casings because, like I say, it's a big dip. If a bit later, have a look, and particularly the fast Lambrettas are going through there, and you just think they're not going to come out the other side of that dip flat out. They just carry straight on.
I think she's got a great future in bike sport because, as Wendy said, she's absolutely, even talking to her there, she's completely assertive, isn't she? She's like absolutely unstressed about it, unfazed. She knows her business, and I don't want to say it in an arrogant way, but she knows she's good. I just get that feeling. She knows she's good.
There's nothing wrong with having a bit of self-belief. If you can do it, you can do it. It's recognising where you need to improve is an equally valuable skill, and having feedback from people who know what they're talking about is you've got to be able to take that and absorb it, acknowledge it, and if you need to change something about your style, then fine. But having that self-belief is the starting point, really.
I would say so, and it also actually makes you safer, I'm going to suggest, because she looks like she's on top of the job. She's cool, calm and collected, in the mood to ride. She wouldn't want to talk to me, and I don't blame her. Actually, no women ever want to talk to me, but can't blame her for that, but particularly not before you go out on the track, because the last thing you need is some idiot taking away your focus, and she was about to go to work.
Well, we've not really talked about you, Steve, despite the fact you do self-promotion with your T-shirt and everything else.
The fabulous track pack.
It's brilliant, it's brilliant.
Deli Italiano.
Deli Italiano. New Barnet. But your racing experience, so obviously you will have had, you'll have had a natural talent that someone will have nurtured.
That's arguable.
And somebody will have been giving you tweaks and changes and coaching. So how did your race career develop? How did you develop as a driver?
Well, the first thing was I was absolutely desperate to become a race driver. Absolutely. In fact, I started with motorcycles, but I broke my arm and my wrist in quick succession.
Okay.
And the doctor said, if you break your arm again, you can see the shape of it, a big ramp on it. He said, if you break your arm again, I can't promise I'll be able to fix it going forward. He said, you need to find yourself a safer sport. So I jumped on the back of a friend's motorbike, because we were all bikers then, and went to a kart track. So that was my idea of a safe sport. I think he thought that Tiddlywinks was more what he had in mind.
And what sort of age was this?
Do you know what? I didn't have family, so I was quite late starting for the modern world. I mean, it would have been 16, 17, my first car. I didn't have, up until that age, I didn't have parents, I didn't have any way of starting earlier, but I always wanted to. But I was lucky, unless I had, I was Jackie Stewart's apprentice for a while, and I worked with some incredibly high quality people, and I learned. When I was young, I was a sponge, and I loved it so much. I wanted to, and this is what we were talking about earlier, and I would say to young people who want to get involved in anything, right, just absolutely, first of all, my advice would be don't take no for an answer, right? Secondly, read, watch, listen, help out good people, be around good people, because I've been really lucky as a presenter, which is what I did to fund the racing. You know, I've interviewed Nigel Mansell, I've interviewed all of these key people down the line, and I would say, listen to what they have to say and learn.
So you have to have the self-belief that you want to do this thing in the first place. You have to be committed. I want to do it. But then you have to listen to the experts. You have to listen to the people. You can challenge and you can push back. But it's like we were saying about Nikita. I imagine that if someone who she respects and has got the experience and knowledge shares that with her, she's going to absorb that and she's going to take it in. And I would imagine most of the racers in this paddock and out there on the track are going to do that. So you can only learn that way, can't you?
Oh, absolutely. But I would say there's two other ingredients you need. One is a slight degree, I don't say arrogance, but bolshy feeling that maybe I could do it better, right, than you. I mean, I don't mean you, but I mean another person. If you don't have any of that, if you're too meek,
yes,
you're probably not got the right cutout for it, I would say. And the other thing, without a shadow of doubt, is a slight streak of mentalness. And the people say, oh, you know, often you'll find drivers or riders when they've been interviewed will say, you know, they say, oh, you must be loopy. And they go, no, playing it down. But if you look at someone like, I admire Michael Dunlop enormously. And if you look at someone like Dunlop, you have to say that there is something in his wiring.
It's just
that's
not right.
Wired, yeah.
It's just not right, is
yes.
it?
You have to.
To be fair, anybody that races regularly at the TT every year, sidecar races in particular, sidecar should be called psycho racing. Because sidecar
especially the guy in the chair.
It's just the passenger. You know, they are skimming around with the backs of the helmet. I remember watching it at Mallory Park once, and they're going around some of the bends, and the helmets are skimming the road. You can hear it. You can hear it in the road, and that's that normal day's work. You know, quite often they're replacing the helmet after every race. Crazy. Crazy people.
I worked, by the way, for Roger Burnett when I was a lot younger, who won the 8 hours.
So these are all the big names.
Yeah. And I worked with Neil Hodgson, who became world superbike champion. I remember we had a load of guests at Silverstone. I was talking to Roger, and the old woodcut used to be, the bikes were going past us at 120 miles an hour, Ducatis with the rear wheels spinning in the rain. And I asked Roger, I said, how can you condition your mind in the wet to run on a corner without runoff that close to the edge? And whatever anybody says, you have to have a streak of insanity.
I think I want to get this right, because I think it was when Suzuki introduced traction control into MotoGP first, and somebody asked Honda why they hadn't done it. I'm sure it was this way around. And they said, we don't need traction control, we've got Mick Doohan.
Yeah.
You know, and because you watch the MotoGP guys, and they're spinning the back wheel up. They're spinning the back wheel up to turn, to control, to slow down, to scrub speed off, and they're doing it deliberately. It's skill, but someone's got to try that in the first place, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Someone's got to get it wrong, and then keep developing and improving until you can use it to control it, and it's craziness.
Ellis, it's the Teesside 6 plus 2 hours, right? We are now well into it, right? The riders have had to cope with the most intense heat imaginable, okay? They've all by now done a shift or two,
Indeed,
I'm guessing.
yeah, more than
okay?
one, yeah.
The bikes are taking a hammering. And these conditions compared to the wet, the brakes are taking much more of a pounding.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay? So from a point of view of form for people watching, right, what are we going to see happening? Say relative to the first one that I presented at Wilton Mill, in these conditions, are we going to lose bikes towards the end? Is that going to happen? Are we going to lose scooters?
Well, so I predicted we'd finish with 30. And I counted 28 earlier, still circulating. I never got a chance to do it properly off the results board. The thing is, there's two ways of looking at this. If they're reliable enough to get to this far, which is 5.5 hours in, unless there's something that's hidden away, 5.5 hours of solid endurance racing will have revealed any weaknesses. So you're going to get brake fade, obviously. They're getting very little cooling across the discs. So that might be an issue. You might find people start to have braking issues. But I think if you've done 5.5 hours of racing in this weather already, I don't think you're going to necessarily, unless there's something hidden. I'm an optimist, so I think we'll finish with whatever we've got out there now.
Okay, and then that's the machinery. So tell me about the riders, because here's the deal, right? These guys have gone out. They've got ultra hot.
Yes.
Poured sweat. They've come in, tried to cool off. We've seen them with flannels and towels on their heads. Okay, they go out. They do it again. Cold again. It's like they're going through heat cycles. At some point, right, as the sun starts to set, do we not see mistakes starting to creep in?
Fatigue is probably the biggest danger they've got now. They've proven the bikes are reliable because they've got through to 5.5 hours of this kind of racing. So you're absolutely right. Fatigue is the thing that might start tripping people up.
Such as for people not regular watchers, we're talking about missing braking points. Are we talking about what we're talking about? You know, colliding with a novice. What sort of thing are you talking about?
So, right at the beginning, you remember Keith was saying about the faster riders respecting novices and taking into account what they're doing. Novices are going to make more mistakes.
Of course they are.
And so the faster riders are going to have to be accounting for more of those kind of mistakes. And your concentration does start to go. We've stood here and watched people get off their bikes, and they are streaming with sweat. It would have been interesting to have some biometrics on people today, because it'd be fascinating to see what kind of weight loss and what kind of fluid loss that people are suffering with. But it's inevitable that people are going to get tired. This track as well, remember, what we talked about earlier, is quite technical at the top end. And at the bottom end, it can be quite slippy. It can be quite a challenge.
And it looks quite physical to me. They're moving around a lot on the bikes, and that's not for nothing.
It's particularly at that top end where you've got the... you come down off the big right hand, and then there's a 180 and two 180 hairpins, basically. And then you come down the start-finish straight into the Deeks chicane. They're moving this bike about. The only way to keep the maximum speed you can keep into that bike is to move around on the bike. So you're hanging off the left, you're hanging off the right, you're jumping back on the middle, you're back on.
Yeah, and for people who are not regular riders, we should point out, I mean, I know even playing with my bike on the road, when I start leaning off it, braking really hard, my arms pump, you know, I have to use a lot of physical to get on
some
a bike.
people, you can suffer from arm pump, where basically
on a scooter.
Yeah, you can get to the point, because obviously the amount of grip and effort you put into hold on to the bike, because let's not forget these do flex about. They're not like a solid like your Triumph. You could chuck that about because it's actually a solid frame. It's be a twin spar frame. The engine will be a stress part of that, and it'll all be bolted together very nicely and very stiff. These do move around. They still move around and they still flex. So you're fighting that, you're battling that. You've got obviously the technicality of the course where you're getting on and off the bike, literally on and off the bike. Some of the faster riders and some of the more experienced riders are getting the knee down, so you're having that third point of contact to allow you to go faster, which I know always fascinates non-motorcyclists. Someone's got a great big black blob of plastic on their knee. That's so they can physically put their knee on the floor as they're going around the corners. It's hard work. It's hard work. You're holding the bike up. Some of the racing as well in this endurance racing.
Holding a camera up is hard work, by the way. I can tell you, these poor boys sweating away.
He's got it on his shoulder. He's all right. You've thrown
talking about holding the bike up is hard work.
Well, it is hard work, and it's physical.
Look over here, boys. Look, this is how the attempt to stay cool. Look, dousing the hair there, Ellis.
So has he just got off?
I think he just has. It just got off.
For a worrying second, I thought he was going to pour petrol over him. Shall we have a word?
Yeah, show it. You go on in. Go in for the kill.
Hot. So how long's that session been?
Half an hour.
And have you been doing half an hour to keep the session short because of the effort that's going in?
Yeah, because of the heat. Obviously, one of the sessions I did 40 minutes to make up for a time when the red flag happened. But yeah, other than that, we've just been sticking to 30 minutes at the minute.
And how are you finding it?
Yeah, all right. I originally thought I'd be able to manage an hour, but not in this heat.
We were just talking about, so this sort of time in the day, so you're 5.5 hours in. What kind of things are affecting either the performance of the bike or yourself? How are you?
A lot of heat, obviously any damage to exhaust, stuff like that, it's going to change the way they jet. Obviously as they get hotter, it's going to make things richer and things like that. And then obviously wear and tear, because obviously as it gets hotter and hotter, being air-cooled, they're going to slowly go off.
Do you make any adjustments for that during this next 2.5 hours?
Particularly, because if it ain't, don't break it, don't fix it.
This is what I was saying, that these things have been running reliably for 5.5 hours.
Don't fiddle with it.
Don't touch it. Which team are you with?
Team CST. Chisel Speed Tuning.
Okay, so you do the swap with Nikita then?
Yes.
Oh, I got you. Oh,
I
sorry.
have another young man here. I've been
Thank you very
watching. Ellis, what's your name, young man?
Chris.
Chris, I've seen you come in and out a couple of times, and one of the times you came in, you were shouting something rather urgently at your pit crew.
I mean, the last one when I came in. Yeah. So we've had a bit of a trouble with the shock, so the bottom locking nut has been coming loose. So I just wanted them to check it.
Can you tell that as a rider?
Yeah. So when the tension on the spring comes off, you feel like the back end's very, very floppy, especially through the tight twisted bits through here. We have got a bit of an exhaust issue as well. It's grounding out a little bit, so you know. We've broke a bracket, so there's a lot of strategically placed tie wraps holding it on into the steam.
It's right. Nobody wants a floppy back end around here, do they?
Absolutely not, especially not in the rain. But we aren't had any of that today. We're just all raining inside as leathers instead.
No, well, we were talking about that with your man here, but the reality is, it is, I mean, punishing as you get into the later sessions, isn't it? Because wear and tear.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we've done 24-hour races on automatics, but not in this heat. This is something different. And these old shopping bright Lambrettas we're all on, they don't go around corners that easily. Especially with me that's put a load of weight on since I last rode 2 years ago.
Well, you'll lose a fair chunk today, I can tell you that. You've left it behind on the track. We were talking about that, and I'm fascinated to know, do you know, because you're reasonably experienced, do you know when you need to come in? Can you start feeling like, towards the end, do you start knowing when you're making mistakes?
I've always had a problem through all my time I've raced because I get arm pumped, but especially now we're losing all the fluids that you do. My arms are absolutely knackered by the end of the 30 minutes. I'm looking at the clock to see when it's time to come in.
Do you know what? It's funny. Ellis and I were just discussing that because I was asking him, do you suffer with arm pump and stuff? Because it looks like, especially around here, looks like you're really physical on the bike. You're really having to manhandle it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we try to avoid first gear at all costs because that's an extra movement of the arm, and you know. But it is punishing on the wrists, especially on Lambrettas, especially on your left wrist, going up and down the gears all the time. It's hard work. It is hard work.
Good man. But can I ask you this? Yeah. It's also fun, right? Because this is one hell of an event. I mean, it's my second one. Wilton was my first one. But I think the atmosphere, I mean, I'm loving it as much as the riders are, I think.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is the 3rd or 4th I think we've done now. All here. We've never done the Wilton Bill one. I love it. It's great. Endurance racing is good. It's a good laugh.
Well, do you know what? I'm a Silverstone guy, and we're building a kart track. I was saying to Alice earlier, and it would be superb. Now I've seen it a couple of times. I would absolutely love it if at some stage in the future we could do an 8-hour at Silverstone at the new kart track.
Oh, that would be great. I've done Donington before. That was good fun, but I've never done Silverstone.
Well, listen, man, good luck for the finish. Good to talk to you. Thanks for talking to us. Your hand's cold at least, but then that's because you're hugging an ice bucket. Just what you said, arm pump.
It's
Who'd
inevitable.
have thought? Who'd have thought? It's like MotoGP.
It's inevitable. You've got dehydration. You've got constant clutch and throttle action. Like it was, to be honest,
it's the Lambretta the one that you were showing me, which does that on that.
So they all technically they all go first, second, third, fourth.
Yeah.
It never really occurred to me that actually doing the up motion is contributing more to getting that kind of an issue.
Yeah, it's like almost like a carpal tunnel trap, isn't it? It's like when I had early Ducatis, after a long ride, I couldn't use the clutch anymore, literally, because my tendons were so swollen. It must be the same for these guys, I reckon.
Yeah, it's hard work, and clearly you'll be putting race clutches in as well, and some of those will have stronger springs.
Stiff?
So you get stiffer than your standard.
So that young man said he was trying to avoid using first, so it's actually that bad that in the end, as you get tired, you might take second instead of first, simply because you didn't want to have to do the extra shift.
And arguably as well, that might
lock up the rear wheel maybe when you change down.
Absolutely, but you're going to get slower drive out of corners as well, so it's going to marginally affect your lap times.
Yeah.
But this is kind of like the sum of many small parts.
Sure. But then there's one less gear going down and going up, so you gain that, wouldn't you?
You would, but it's all about that initial drive, isn't it? If you're not getting that initial drive, then get
second. And much Jackie Stewart would have told me, carry more speed in. You go, oh, Steve, carry more speed in. You second, take more speed in, let's break it.
Stop slowing down into corners.
You said, Jackie. Actually, do you know, he did tell me that. It's one of the first things he told me, right? Always run a gear taller. That's from JYS himself. Always run a gear taller. If you're in doubt, first or second or third, always run a gear. Yep. That's straight from Jackie Stewart's mouth.
Yeah, you got a bit of.
I always remember that.
Well, you need to remember that for when you've got your team here next year.
Good man. I like your style.
Who are they being sponsored by?
Italiano. Best cappuccino
and
canopes
and Anusol.
Yeah, well, and your soul. And I've got a
For
few
the piles.
Listen, I've got a few ideas as well. Peroni, I think, I'm going to have to get out there and start marketing it. But
You've got a very large network online, and so I think you've got the greatest opportunity to promote this sport.
What I lack is this level of skill and commitment. I think I might be a touch too old, Ellis. I could be too old.
Now we know that's not the case.
No, I think
so.
it is.
While we were stood here, 155 Dukes of Essex came through. I don't know what the problem was, but bike 38 as well over here, which is a Targa twin. So this is a Lambretta twin. Lambrettas tend to be single cylinder, but this is a Targa twin.
Right.
And that came in, and Bob was saying that it was misfiring. So I don't know. It might be interesting to catch up with him after and see.
Absolutely. Mind you, if it's a twin, he's got a spare cylinder.
Yeah, he can run it as a 125 instead of a 250.
Doesn't quite work that way, does it?
Doesn't quite work that way. Right. I think we need to go and find some excitement.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? I would imagine that Wendy's back in the tower, hopefully watching this. So we might hand back to her for a little while.
Yes,
and then you and I can freshen up.
Absolutely. I'll have a little wander around in the paddock as well and see what dramas are unfolding, and we'll see.
Good man.
I'll
go back to my ivory tower in about 10 minutes.
Go and get into the aircon.
Excellent. Wendy, I hope.
Right, guys, so I've been for a little break, had a bit of lunch. I'm back. Oh, they're out, still in pit, but just to let you know that I've got I told you the most laps for the winner last year, 351. Spoken to Keith Terry about how long we were down, including the 2 laps under the orange flag. So I'm going to quickly sort out the pro rata to what we'd expect and see if the teams that are out there are on track to achieve a similar sort of total as last year. I'm not sure what the weather was last year, so I will leave you watching some refueling. Are we both using the same sort of kit? As somebody's running off with a bike. So yeah, the 2 different types there. The ones with the long nozzles, which probably most people use at home, and then the drop and bash. Earlier I was out of the commentary box and somebody did the bash and drop and there was fuel all over the floor, so a bit mad panic clearing up before the bike could get back out on track. So I can tell you the fastest lap is now for today is 1:10.888, and that is Valley Scooter Club number 207. Our leaders are on 222 laps. That's team DSC number 78. Out in front by 8 laps at the moment, followed by 30 and 112 that are both on 211. So sorry, RFS tune are on 211. So just 3 CS have just gone over the line through the 3 CSs. So we are just about to do that now. They're going over the line. So it is a gap of 3 laps that the guys are trying to break down and get into that top second spot. Big call out to RFS Tune. You are doing amazing on that bike. Good to see. And somebody's taken my program, so I was going to give you a bit more info. Let's have a look. So it looks like best laps for the top 3 teams are in the 112s. Valley Scooter Club on 207. Their best time is 1:10, but they're more often not lapping in the 112s as well. But obviously they're trying to chase down and get back up into that top 3. Right, so Spire Terrier, Tarmac Terriers, 114. So they are up into 6th place, only 2 laps behind Valley Scooter Club. Let's just check the times. So their best lap has been a 1:16, which is a cracking time. That was something that a lot of the guys were aiming for yesterday, testing out their equipment and getting ready for today's race. So it looks like 96, the Squadra Corsa Swab, 96, yep. They did have a little problem with the bike, but it looked like when I was out there that they've been able to get that back together and are out there. I wish I could tell you more about the riders, but I don't have that information to hand. So let's see. So Spire Tarmac Terriers are the top race class team at the moment, and the top road class, Pickering Gold Stars, call out to them. That's a cracking race there from them. This the screen we get to see has lots of other information on it, and it's really hard not to try and look at it while I'm talking. So some good clean passing here. The track has some little quiet patches at the moment, but the riders are struggling with the heat. It's 27 degrees here, but I'm not sure about Steve and his statement about it being 37 degrees out there, but I'm betting it's in the early 30s. Lots of water being consumed, lots of water being thrown around, just to try and keep people cool when they come in from their racing sim. So I believe Keith Terry wants to come in and have a chat a little later, but he's just gone off to buy his wife a birthday cuppa, I believe. So we'll see him when he gets back here. So we've got lots of people with fastest laps under the 1:15 mark. Team Vespa, best lap of 1:14. They're in 14th place. They are one of our race class. So this is the class with one race rider. Right, I'm going to pass you back to the pit where Steve is with the roving mic, and I'll be back to speak to you later. I'll do a bit of maths in the meantime. Enjoy.
Maximum drama in the pits here down at Team DSC, where our lead team had a catastrophic failure of a damper. The rest of it is down there. And the rider, where's he gone? Where's Baz? Come here, young man. This is Baz from Team DSC. This is our riders look after a stint in this sweltering heat. Tell us what happened. You've mullered the damper.
Well, the rear shock absorber snapped in half halfway around the corner. I think I might have followed through, but luckily I was right by the pit entrance and I came in. And I'm just going to go and check my underpants.
It's a catastrophic failure, but how did it feel at the moment? Was there a danger of it spitting you off?
Well, yeah, it's like a pogo stick at 90 mile an hour, my friend.
90 miles an hour, bouncing up and down. But also, I'm looking at you. You had some really good lap times during the session. The race is working. You got a 6. You still managed to get out with a 6-lap margin.
Yeah, I kept trying to see the border was going through. You can't see, you're going too fast. It's too tight on that chicane to see anything, but I'm pleased with that. First time out for quite a while, so
Baz, you haven't lost it, that's for sure. But tell us about this late stage. I mean, we joke about it, but that's how easy, even with a 6-lap margin, it's only got to take some critical component to give up the game, and it could all have gone.
I mean, if that had snapped at the back of the circuit, I could have rode it back, but very, very slowly, because you're just on the spring. The spring might have jumped over, dropped it onto the back wheel, onto the frame, you know. Luckily, it did it there, and not after we changed riders, because Graham's just gone back out there, and if he'd have done it, like I say, at the back of the straight, we're going to lose a lot of time getting back over here and changing it. So, yeah, it was lucky.
Do you know what alerted us was how quick your pit work was originally as well? I mean, I've been watching the team all day long, and you're well rehearsed. It's a very slick operation, or at least that's the way it looks to us outsiders.
Yeah. We've done it a while now, so you know.
And that shows, to be fair.
Yeah, we all know how to work together, and everyone's got their own role within the team. You know, normally I'll be on the spanners, but this time I'm riding, so it's quite good to be able to stand back and just say, "There you go, boys."
Baz, for people who are new to, because this, like the live stream is opening up scooter racing to a bigger audience. So lots of people logging in on the chat saying, how do I get involved in this? First time I've seen scooter racing, this is incredible. But actually, this has to be, I mean, you tell me, a really accessible form of motorsport.
Yeah, this is by far. If you want to go and race properly, this is proper racing.
I can tell, no doubt about that.
Out there, this is proper racing. Just go on Facebook, look for the British Scooter Endurance Club, and everything's on there. You can message any of the two lads who run it, Keith and Mikey, obviously with help from the other halves as well, and they'll talk you through it. It's really easy. All you need is a full road licence, some leathers, and you can get out there on any road machine and get some track time,
Steve,
and it's cheap.
Let's just. I just want Nick in for 2 seconds.
You go ahead.
No, you, because we're educating Steve all about scooters. So
Yeah.
Just touch the
Before
shop.
I make my debut,
Steve,
Baz.
just give that a little. Bear in mind that's been cooling down for however long.
What have you been doing to it, man? How
I'm a
did
bit
you
fat
overheat
these
it?
days, you know. I'm not as slim as I used to be.
You can see that's a serious.
It is. I mean, that shocker has been used in anger for probably 4 seasons now. So it's not as if it's a new shock. These Protect shocks are absolutely the dog's dandies.
Yeah, they're normally bulletproof.
And I mean, like I say, it's been used in anger for at least 4 seasons.
Do you feel slightly guilty?
Not at all, no.
Do you feel glad to still be in one piece?
Yes, definitely.
One air ambulance a day is enough, I would say, Baz.
That was, and best wishes to the lad who came off. Hopefully he's all right. You know, that was bad. That you don't ever know to see an ambulance on the circuit.
No.
So fingers crossed he gets better soon. You know.
Baz, the one thing that people are watching the race, and we're talking about it, but I keep trying to say to people what a friendly paddock it is, because if people are looking on the outside, they might think, oh, I'm a bit nervous about getting involved, but I look around the paddock and everybody helps everybody.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. You don't need to be nervous about getting involved. Come along, talk to anybody who's doing it, and everybody will encourage you, because you want more people out there. Yeah. You don't want to be riding around with 10 people, you want to be riding around with 50 people. If you break down, everybody will help you. There's a lad down the bottom of the paddock snapped his layer shaft yesterday, and I think he got one. I'm not entirely sure yet, because I haven't seen him since last night. But, you know, we were just ringing around people who might have some parts in the area. You know, if we've got a spare engine, have a spare engine, mate. Get out there and get some fun. Everybody will do that.
That's what I like about it. That's what brought me back a second time from Wilkes. And also, I think it's a great crack, isn't it, as well? Because people take the racing really seriously, but they don't take themselves too seriously.
No, you can't take yourself seriously. You only here once.
True.
Around, make the most of it. Have as much fun as you can while you're on the way.
Plus, as well, when I was trying to explain to people, I said to them, because I'm from a racing background, car racing, obviously, but I said to people, think about the most unlikely vehicle to be a racing vehicle, and then people driving the bollocks off it, and that's what a scooter is, really, isn't it? Because you wouldn't, if you started out with a plain sheet of paper to make a racing vehicle, the scooter wouldn't be the first vehicle you sketched.
You wouldn't, but that's just the English mentality, isn't it? I mean, men in sheds. This is what you do. You take something that's just made to go to the shops on, and you think, right, I'm going to do 100 mile an hour on that.
But that's the beauty of it for me.
The beauty of it, and the vast majority, are all home prepared by men in sheds, and they're out there having a whale of a time, and that's what it's all about.
And looking at the lap times and the closeness to the competition, as you pointed out, the guys at the front are good. And I've got a funny feeling that if I took them and put them in any kind of bike racing, not just scooters, they'd still be good.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it is hard to drag a scooter around the track fast, and it does take a lot of experience and a lot of time to learn how to do that. But if you stick any of these top lads on a motorbike, they'd be. I mean, and a lot of lads who race scooters at the top level, and in the national series race bikes as well, and at the front of that, you know, because bikes stop and handle. Scooters, you've just got to keep the throttle open and drag them around the corner, you know.
Baz, thank you so much for talking to us. I'll let you enjoy your break before you, I suppose you're going in the back there for a massage in a minute, eh? Is that right? You got a girl or two? Yeah, I thought as much. Meanwhile, we'll just reflect on what remains of your shock. But it's good that you're in one piece and it's the shock that's died, not the other way around. Thanks, Baz. Drama, and that team is the team that are at the front of our Teesside 6 + 2 hour race, and they've still got a 6 lap margin. So that was, you'd have to say, Ellis, that was a hell of a pit stop. So they only lost 2 laps.
1 lap, I think.
1?
Yeah, they were 8 down when they came in, and by the time they got back out, they're only 7. So I think there's still only 1 lap. They only lost 1 lap, so it's only 7. They're still 7 laps ahead, which is remarkable.
I have to admit, when I came piling round here, after you pointed out to me what was going on, Baz's eyes were like saucers. I think he might have seen the Reaper. You know, if he had rear view mirrors, well, he saw the Reaper in his rear view mirror if he'd had them, which he doesn't.
Is that a 12 mil diameter? I mean, that's a significant piece of metal to snap.
Yeah. What was a significant piece of metal? Now it's swarf.
The thing is, if you use one of these hard for that many number of years, you'll know from your racing that actually you've got things that have got a shelf life, and you'll replace them. You'll replace them on a regular basis, but these guys obviously have not necessarily got the budget to just do that naturally. Keep the camera this way because he's getting undressed. So we don't want to upset the ladies. The other thing is, look, cable ties. Several people have told us today that they're using cable ties to repair the scooters. At least one team are holding their entire exhaust on with cable ties.
Well, and look here as well. This is what I surmised when I sat on one of these. Iron arse. That is definitely, I would suggest, what you need to sit on a racing scooter. They are not the most comfortable platforms.
No.
Particularly not if you've got a shock.
Not at the best
doing
of times.
that. It's actually, to be fair, that's a pretty decent sized spring, isn't it?
But remember, you've only got one at the back as well.
A good point.
So it's on the one side, so it gets all sorts of
hammering,
weird,
isn't it?
Absolute hammering.
And also, I guess if you only got one and it's on one side, it's going to be subject to twisting.
So
forces.
you are going to get some of that, yeah. But obviously, the way it's mounted, it tries to compensate for that by having the rubber bushes in.
Yeah.
But inevitably, to keep caning something round in this kind of an environment.
Yeah.
For 8 hours a day. Now, I have just spotted there's a table over there full of what look like wags, the wives and girlfriends.
Wives and girlfriends.
You can't miss the opportunity, Steve. You've got to go and have a chat.
Ellis, that one's for you. By the way, before we leave here, remember, this is the #1 team, TSC, in scooter racing at the moment, out in the lead. And as you can tell, it is a lot like a Red Bull hospitality unit.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Isn't it? It's like the full Red Bull.
But not like Ruston Lambretta Club. No one's offered us cheese yet, or any homemade scones, or
in that
homemade
case,
jam.
should we go?
Yeah,
If no one's going to offer us anything, we'll go.
So let's have a wander. Look at the enthusiasm of the wives and girlfriends.
We saw some talent. We thought this is the wives and girlfriends over here, right? The long suffering. So we thought we'd come and sit with you ladies.
You look like you're having a great time, ladies. Living the dream. You look like this was exactly what you were planning for your weekend, to sit in the sunshine all day, enjoying two-stroke scooters going round and round in circles.
There's an unofficial timekeeper here checking on us. Are you working with one of the teams? You clearly are.
Yes, DSC.
Okay, and of course, how could I have not known that? And are you happy with their performance so far?
Overly. They're just amazing. Great riders, great everything. Everything's fantastic about the team, so yeah.
Perfect. Would you be married to one of them?
Yes.
There we go. Okay. What about yourself?
I'm married to one of them as well. Yeah.
Team boss.
Married to one of them.
Not married to one of them. Would you like to be married to one of them?
No.
So, ladies, is this where you get taken on your holidays? It's like you go Teesside, you get a choice, Teesside, or earlier in the year you could have gone to Wilton Mill.
And I should be in Turkey now, but I'm here instead.
That's a sacrifice, isn't it, ladies? But let's be fair, there's worse places to be, isn't there? I mean, the weather is superb, hospitality is fantastic, the racing action's red hot on track. Does it involve being a sacrifice, being married to one of these riders?
Nah, not really, no.
Are you as enthusiastic as them? Yeah? As critical?
No, not at all. Main's out next.
Okay, and have you got a rider on track yourself?
No.
So you just support crew?
Support them, yeah.
Come and support them. Okay, ladies.
Steve, we've got one young lady trying to hide here. So what's your involvement? Who are you supporting, shall we say?
Barry.
Oh, Barry. Baz has just
Is that the one we just interviewed?
Excuse me?
We've just seen him in his underpants. We've live streamed his underpants to 1 million people.
The new ones that I like.
You just bought them, okay.
Yeah.
So Baz was saying how accessible this whole kind of event and stuff is. Do you feel you get welcomed as members of the team, as members of the paddock?
Yeah, it's my first time here, so...
Really? So you're responsible for bringing the sunshine?
Yep, totally.
Fantastic. You could come every time then. You should have been at Wilton Mill. So as a first timer then, what do you think? What's your impressions?
Amazing. We've got brilliant talent.
Is that the presenters?
Yeah, obviously.
I think that's fair, Steve. I think that's fair. So who other than Team DSC, what other team have you been looking at thinking, yeah, they've got talent?
No, I've just been concentrating on this team.
On DSC?
Yeah.
It's the right answer, isn't it?
Well, ladies, what about there's a very fast lady rider out there? I mean, that's what I think is we should have more lady riders involved in the sport, because I think this sport is fantastic. Yeah. It's great fun, really exciting, and it's affordable.
You know, if you, like me, come from the world of car racing, this is much better value for money. So what about some more? What about one of you getting involved as a rider?
Not crazy enough.
Not crazy enough, is it? Okay, you've had to patch them up. Okay. Well, listen, thank you so much for bringing them, supporting them, letting them race, because I suspect without you ladies' patience, and I've got a feeling you are quite patient. And by the way, your other half, he came in with eyes as big as saucers after his shock absorber failed. He will need a drink, yeah. Not water either. I could hear him from about, I don't know, 50 metres away. When he came in, he was pretty hyper, wasn't he? That was close to being a nasty shunt, you know, wasn't it?
Yeah, if your back shock snaps, obviously there's nothing connecting the engine effectively to the frame. So it was. But to be fair, again, some of these riders, and this is reassurance for the young ladies amongst us, that some of these riders can actually rescue those kind of catastrophic failures. So they can still ride through it, they just slow down. They just slow down a bit and they come back into the pits, get back in. That shock change, to only go down one lap, having replaced a complete shock. It's brilliant. It just shows, and I think Baz said this, that everyone seems to have their job in the team. You haven't got a job in the team yet, have you? So we need to get this lady a job in the team. But it shows that DSC are all organised enough to know what they're going to do when there's an incident, what they're going to do, and if everybody does their job, sail through. So well done, Team DSC.
Yeah, ladies, thanks for letting us sit down, if only for a moment. We'll let you go back to your team strategies. Thank you, girls. Thank you.
This is the DSC equivalent to Milton Keynes running an F1 race.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. That's where the intelligence of the team is, and the talent, the patience.
That's the Irish lads going out. That was the Irish lads that went out first. You could hear the tone of both bikes was different. I think he's actually just got into second to pull away because it's bogging down in first, probably because of the way it's jetted. But so you're better off, rather than bogging down in first and not getting away, putting it into second and just getting some torque behind you and getting off. A bit slower, but better than being stuck in first.
Alice, I mean, we're having some excitement. Like, we've got an hour and 45 to run, and we've got things like the lead team having a shock snap. I mean, let's be honest, that could have pitched their rider into oblivion.
Well, this is what we're saying.
Couldn't it? I mean, you're at the wrong place on the track. We could have had another air ambulance. It's possible.
It's possible. Well, let's think about
Okay, back to us. There's a bit of a technical problem with the mics in the pits. So another call out to RFS Tune. 112. They are now in second place. So 11 laps behind Team DSC. DSC have actually increased the lead a little there. There was a bit of a worry. They came in because they'd broken not the spring. The rear damper. So they were off for a little bit, but they've got back out there. Not sure who's on the bike at the moment.
No, we'll have a look.
Yeah, we'll check, because if it's one of the races that we're used to seeing, we can tend to recognise the leathers and the riding style.
Well, the 3 Cs the Canadians are in. They've been in for quite a while.
All right. So the 3 Cs, the Keneally brothers and Phil, they had a problem earlier, and got back out and got up to second, but it looks like they're back down in fourth. But whether let's see, they are not on the track at the moment.
No, they're still in the pits.
So they're still in the pits. We don't know what's wrong. No doubt we'll find out later. It looks like the Foster 56 there in the pits.
The leaders, F78, pushing it out the gravel.
Oh dear, yeah. So DSC, don't know what happened, whether he missed a gear, went into neutral, but it's not looking like he's actually he's got a problem. 78's got a problem. Looks potentially, is it an intermittent problem? No, he's... Right, so basically it's come straight on, straight into the pit. So that will give RFS Tune and CST Racing a chance to move up the order. They've got a lot of time. That would be Team DSC would actually have to be out for over 10 minutes.
They're 11 laps in the front, aren't they?
Does it give the time distance? Time lap? No, it doesn't. So 11 laps, so 1:16. So you probably they probably need to be out for about 15 minutes to for RFS Tune to take the lead, which would be wonderful for them, but not so much for Team DSC. So let's see. Let's go through the teams, and so the top three. Let's see if I can do it and get it right. So Pro Race, we have in the lead at the moment 78 Team DSC.
Yep.
Second, we've got 30 CST Racing, and third in that class 207 the VSC Club 207.
I don't know if you've noticed, but 207 have they've robbed Hornet's star rider John the Greek.
Yes. So in fact, I did mention that they've got Justin Price and John the Greek. So that team actually was supposed to be in the race class, but because they've ended up with John and Justin, the team had to move into the pro class. Right, so the yellow race numbers, so these are the race class. So in first place for them, it's 114, the SS Terriers. In second, it is 63T Vespa Racing.
No, number 15 Team Vespa.
Pardon?
Team Vespa is in second
Oh,
place.
sorry, Team Vespa is in
and
second place.
They are actually second and third, which is Dukes of Essex. They're actually on the same lap, and they look like they're actually fairly close on track.
So this could be a bit of fun racing. I suppose the thing is, though, these guys won't know that that's where they are, will they?
No.
They will be just doing their best. They do not know that, in fact, they are racing each other for a place on. Right, let's see what that looks like. So yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay, so Team Vespa is in second at the moment, and Dukes of Essex is in
third. Yep.
Third for the race class.
Keep an eye on that because, as we were saying, they're on the same lap. So
you keep an eye on that while I look out for the.
It's hard. Who's catching? Are they catching or?
Oh, God, yeah, very.
I think they are.
So
I think
nobody
they are.
can see, so we can see here. That's how
they
close
should be
they
coming
are.
down the back
Look
straight.
there. So Dukes of Essex look to be closing down Team Vespa, but you don't know whether down the bottom end of the track it'll change. So let's go back to the road class. So these are the greens. So we've got RFS Tune in first place.
In second overall. Shout out to RFS
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's a very good shout.
Second in the road class are AME. And then we're just waiting for, and third is
IDK.
IDK
Mungo will be
Endurance.
excited.
So that's smash, absolutely cracking to see. So let's go to the scooter club class. So these are the ones in red.
Definitely, and a massive shout out to Picker and Gold Stars because this is only their second event.
Oh wow!
So their first event was Wilton, and it, as you probably knew, it shucked it down with rain. So.
That is absolutely
their first
brilliant.
dry race. They're winning their class at the minute.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
So, yeah.
So they are
second time out.
Fantastic. Leading their class. Then in second in the club class, we've got
Go on then, Wendy.
TDD Vespa.
No.
Oh, Chihuahua Dunham
Yeah,
Vespa.
this is the Irish, yeah. So
Did I say it right?
No. no, not even close. I think it's Tuthandadarnan.
Tuthandadarnan.
Something, yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure somebody will come and tell me I've got it wrong. And then the third in that class is Team Escargot.
Yes.
Number 84.
Which is, they're on a little grey small frame, I believe.
I think that's the thing that I'm missing out of the programme.
Yeah,
I don't have the bikes
believe.
that everybody's got.
We'll keep an eye on it just to clarify.
Do they not let you know because they don't know?
Sorry?
Do they not? Do you not all? Do they not
no,
always
it could
know?
be a late entry.
All right, on your
So-
screen at the moment, this is Cale. He is a new mechanic at CST, and this is his first outing on a race bike. I think he found it a bit daunting.
Okay, they're going to go roaming.
Right,
Fair
so
enough.
we'll leave Cale there on your screen, and we're going to pass you back to Steve, who is roaming round the paddock. Thank you.
Unbelievable drama down here in the pits with about 90 minutes to run. Team DSC can't believe this. They lost their brakes. The rider went straight on, damaged the scooter. And now if we come into the paddock, but keep out of the way, this is a top team. Ellis, these guys are absolutely flat out. And look at the way they work together. I mean, when you look at this, you can see why, right? They've got such an advantage. But Ellis, they're going to need it now, aren't they?
Well,
because their lap advantage is going to be eroded with every
Absolutely.
minute that goes by.
With literally every minute that goes by. So lost the front brake by the sounds of things, went straight
did,
on,
yeah.
rolled the bike.
Yeah.
That will have twisted the gears. That's ripped some of the gear cables out.
Yes.
It's not just a case of replacing, getting the front brake working again. They've actually got to put some new gear cables in as well and get the whole gear cable set up.
Come and look here. One of the wives that we were shooting the breeze with just a second ago is now got screws and components in her hands,
Ready to
right,
hand them
feeding
over.
the team. And these guys are absolutely, completely determined. I mean, there isn't an F1 team, I don't think, that would have any more commitment or dedication to the cause. And look at them working together. This is how you become, I guess, a top team in scooter racing.
It's like we just said when we were talking to the young ladies over there, that everyone's got a job and everyone knows what their job is. And if you're not doing a job, you stay out of the way.
This young man had a job to do because he was out on the scooter when the brake failed. What's your name?
Graham Sutton.
Graham, that must have been a code brown moment.
It pretty much was, yeah.
And it was, am I right in thinking it failed at the end of the long straight?
Yeah. So I was fumbling. I'd never used the back brake, so I was fumbling as to where it was. Whacked it into first. Tried to take as much speed off as I could. Luckily, it's really deep gravel in there. It's quite handy.
So you went snowmobiling effectively, dug yourself into the gravel, and then I guess the scooter took a tumble.
Yeah, actually, it was pretty low. It dug into the gravel, flipped me over the top. Nice soft landing.
You still look in pretty good condition, actually.
And what was even better was that it was still running. So I just got the clutch in, picked it up right, and rode it back.
You know what? That's a hell of a thing. I'm joking apart. Had it have stalled, not been able to get the thing going again, we'd have been even further behind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't have fancied the push in at this stage of the day.
This is, for me, Graham, this is the added dimension, isn't it, with endurance racing? Because you can be out the front with 6 or 7, like you were, with 6 or 7 laps advantage, and you damn well can't count your chickens, can you? Because it's just not over till it's over.
No, that's right. Well, we just snapped this shock absorber.
I know. We were talking to Bazza about it, and I mean, and how much bad luck can you have? What about the brakes themselves? Do you think the fluid boiled, or did the pads fade out? Or what would your guess be?
I think it might have some air in it. It's just the lever's been coming further in during the day, and then when the fluid level drops below the hole in the bottom of the mass,
got it. Sucks air at that point.
Air in, no brakes.
Wow. Well, you're in one piece. The scooter's, broadly speaking, in one piece. And Ellis, how many laps have we lost, or where are we on the leaderboard? Are the team still in the lead?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit for Baz, because obviously Baz had not long come in from his long stint, and you're down to 4, so you've lost 2 laps already, so you're 5 laps ahead.
Still got a margin.
5 laps. Yeah, still got 5 laps.
If anyone can get the scooter turned around, Ellis, I'm thinking these guys.
If you
can.
imagine they're lapping at what, 1:15, 1:20 at the moment.
So every time it's in for 1 minute and 15, they lose a lap to. Who's in second at the minute?
So RFS, I think that is. That's what they're lapping. Their best is 1:16, but they're lapping currently at 1:26.
Wow. Okay,
So-
that's interesting. It's going to take them a while. So they've got 1:26.
So about 7.5 minutes.
That's a hell of a job for the second place team as well, isn't it? To
Yeah.
be running in second place.
So I reckon they've got about 7 minutes before they get overtaken.
I'm hoping RFS will slow down because they're protecting their class lead.
Are they?
No one's told
Look
them
at
that.
look
No
at
one's
this.
told
Look at
them
this.
that.
Here we go. Here we go.
Holy Bondoli.
Let's go and get onto the other side. The panels come off again. So
Ellis, this is the real essence
this
of it, isn't it?
What now? When I said about the gear cables, this will be them trying to get the gears set up and get the gears lined up.
I understand.
If you have a,
so it's not just a case of replacing the cable; they're also having to get.
If you have a squint, just move to the right.
Yep.
You can see there's a gold lever.
I can see it. Yeah.
Gold arm.
Yep.
If that will move in every direction. There you go. Somebody needed some snips.
So that's also the new shock, right? Am I right?
Yeah, new shock.
That's the new shock that went on.
The new shock. So they're the gear cables, and adjusting the gear cables can be a right pain in the backside under normal circumstances, but under a pressurised circumstance like this, when you've got to get it back out so that you're not losing the lead in a race, it makes it all the more difficult.
What's impressive as well is that's our lap record pace rider. Baz down there getting his hands greasy and dirty, and digging in and getting helping the team. In fact, doing a key part of the spannering.
Clearly, he was.
Oh, have I got it wrong? Is that somebody else?
No,
it is Baz. Yeah.
He was expecting to have a little rest sitting in the back of the van.
That's the rest gone.
And then somebody says, "Baz, how?"
Well, I don't think they needed to call him. He was all over it. I mean, when you've worked that hard as a rider, you're really invested in it.
Tools down, panel on. Gentle tap there, just make sure it's on properly.
We are watching. Did you spot something? Or?
We've just got to get up to the top, and they're off. Right, there you go. Started straight away. So that's great news. I mean, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the laps at the moment. So they've gone out 4 laps behind. So technically they lost three to 4 laps in that. So they must have been in that pit for less than 6 or 7 minutes. That's impressive stuff. If you asked me to adjust my Lambretta cables, I'd need at least an hour.
I'd book mine in for a service at my local dealer when they could fit me in.
Yeah.
I'd leave it with them for a couple of days, and then I'd hope that by the time that had all been done,
and they'd be charging you £30 an hour for that. So we get some of the staff nearly getting run over there.
I've got to say that innocuous bunch of ladies we were talking to suddenly sprung into action. Did you see that?
Well, we got pushed out of the way by one of them.
The table's been cleared, and they had bolts and nuts in their hands, handing tools to
Well, you know what's happened there as well, don't you?
Go on.
We're now going to be guilty of the commentator's curse.
Is that what it is?
Well, it is. So we sat down with them, we had a chat, we said how impressed we were with how DSC were run. Everyone had their job, and they were running really well and running reliably. They changed that shock in record time. Absolutely superb work. And the next thing, on the very next lap, he's been in it with no front brake, having to change the gear cables because he's fell off and turned the gear selector around and snapped the gear cables. That gives him a little. We're guilty of the commentator's curse.
Well, you got the payment for it because that lady bustled you out of the way, didn't she?
Yes, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, you got thrown out of the way.
One of them's carrying a bowl of water on. We're a bit worried that we might get drenched.
Listen, shock snapped, brakes failed for them, right? Surely that's the end of their bad luck. Straight run to the finish, no? No.
How many curses do you want to cast today?
No, I don't. But I mean, how much? That's such a well-prepared scooter, right? How much more bad luck could they have? That must be all their bad luck for the day.
I was just going to say, it's ironic. So when we were talking earlier about, you get to 5.5 hours, and if the scooter's running reliably, it's running reliably. But the shock goes because the shock, has been well worn over the last 4 years. It's been raced. It's been stressed. It's been bounced up and down. It's been twisted. So sod's law, it's going to fail at some point. And guess what? Chose today to fail. The brakes could have easily just been overheating, could have boiled the fluid, could have been a whole host of things. Again, 5.5, 6 hours into a race, that goes right. That's not something you can necessarily predict. It's not something you can actually do anything about.
Yeah, so not bad preparation. It's just potentially how hot it is. The fact they're braking really late for the corners here.
It's pressure. You're overstressing pretty much every component at the end
Especially
of the day.
the rider.
Especially the rider.
And us.
And
we don't need any more drama.
Listen, we don't need any more drama. And I'm a bit worried about walking past the wives and girlfriends of DSC just in case they take offence at your commentator's curse.
Your commentator's curse.
No, I'm blaming you.
Your commentator. Your commentator's curse.
That's the United Colours of Bembridge that just gone out. They're on another one of those Lambretta Louis, but theirs is a proper multicoloured version, a bit sort of a Harley Quinn effect. Fantastic looking bike, fantastic team. They're a good bunch of lads to have a few beers with after the race. Are you staying with us for a few beers after the race?
I think, no, because I've got to work at Silverstone and I've got a 4.5 hour ride home.
Well,
so when I start literally at 7:30 in the morning, I've got to be on duty at the racetrack.
What's the event tomorrow?
I've got school day.
Oh,
So,
okay.
but there is an event on a German car club thing going, but I'm helped to. In fact, I'm doing instructor training.
Ah, very. So are you training instructors?
Yes,
Or, yeah.
I'm training new instructors for Silver and assessing our current. We ran through a constant program of improvement for the instructors. But the reality is, by the time I get back from here, probably going to be 11 on the bike. And that, not being funny, I must be old, but like 4.5, 5 hours on the bike
It's
in
hard,
the dark, it's quite hard.
It's hard work. It's hard work. No,
So,
I get that.
but I would love to. I'd love nothing more than a beer. I wish I could call in sick, but then no, because they'll be watching the live stream.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not going to work either.
Start coughing.
You walk past. I want to see what happens. You go past the
No,
wives
I'm
first.
actually- I've got to go and fetch
You go
the
past the
clipboard.
wives first. Go on.
Hang
It's
on.
him.
He's getting me into trouble. Sorry, can I grab that? Please don't blame us. Luckily, they're more frightened of a camera than they are me. Right, so we're going back to the hut, I think, to the air-conditioned palace that is the commentating hut, and then we're going to carry on seeing what dramas we can find out and about. So hopefully, Wendy and/or Mike are ready to take it back.
Yes, you're right. We're here. We're back in the commentary box while we have Steve head back to the commentary box. So there looks to have been a bit of fun out there. We've had a couple of teams back in the pits. The lap back from Team DSC that are out in the lead is down to 4 laps. So an absolute amazing job done by RFS Tuning.
Yep.
Yeah. So
They're second now overall.
second
And
overall,
for
which is stunning.
road class, it's really,
That's it. It's
really
not
good.
like it's a
Same
race class. It's the road class.
Same with 21. They're in 4th overall. Second in class, 4th overall.
No, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
We're trying to find 207 because they keep putting in extremely fast laps. So
And they're in 4th place at the
they
moment.
are. They're in 4th place.
And theirs is the fastest lap. We don't know whether
There
it
is
was.
110 they've done.
We don't know whether
110.8.
we don't know if it was John the Greek or Justin Price that did that. But yeah, they're in the pits at the moment.
Oh, they have. They might
They've
be fueling.
pitted. It could be fuel. We don't know because we can't see the pit stop place. Yeah, oh no, that's
See
Spire.
Chisel Speed, same 30. They're still in the pits and they've dropped right down. Same, but good thing the 3Cs are back out on track. They were about 11th. They ended up, and now they've already worked their way back.
Thing is, those laps are quite close together, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, they are.
So that's why they've been able to get out and get back up the.
You have
the
still got
order.
the battle between Team Vespa, Dukes of Essex as well. It looks like Team Vespa are actually eking out, but they're all still on the same lap, battling for second in that class.
Yeah, that gap looks to be. I wish I knew how much of a lap that was, but yeah, that's definitely a bigger gap than it was when we were looking last time. So we think the rider that's gone out on the Team DSC bike after the brake failure, we believe it's
Hammy, looks like Hammy.
we believe it's Mr. Hamilton. He's retired from racing.
Phil's come back in for Team 3Cs. Phil Hallam, BSSO racer.
Yeah.
Fairly new to the sport, isn't he, Phil?
Yeah.
I think this is his second endurance with us. But yeah, I think he's raced BSSO 3 years.
2 or 3 years, yeah. But he is riding with the Keneally's, who are all experienced racers.
Multi championship winning team.
Yeah.
I think Darren's won, well, I don't know how many Darren's won actually, 4.
Yeah.
4, maybe 6. Steve's won Group 4. Bert's won Group 4, so yeah.
And I believe
phenomenal.
that he stopped racing, did Darren, because it's not fun being out the front with nobody to race.
Yeah, it is. It sounds stupid, but it is.
When you want, but if you race, you want to race, don't you?
You do, but it can get boring. Not boring because racing is fun, but when you're battling it out with someone in a group for a podium, it's a total different thrill, which I do get. Don't get me wrong, it is nice to win, but it's nice to win, and you've got to work. And you've had to work for it.
So just to let you know, 207 VSE Club, the bike is back out on track, and it is Justin Price that is
Valley
riding
boys.
that at this time.
Pickering Gold Stars. I did hear they run out of fuel, but they're 7th overall and they're still leading their class, which is impressive. That is their second
That's superb.
event ever with us. So
Brilliant. Justin's looking over his shoulder there. Is that, oh, maybe just getting out onto the track and it seemed a bit tentative then.
oh yeah, he's looking down.
He's looking down at his bike, heading out to the straight. So let's see how he goes down the
he's looking
straight.
all right, straight line speed.
That's it. And
Perhaps
he's
he's
got
getting
the
tired.
throttle. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Or
It is
maybe
hot
it
out
just,
there, I must admit. The
or
rider's
maybe it
coming
just
off
feels a bit
soaking.
different. You
Yeah.
know, when you've had to do something to the bike, it maybe it doesn't pull like it did before.
Well, we have we got an hour and 20 minutes left. It is hard going. A lot of these are doing about 45-minute stints. Some are doing an hour, which I must admit, logically is the best strategy.
Can I ask you, Mikey? You know
Yep.
those the canisters that
Yeah,
they
so-
turn over and
Yeah.
what is the name? What are they called?
They're a quick filler. But because
I said
obviously
a slam and
technically-
dunk, but I
yeah,
didn't know if there's a technical name.
They are actually like a quick filling system. So instead of tipping it in, tipping it out, technically, if you get a tank made with the proper fitting, doesn't matter. You could have 100 litres. You could
Slam it on.
and when it hits the top, it will automatically cut off.
Wow.
But because obviously they haven't got the correct adapters
Oh, there's
on.
something hanging off the bottom of that scooter there.
Yeah, number.
No,
what's
actually,
that?
it's probably a bit of
114.
duct tape by the look of it.
Could be.
Look there.
Yeah, it looks duct tape on the. That's 114. I think that's their class leaders, aren't they? They are, yeah.
They are the
Tarmac Terriers. Yep.
Right. So who's?
Hammy's just gone past, and I think Nikita's on now, isn't it?
No. It's Chris Cook.
Oh, is it Chris? Is it? Chris is on.
So Chris hasn't ridden for about 3 years since he had a bit of a bad accident.
Another
but
BSSO racer.
So he's actually back out.
So he's actually chasing. Valley. He was chasing the small frame, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yep. So be interesting. Chris was fast actually when he raced. He was an auto, wasn't he, originally? He loved his autos.
He raced autos
he was a zip
originally,
boy.
yes. Yeah.
Used to love the zips, and then he see the light and come to Lambrettas. So yeah, and
Can we encourage people to let you know what they're riding so that if I get to do this again? So some people do, but it would help me.
Mainly with us, we are Lambretta. You know,
But there are a
but
lot.
there is a lot of Vespas. There is obviously two types. The
thing is, somebody's put. What's the spinning Jenny? What's that?
Right. So in the programme, it's hard for myself, Keith, Bev, Kirsty to do everything. So we need teams' inputs, and we had we put on Facebook so many times about send us when you enter. We need to know about your teams. And there were so many teams still left blanks for team names or. So this is actually.
That's so basically where you've got the hot picker special.
Yep.
That's because they didn't tell you what it was.
Exactly that.
Right. So for those of you that are watching online, the programme has lots of little bits and pieces where there's been input from Keith. Right. So the Dukes of Essex being the key one.
Yep.
155 Dukes of Essex. John Bolcombe owns a scooter shop in Southend.
Yes.
So his teammates, because he didn't tell us, one is called
See My Stains.
Seaman Stains, and the other
I am
is
Spartacus.
I am Spartacus. So yeah.
So that's technically Keith's joke, really. Keith, that's how Keith gets his kicks nowadays.
It would be really nice to know who they are, though. Really,
but
wouldn't it?
And this is it. We can only do so much. So there is a lot of the teams that they do tell us.
All right. Okay. So Twatha Dadannon.
Well, Keith's here now, actually. So how do you pronounce the Irish, Keith?
What about this bit here?
Yeah.
Comac de
Exactly. But even if you have a look in the programme, once again, the stuff.
Ink.
Keith is, you got the ULEZ special for the Odd Mod squad, because obviously they're London, they didn't give us their
Oh, 210, the Valley Scooter Club, they've got a Currents.
Yes, exactly. So, yeah, there's loads of little jokes
Oh,
in
the
the
Eccles
programme.
Special Currents, now I get that.
And there's only a few people that have actually picked up on it.
Ah, right, okay. Oh, so I guess new to Twigard are based near Sheffield because you've called it, sorry, Chesterfield, because it's the Chesterfield sofa.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
So at the moment we've got 36 teams out on the track. Your screen does keep splitting below 10, so a bit difficult to follow what's happening out on track. We will try and get you a bit further down.
There is a few teams that are out. Obviously, Team Swab, they've just had massive failures just from the word
Oh,
go.
we've got a yellow flag there at the moment.
Oh, so Team Vespa.
Oh no, so that
So
means Dukes of Essex have got a good chance of
actually nipping back into second. I'll give you a good little fact about the Odd Mod squad. They're my other half's favourite.
Really?
Yeah, I know you shouldn't have favourites, but they are. And the average age we worked out is 69. Well, 69. And there's only 3 riders.
Wow.
And that's their average age. Oh, I think it might be higher
Where
than
are-
that, wouldn't
where
it? It
are
might
they
be
from?
71. London.
Okay.
They are London.
Who's the eldest?
Dave, and Max.
Who's the eldest rider out on track?
Dave. Yeah, I think it's Dave, isn't it? He's the eldest out the Odd Mods. Yeah.
Dave.
Oh, I couldn't tell you his surname. I just about know my name.
What's he riding in?
So he's number 54. So we'll try and find his names. SRP Race Tech, I think they've packed up as well. I believe that is the Targa Twin. Probably the best sounding bike on the grid, but every time it goes past, I always turn around and go, oh, it sounds the nuts.
So we're saying Dave Garrett is
Dave Garrett, I believe Dave Garrett is the eldest.
So
And
that
I think
big,
he's 72.
So a big call out to Dave Garrett
Yes,
then.
yeah.
Okay, so let's go down the order, and we'll go as far down as we can. And so we'll start at the top. Number 78 team DSC. Then in second place it's 112 RFS Tune, doing a fantastic job first in their class. Now in third place and second in their class is AME Auto.
Yep.
In fourth we've got 114 Spire Tarmac Terriers. They're leading their class. Good job them. Then in fifth, 207 Valley Scooter Club. Sixth, 18 CS Racing. Seventh, 19 Pickering Gold Stars. First in their class, fantastic.
Awesome.
Eighth, 30 CST. They've had a couple of problems, run out of fuel once, and shock absorber came loose second time. In ninth, we have two sheds.
Yes.
10th, 155 Dukes of Essex, doing a grand job.
Go on, John.
Second in their class, due to the bit of a whoopsie on the Team Vespa. In 11th, we have 32 Tuatha De Danann.
The Irish, yeah.
And
one of the Irish. There's
one of the
three
Irish
of the
teams,
Irish.
right? So we'll see if I can spot the
They
others.
are all of
So
the
they are in they are second in the club class. We then have third in the. Oh, is it another? Oh, it's another Tuatha De Danann.
Yep, see, so that's what I mean. There's
Oh, right.
The Irish. They've got 3 teams.
Are they all called the same thing?
No, they're not.
Right,
so one's the Vespa. So the 32 is the small frame, Vespa.
Right, so they've actually got a small frame Vespa and a Lambretta.
Yep, and then the other, I believe, is the Stunning Series 1.
Oh, okay.
Gasworks.
Okay, so in 14th we have number 12, which is the second of the Tuatha De Dananns, and that is a Lambretta, I believe.
Yeah.
210 is in 15th, that's Valley Scooter Club. In 16th, 84 Team Escargot, and they are third in their class. Go them. In 17th, we've got 333. They are 17th overall, and is it 5th in their class?
Sixth
in their class, and they're new to Twigard.
New to Twigard, yes.
I'd be intrigued to know where they got that name from. In 18th, we've got 135 Rushden Lambretta Club.
Yep, go Rushden. They are on one of the Louis.
And they're fourth in their class?
Yep, we've got 2 Louis out there, Lambretta Louis.
Right, so tell me about a Lambretta Louis.
So technically they're a small frame Lambretta.
Oh, wow.
So like a Vega, basically.
Right.
Well, they are. They're pretty much the same thing, Vega Louis.
Right.
So we've got 2 of them out. There's 135.
Oh, I'm going to say, so that's the one, right, so I saw that.
It looks like Alex riding on board on 135.
So I actually saw them out on when they were going around the paddock, so thank you for that. So where was I up to then? Okay, in 19th place, we have number 27, GRR. In 20th, number 4, the London Lambretta Club. They've had a bit of airtime earlier today.
Yep, I believe Iggy.
That's
Iggy's racing as well.
Yeah.
For them.
So in 21st place, we have number 13, Team Solid Air. 22nd, it's number 200, the Rushden Lambretta B Team.
Yep.
23rd, number 74, the Real Tough Speed.
Yep.
24th, 50, Gasworks.
Right, that's the other
SRT.
Irish. Sorry, that's
What's
mine.
that?
That was my mistake.
Rushden.
Gasworks SRT is the
right.
stunning Series 1.
Right.
It's beautiful.
Why Gaswork? Do we know?
So that is him. That's his company.
Right, okay.
And they are all a good crack, extremely good crack.
Okay.
And, yeah.
So that's number 50, Gaswork SRT in 24th place. So we do have 3 teams over from Ireland. They travel and work together and helped each other set up yesterday afternoon. So always good to have the teamwork and support.
Team camaraderie.
Okay, 25th, 58, Foster 58.
Yep.
Some
I believe that there's actually 2 Fosters.
Oh, there is.
One's 58, one's 56. And I believe 58 are the ones I was talking to Steve earlier about the young lads on the pit bikes.
Oh, right.
And that is pretty much that team. So they're all they still race pit bikes now. I believe one of them is actually this year's 140 champion.
Oh, wow. Do you know what? I think it's good to have some youngsters out there. We were saying earlier we need to get some young blood interested. And with the amount of track time that they're getting, hopefully it will encourage them to talk to friends that might also be interested. So let's go back to this. So we were at 25, number 58, Foster's 58. In 26, we have 63, the TAS Vespa racing bike. In 27, 132, Dukes of Essex 2.
My teams.
So Dukes of Essex and Dukes of Essex 2 are teams that you work with.
Yeah,
are you all based in and around Southend?
Yeah, so we were all friends. Obviously, John is like a dad to me. So
he's lovely as John Bolton.
Yeah, he is. And obviously, we all race for Team JB. So myself, John, and Sean.
Yep.
And Sean is obviously the owner and team leader of Dukes of Essex 2.
Right.
Which he's doing it with his other brother and one of his best mates, which is once again great.
Fantastic. That's good. Okay, so that was 27, 132 Dukes of Essex. In 28th is number 11, Team Wayside Wanderers.
Yep.
In 29th, we have 38 SRP Race Tech. Now then, so in 30th is 56, Foster's 56, but they are in the pit.
I think they're not running, same with the odd mods now.
So I think, so we've got a few not running. 54 is the odd mod squad.
Yeah, I believe once again they're not running.
So you think that's it, they've done for the day. I think the difficulty is we can see when people are in the pits, and unless we've actually been down there, we can't say whether they're in for good or not, but obviously we're keeping an eye on that. Then in 32nd is 81 United Colours of Bemberton.
Yes.
Now I thought I just saw them out on track.
Yeah, they are moving, aren't they?
But I can't see the notification.
2 laps. I'm sure I thought they were out on track. That's why I'm trying to look for them.
Okay, so we'll look for them. 33 is number 96, Squadricos Swab, and we know that they have stopped for the day. Broken both bikes.
Oh, they have. They've had a nightmare. I know Scott quite well. He lives around the corner from us, and he's just
oh, does he?
Yeah, he does. And once again, he's a phenomenal racer.
and he does that. It's him and his two lads, so that's their team. And their aim, the reason they come to us at the BSEC is they were massively. Scott has got a place out in Italy, so he's out there a lot, and he wants to do the 24-hour. So he wants to get him and his boys up to speed and try and tackle the 24-hour.
Are they going out there next week, did he say?
Scott might be.
On Thursday, I think he said he's heading out there.
Yeah, so.
Right,
yeah.
so then we've got 3 other teams. 34 is 8 DC 10 cert. They've done 160 laps. 35 is 777 Team Mako. And the last one has gone off the screen, so until it comes back on.
Yeah. I can't even scroll down.
No, I think yeah, we've got 2 screens here, and we can't control them. We just look at them.
Try and get it out.
So Team DSC are staying out in the front. They are still. Actually, it's
5
got
laps.
5
They've
laps
increased
ahead.
that now, haven't they?
Right, 36 is 70 IIRT. Okay, we've got a fueling on your screen, number 18. So this is the
3 C's, the Keneally's. I was
it's
saying,
the Keneally.
Yes, it is. It's Phil Hallam is now filling up, and then Steve.
How do you know it's Steve?
Because I've raced with Steve for many,
Okay.
many years. I was saying earlier, like, on track, to race with, I hated them. Just because they were my rival. Not hated them, but they were my main rivals.
Yeah.
Racing in Group 4. And the trust, I absolutely love being on track with them. And
And
so,
they're using
that's
the
how I know
sort of.
Steve.
Oh, nice one. You need to. Oh dear, fuel all over. That should be wiped off.
Yes.
Should be wiped off, gents.
I don't know if Steve is running to hand the bike over. But yeah, so I've raced with Steve for many, many years. Same with Bert. In fact, I've raced with them all. And yeah, some of my best battles were with Steve and Bert. And then I remember actually when I was racing, and they always used to say before Darren started racing scooters, Darren Keneally, because he is probably for me one of the best racers in the country.
Yeah.
Scooter racers. So
and he shares his knowledge as well.
He does. They're all lovely.
Right, they've brought it in. They've taken the panel off.
So yeah, I remember when I won the championship in 2013. Steve said his brother's coming along, and he's faster than us all. And
I bet you thought,
no. Right, because Bert was chomping at the heels, Steve was always chomping at the heels, and then Darren. And then, yeah, it took him a couple of years.
But they race bikes, though, don't they?
Darren does. I was talking to him earlier. He's not so much now. He still dabbles. He does a lot of track days on big bikes, and he's extremely fast. One of my really good friends I work with races for Bemsey, which is a club down south. And Darren,
they're messing with their carb.
Yeah,
there's obviously something.
I wonder if they're having a fuel leak. But Darren turned up at a Bemsey meeting, rocked up, went out on the bike. He's never been out on one.
There was fuel on the on the floorboard. Yeah. Was it spitting it out? Do you think?
So, in fact, Darren's going out now. Looks like Darren's going out now.
Oh, Darren swapped over.
So I think Steve just pushed it. Steve maybe just done that stint. So if the camera does stay on him, he is to watch is class.
So if the cameraman can hear, number 18 is the one to watch. He is.
It might take him a few laps to get in, but he is silky smooth. And if to look at, he makes it look really, really easy. Until he takes his helmet off, and you can see how hard he's.
Oh yeah, you can tell he works hard.
That's it. Like now, he just looks like I'm just popping to the shops, and then.
Oh, he's just behind the CST rider.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah. they're
That's
both
it. He's going to get into it. So who's riding the?
Looks like that Carl, doesn't it? No, that's Chris Cook still on.
That is Chris. Yeah, it is.
For number 30. Yeah, I think Darren's just getting into it.
So yeah, Darren certainly holds a number of the BSSO records.
He does. Group 4. I think he's won Group 4 3 or 4 times, and then he won Group 6 as well. Same year as he won Group 4.
If only I'd have thought I could have brought me facts and figures with me. But no, he's
But yeah.
He's a good rider. He's quite
So
often
talented.
comes out to Cadwell, doesn't he?
He does. I believe he's coming next 2 weeks' time.
I believe it's coming out.
Are you able to come to Cadwell?
Yeah, I am racing there. Yeah.
Nice
it's
one.
one of the ones I can actually do. So I thought, why not? I haven't done much to the bike after Darley.
You've not done a lot this year, have you?
I haven't. I've only done Darley. So.
The thing is, you've got to work. You've got to earn your crust, or you're not going to be able to afford to do it.
Exactly that. But right, I believe Steve's back in the office, so I'm going to hand over to Steve. So thank you, Wendy.
It's all right. Thank you. Thank you for coming and sharing. We're very busy at the top end of the track at the moment.
Mikey giving an insight from a top rider's perspective there. And, well, what drama we had in the pits. I mean, DSC, I mean, you know, what do a team have to do? They've such a good lead, and then the shock absorber snapping, brakes failing. I mean, I don't even say what next.
The thing is, in this sort of racing, with the age of the bikes, these things happen. You only have to look at 96, Scott and his sons. You know, they're not out there anymore. Both bikes broke. Different reasons, different things. They've been out again today, but you can't plan for it. All you can do is come and have the spares ready with a team that are nimble enough and work together well enough to get the bits off that you need to take off and then back on and have people on hand with the right tools. And it's just such a difficult thing to do. But to watch them work together, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
That's what I thought. You know, when we were down at Team DSC's pit,
yeah.
and it wasn't just the boys, all the wives that we'd been talking to and girlfriends leapt up off the table, spanners and components in hand, and it was like watching, there was an air of tension, but it was like watching Red Bull or similar at work.
Absolutely. The thing is, it's, you know, keeping the riders hydrated as well, you know, making sure that you're keeping the rider out there, or the riders out there, for the most amount of time. But yeah, working together. So they've still got a 5-lap lead over RFS Tuning, who are leading their class, and 9 laps ahead of 114 ST Terriers.
That's why I'd like to encourage more people to come to the track for the next one, because I think if you're down in the pits when that's kicking off, like from our point of view, you're trying to keep out of everybody's way.
Absolutely.
But also watching them, they're almost not aware that you're even there. That's the great thing, because they're so focused as a team.
It.
And you can see watching them why they are leading. You know, just to watch them it's like joy to watch.
Absolutely. But it is, and you really need to be making sure you're staying out of the way and, you know, not treading on people's toes, because they need to be doing what they're doing in the most efficient manner.
Did you see I caught up with your granddaughter about just as she was about to go? Stepdaughter. Sorry, stepdaughter.
How old do you think I am?
Stepdaughter. You know, a Freudian slip. But yeah, she was in no mood to talk to me. She was on her way out, and I don't blame her. It was like, I see what you mean. There's that look in her eyes. I'm here for business. And she really was the business, and she did promise to come and talk to me in the timing tower, but I don't whether she will or not. I think exactly. I think that was to flan me off.
Yeah. Both her and her brother don't like to do the talking. They like to do the talking on the track.
And she's definitely doing that, and that's the only place where it counts. Very, very impressive young lady to watch her on track, but also the way I did mention that to Alice, the way she carries herself. Quite clearly, she was all about the business. You know, I could tell she was in the right frame of mind. She was just due to go out, and she didn't want anything distracting her, and she was gone.
Yeah.
Quite right too.
She's absolutely loving it out there. So on your screen, you've got 78. That looks like, is that Graham Tatton back out there, or is it? No, it might be still Hammy out there. So that's Steve Hamilton. He is secretary for BSSO. So. He raced full time till the end of last year. Says he retired, but I think we'll see him come out at different places just to keep his hand in.
Yeah.
It's lovely to see the riders becoming more confident. You know, some of them are inexperienced. You can see there's much more smooth. They're riding much more smoothly out there.
It is a funny thing though, Andy, because I remember as a novice, when I got more tired, I stopped over driving, and I actually drove better sometimes. And it's probably the same for some of the novices. You know, they get to the point where their nerves, they can't sustain that level of nervous energy, so they get tired. And actually, bizarrely, when they relax a bit, they probably do a better job. Less inputs into the scooter, and more going with the scooter and less fighting with it.
All right, so this is on your screen 207. That's the VSC Club. That's John the Greek looking like he's getting ready to go. It looks like they've spilt a bit of fuel over that. And there it goes. Carpet tape, duct tape, whatever. It's going to hold something on or hold something in by the look of it. I'm not sure exactly why they're doing that.
Maybe gaffer tape fetish. Probably a colour change for the bike. The sponsor said our new livery's black. Certainly it's not going to come apart. I think they could smack that quite hard and the tape would keep all the bits together.
Oh, and he did that with his teeth. No. Right, so John is ready for action. So John, when John goes out, he's 207. He is a... All right, they're putting it on the stand. Oh, right, fuel going in now.
Would that, do you think, Wendy, would that be their last fuel stop, or would they have to do one more before the finish? We're like 55 minutes to go. Will you go 55 minutes?
Depends on the size of the tank.
Yeah.
If you've got a good sized tank, that's...
I'd say it'd be marginal, wouldn't it? Like 55 minutes in this heat. You'd think that they'd need one more fuel stop.
Well, some of them are saying that they can last for an hour and a half.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
I'll take that back then.
But that tank doesn't look to be that big. So they may need to do another fuel stop. So 207, John the Greek, really good, smooth rider. Oh, easy. Right, so there we are. John trying to get the bike going and out on track. And no, it doesn't look like he's got it started. Oh dear, right. So Team DSC have pulled out another lap over RFS Tune. No disappointment there, because that is an absolutely stunning second place for RFS Tune and a wonderful third place for ST Terriers. So we've then got in fourth place 21 Aort, one lap behind the ST Terriers, and then it's 207. They are 12 laps from the back. Looks like we've got a problem with that shock. Looks like it's being tightened up. And that is Stephen Graves due to go out on the CST Lambretta. Oh, they had a problem with the exhaust earlier. That came loose as well. But
well,
that's...
look what happened to DSC's shock. I mean, they're taking, clearly around this track on a hot day, they're taking a battering, aren't they? A lot of vibration.
So this guy here that's just put that leg shield panel on, at MotoGP, he was working in the Yamaha garage.
Ah.
So he is called Roland Davis. He does scrutineering at things like BSB, etc. And I think last year was his first time in the pits at MotoGP. I think he might be with Suzuki last year, because obviously they're not there. But yes, he was in with the Yamaha, one of the Yamaha teams this year. So.
So we can take it. He's pretty good.
I think you can.
He's pretty decent, isn't
so
he?
Roland did used to ride, but had a horrific accident. Swallowed his tongue, so doesn't race anymore, but still supports and enjoys coming to watch the bikes racing. But I mean, we're talking, that's a lot of years since that happened. And he's got a wicked sense of humour as Roland, so lovely chap.
Well, you know what, with what is it, 52 minutes still to roll, I think it's worth putting a shout out for all the organisers and marshals, because I'd say that the organisation has been exemplary. You know, everybody, including yourself, all the people who've turned up, helping, supporting, doing a fantastic job, putting on a brilliant show. Teesside looks fantastic. The crew here are lovely. There's no doubts about it. And, that we saw the medics in action earlier on. So it's a big thanks and a shout out to everybody who puts this together.
Absolutely.
Including, of course, Keith and Mikey. It's just a great promotion.
And both Kirsty and Bev, without their support, Mike and Keith couldn't do this, could they?
No, for sure.
So oh dear, yet another petrol spill. Do you know this is happening, everybody? But I don't like those, the ones that they're pouring in with, because I think you're hurrying, they end up, and it pulls out. No, I think when they pull the long nozzle out, it flicks and it goes everywhere. So
I have to say, having been involved in a couple of pit lane petrol fires, it's one of the most frightening things in the world, because when it goes so fast. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Especially, funnily enough, especially fuel that's evaporating, because the vapor burns quicker than the wet does. Yeah, and it's with the energy that comes out of it tends to set off anything else within range. So I agree, it is definitely one of the key things to avoid.
Okay, so that is John the Greek looking down at the bike. That's not. We'll see how he comes up the back straight. So they've obviously been doing a few bits and pieces to that bike out there. It is a Vespa, and John likes his Vespas. So John rides Vespas in the BSSO. Won't ride a Lambretta because he's always grounding the exhaust. So.
Well, he was very much a star of our Wilton Mill 8 hour earlier this year. I can remember at the end being absolutely knocked out by his riding in the wet conditions. I thought it was extraordinary, his grace and balance.
So he did race in Greece when before.
So that's him just gone through, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
207 in the black and green leathers. So just for people that aren't here as well, so it does say on the front of the programmes, British Scooter Endurance Club, Teesside 6.
+2.
It doesn't say +2, but it was only when Keith got the programmes back he realised he put 6 and not 8. But when we were at the MotoGP, he posted on Facebook his disgust at the quality of the programme. So many glaring mistakes. I've got to say I spotted too, but he did have a good rant about it.
No,
so he was a bit cross with himself that he'd not noticed that one.
But I, obviously, as a Silverstone man myself and senior instructor there, I obviously have enjoyed the whole 6+2 thing all day long, and I've enjoyed rubbing it in, Wendy, just like giving him a good pasting on an ongoing basis. But I actually think it sounds quite cool. Teesside 6+2. It makes you think. What does it mean +2?
Yeah. And it works. It's still 8. Though, of course, we did lose an hour. So I did do some sums earlier.
Go on.
And last year it was a hot day, like it is today. They raced for 6 hours.
Was it 6 or 8? They said to me it was 8.
No, it was 6 last year.
Definitely 6.
That's what I've been told.
Oh, they said to me 8.
Was it 8?
Yeah, it was 8. It was 8.
Right, then
apparently.
my sums are wrong.
Yeah. That's what the boys told me.
Well, if it was 8, then let's work out where we 51 divide 8. So that would be.
Didn't you say 351? They'd be going some to do 351 today with less than an hour to go, wouldn't it?
Right. So last year they were doing 43.87 laps per hour, and our lead team is on 271. Actually, they are riding at 45 laps an hour, the Team DSC. So they could actually do more. So be aware, I've actually deducted an hour for the
oh, yeah, of course we had the stoppage. Yeah.
We were off 55 minutes, then we had a couple of laps under
yellow flag.
So
that would make sense then, wouldn't it? It would work out if it was 8 hours last year. If they hadn't had the hour, they might have come out even more.
Well, there's been another 40 odd, so they've been over 300 already.
RFS Tuner doing a superb job, aren't they, really?
They are. As our Spitfire Tarmac Terriers.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at
Goes to show you don't have to have the most powerful or the most highly developed scooter. You just got to have a great strategy, consistency, a bit of luck on your side as well. You need that.
So so RFS are the leaders of the race class. So this is a team that will only have one race person with an ACU race licence, and the yellows are the road class. No, they're not. Yellows are the race class, she says. RFS Tune, and get it right, are a road class. So if you looked at the classes in order of experience, it would be blue, yellow, green, red. So the fact that RFS Tune are in second place
is spectacularly good, doesn't it? Really. But then when you look at it, I mean, we've got, 50 or so minutes to go. They've got a 4-lap margin over Spire Tarmac Terriers. So as we saw with earlier on with DSC, it would only take one stumble in the pits, one component to fail. That could be turned on its head. I mean, you cannot predict what's going to happen. I've seen it too many times today.
Sure. And if you look at fourth place, 21 AOT, they are in fourth place, only 1 lap behind Spire Tarmac Terriers. And in fact, they are also a road class. So where Spitfire Tarmac Terriers are actually a race class. So.
Equally, look at Valley Scooter Club. Like, you know, they are in the pro class with a couple of good stints now. They could almost claw their way just a little bit of. We don't know quite the fuel situation, but they're not that far behind. A podium's still probably on for Valley Scooter Club.
Can you close that window down a bit and we can see what the lap times are looking like?
Well, can I? That's the question. I'm not too adept. Let's see what I can manage.
Oh, you've no idea, have you?
No, I haven't got a clue. Totally clueless. No, that's not oh shoot, Baloo. That definitely wasn't the right thing to do. That's probably.
Okay, so let's see.
That might
Team
help.
DSC best is 112.
Look at the Valley Scooter Club now, 10s.
No, that's their best lap.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But look at what a lap time though. Anyone else come close to a 10?
No, 112s and some 111s. So that's the best lap today. 111 is what they're riding at now. So there's a good
doable?
Chance.
With 50 minutes to go, look, they're taking 10 seconds a lap out of the 2 teams ahead of them. Is that?
It's still a big ask.
It is a big ask. No, it could be. They could do it. They could do it. You're the expert numerically. Is that
I don't think I am.
I think you are. They're lapping in 111s, and at the moment it's not RFS Tune. It's these 2 guys, isn't it? Spire Tarmac Terriers 19s, it's 22s. Are they going to catch them?
Right, potentially they may. But what you've got to think of, they are in a different class. No, that was wrong. In a different class in the race, as in they are.
But it would put them back on a podium overall, is my point.
All right, it would. But what we don't know is whether RFS Tune and Spire Tarmac Terriers are riding more steadily to protect their first place in their class.
Or indeed, how many, if they've got another fuel stop, rider change to do before. I mean, at this point, is anyone going? Look, 46 minutes. Are they going to the flag at this point? That's what we don't know.
I would say most probably go for the flag when it gets to. Well, they'll have the last rider. Whoever the last rider is, that will be. Right, so who we're looking at here, is that the Keneally's again? It is. So this is the 3Cs. They were messing with a carb earlier, so I'm guessing they've got a problem with the adjustment there. Whether it's too much or too little fuel. We noticed there was some on the runner board when they started messing with it last time. I wonder if it's loose. I wonder if the jet screw, I wonder whether it's loose and it keeps coming out. So I believe that's Darren going back out there. Obviously, things work to his liking. Darren holds a few records for the BSSO. And a lovely chap. Certainly giving advice to my stepson, Jim McNally, who's not here today.
So that, just confirm for me, it's the Valley Scooter Club at the moment. They've got a Greek friend on board.
They've got John. Is it
Yeah,
John
it
the
is,
Greek?
yeah.
Is it still John that's out there?
I think it is, because look, I mean that's just a phenomenal lap time, that best lap.
Thing is, we don't know whether that's him or
Someone did it earlier.
It could have been Justin Price that did that.
Okay.
We just know that is their best lap.
But that shows what the machine is capable of theoretically. That's really rapid. When you look at the other quick teams.
Right, so the other thing to consider when you're looking at endurance racing with the scooters is how many bikes are out on track and how much traffic you have to get through. If you are lucky enough to be on the track when a lot of bikes have gone in for fuel changes, and you've got a clearer track, you have got less traffic to get through. And we've said they are riding in a way that allows people to get through traffic without causing angst or upset on the riders with less track experience. So the thing is, I didn't see when that was. I would have known who
lap 193 that happened on.
Where's it say that?
There, next to it on the scoreboard.
Right.
So that's a while ago, 60 laps ago now. So that's going to be like an hour and a half ago.
But that could have been when you were out in pit and I went for a break.
Yeah.
So, because in fact it was when I came back in that was on the board.
Definitely for Valley Scooter Club, it's going to be one of those what could have been, though. With that sort of lap time pace potential, you're looking at it could have gone either which way, couldn't it, in reality?
But the thing is, for all of them, if you didn't have the problems with the bike, you can't have what ifs, because when something happens, it happens and you have to deal with it, and there are many teams that have had to deal with really difficult challenges. So that was on the screen then. We just had the ST Terriers that are in third place. They are following John the Greek by the looks of it. So John is on 207 and ST Terriers, whoever that rider is thinking, can I keep on the back of this man? Use his line, see if you can get some faster laps, unless you've been given team orders. We finished the race where we are.
John is the fastest man on the track at the moment by a margin. He's got, looking down the list, he's got half a second over anyone else. So he's 12. His last lap was a 12.1. And who's close? We got 3C's Racing, 12.8.
Right, so that's the Keneally's.
Yeah, so they're about 8/10 off. So I'd say John, as unsurprisingly, is the pace as he was at Wilton Mill, to be fair. I think he has a good life. Half the bikes that I road test, he is actually designed or developed. So when I was talking to him, he's an engineer, and he definitely puts his knowledge and understanding of it to great use on track. He's not just riding quickly because of natural talent, of which he has spades, but he's doing it also. Look at him. I mean, I might take a picture of that. It just looks great to watch, doesn't he? He's got such a fluid style.
He does, but then if you watch as he's gone down there, he's looking for somewhere to pass that will not freak other people out. It's I don't know. Difficult thing. There
Well, no, Wendy, you're right, because the problem is if you try and pass a novice at the wrong place, it's your fault if they take you off, isn't it? You have to. It's not just selfish, is it? He's doing it as well, because you've got to be a bit careful. The whole team's race could be over. I think HDMI. Oh, it's back. We're okay. So just what our camera is picking him up, actually, and for those watching at home, this is the man whose style at Wilton Mill was just incredible. And I do know from communicating with him, messaging him, that he is Triumph factory engineer, so a proper motorcycling professional. But he isn't the only one out there going quickly at the moment, because as we noted, there's other riders in the 12s.
Thing is, people are going to be tiring out there,
Of course
aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
You know, everybody is going to have ridden for at least, what? Depending on the number in the team, if you've got 3 in your team, everybody, I'm guessing, is going to have done 2 hours. That's a lot of riding in this heat. And it's not like it's a simple track where you've just got all, you know, majority of left-handers. There's lots of twists and turns that you have to deal with that you've got to keep your focus. On your screen now, we've got number 30. That's the CST team. That's Stephen Graves. He is a mechanic at Chisel Speed Tuning. And if you look on the bike, actually, there's a picture of a stormtrooper as his personal logo, because there is a photo of him walking out of his tent at Pembury, and he looks just like a stormtrooper with the dark sky behind him. The weather wasn't best. So yes, my other half did small cartoons for each of the riders, and Steve's is a stormtrooper. So here we go. So Team DSC are pulling out a gap a little further. So they're now 7 laps ahead of 112 RFS Tune. And 11 laps ahead of 3rd place 114 ST Terriers. Some amazing riding out there from these teams. Really is.
And Wendy, looking down the order as well, I mean, a big shout out to all of the teams taking part, because the reality is what makes this fascinating from a spectator's point of view, whether they're live or watching it, is the fact it's just continuous. Wherever you look on the track, there's action. And so you wouldn't have that if you only had 20 scooters out there. So to have such a packed grid and so many riders involved, it just gives it a massive flavour, doesn't it?
Absolutely does. And the fact that we've still got so many teams still out there. I think there's only a handful that aren't still out there racing, which is amazing. Really is.
And inevitably you feel like you want to talk about all the teams, don't you? Not just the lead teams. And that's hard to do, of course, because the battle's so hot at the front that we tend to focus on what's going on within the top 10. But every one of these teams down the grid has a story to tell.
Absolutely.
And, you know, we'll have memories of today, and, you know, we'll be going away from here, whatever position you finish, and thinking about how can we make it quicker for next time? What can we do? And also, quite clearly, when you look at the spread of you know, times, there's various different talent levels, and the great thing about sport being inclusive is you don't have to be a potential Grand Prix MotoGP rider to come and take part. You know, get a group of your mates together, some quicker, some slower, whatever, and then actually if you keep it together and you have reliability, you'll get further up the grid anyway.
Yeah, I can just let you know that there has been another record broken.
Go on.
So John the Greek has just done the fastest lap so far today. He's broken the previous record by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah.
So it's now down to 110, spot 528. So
He's got into the groove, hasn't he? Or, like you said, got a clear lap, not been held up.
Yeah, very much so. So I'm just going to give a call out to the sponsors again, because without their input and their funds,
Totally.
the guys wouldn't be able to be here racing, or it would be costly, and then there would be fewer entrants. So a shout out to the sponsors. AME Auto Limited, so they are sponsoring the pro race, so that's the blues on your screen. We then have AF Rayspeed sponsoring the race class, they're the ones in yellow. We've then got Scooter Nova magazine sponsoring the road class, they're in green. And the club class is sponsored by the... Oh no, what's happened to... So, sorry, interrupt there, 207, John the Greek. Something has happened.
No.
That looks like
Was
he's
that
got it stuck
has
in.
he dropped it, or
no,
it's not come off?
It didn't come off. That's something to do with the gears by the looks of it.
Well,
Has the clutch
hasn't
gone?
come off and damaged it, did he? We missed that.
We
He
missed
was
that.
absolutely flying. I was
So
going to ask
where?
Darren.
I
Just
can't see where he is. So we just tried to find out what happened with John. We didn't see it. Can we see where he is on the track? Right, he's up on the top corner of the track. So he's going to be waiting for a gap to try and get across with the bike.
Wow.
So that's going to be disappointing for him. Right, he's crossed the track and looking to get the bike back. He's not riding it, he's having to push it. So I think we can safely say he's asking for help to get the bike back. I think he might be a bit cross.
Wendy, high drama right to the end of this.
Okay, so we're going to hand over back to the pits. Are you heading over there? I'm heading down there. Okay. Do you want me to hand over now? Right, so I'm going to hand you over to Ellis, who is in the pits, and Steve's going to join him. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are really getting to the meat and two veg of this now. We've just had the Team 78 come in, so that's Team DSC. They're 7 laps ahead. They've just come in, done a conventional fuel and rider swap, and that's them now for the next 30 minutes. And I think we've got Valley SC coming in shortly as well. She's got Team 207. We'll grab him in a second. I'm just having a look around to see who else is ready to come in. Let's just can we just interrupt for 2 seconds? How hot is that? Red hot. This is what people put themselves through for scooter endurance racing. So I know I'm asking you questions at a time when you don't need to be asked.
Yeah. It's fine. Go on.
How many sessions have you done?
It's my second one.
For an hour?
I think I've done 48 minutes the first one and an hour, just about an hour there.
And that's punishing.
That's punishing in this heat and this sun.
Oh, hang on, we've got 207 coming in now. This is Valley SC. So they're doing a quick changeover, although I think their rider also looks, this is John the Greek, absolutely shattered. So we might make some space for him on the bench here. They seem to have a problem. So it looks like the throttle side of the handlebar has broken. Or is it? Did he have an off?
He had enough in front of me,
Oh dear. All right, we'll catch up with him in a second. So 7 laps ahead, that was a very quick change. So all things being well, you should maintain that gap.
Hopefully. Just there's some faster riders out there. I think we lost a lap because we were slowing down a bit and then we're speeding up.
To be fair, you because of the incident you had with the front brake and the cables, you dropped down to about 4 laps, but you're back up to 7.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually looked. I don't like to know till the end.
I put some quick laps in at the start, and then I just sort of backed off a bit and just sort of just keep the bike going, keep the momentum going, and just see how it goes. So.
But this is the business end now. We've got 29 minutes.
29 minutes.
29 minutes to go. What all these teams will be hoping is that anything that was going to break has broken, because as we've seen, you only need something as simple as a gear cable, a brake cable, a clutch cable to go, and you're in the pits and you're losing 4 or 5 laps while you're replacing those things, and that's if you're doing them efficiently, that's if you're doing them in a well organised team. So yeah, we're right at the business end of it now. It looks like we've got a couple of other teams waiting to come in. I think Steve's going to come and join me in a second. Looks like he's trying to get through the gate, but yes, we're right at the business end of it now. Steve, come and join us, mate. Business end.
What happened? I mean, we were watching John the Greek set the fastest lap, right, of the whole event, and I just said to Wendy, he's on one, he got it all hooked up, and then I looked and the bike was down. Did he take a tumble?
He did take a tumble. It looks like he's broken the right at the throttle side of the headset as well. So the scooter's been wheeled away. I doubt very much, given that we've got 28 minutes left, that they're going to try and get that going again. So are you telling me you were commentating on John and...
No, don't blame me. That's nothing. It's just pure coincidence. I just said to Wendy, I said, the boy's on fire. He set the fastest lap.
What was
10.5.
Really?
Yeah. And actually he was going quicker and quicker, got it hooked up, then he got slowed for a lap, and he was the quickest man on track by about 7-8 tenths. Then he did a blistering lap, which made him a couple of seconds quicker than everyone. And then, well, you know the rest.
1:10.5. I think that's a second quicker than last year's best times. I think last year was about 1:11.3. I think. last year. So 1:10.5 is a blistering pace. 1 second doesn't sound a lot, but in these kind of races, in these kind of short circuits, 1 second's a big margin.
Ellis, he ain't going to want to talk to us, but I'd love to talk to him.
I looked at his face as he walked off, and he was looking. He'll be disappointed with himself. He'll be massively disappointed with himself.
Yeah, but do you know what I've got to say, right? You can't. I mean, listen. Look at what he did at Wilton Mill. Well, you weren't there, but in the pouring rain, right? He absolutely crucified the opposition at the end.
Yeah.
You can't ride that quickly without taking risk. It's impossible. I don't care who you are.
He's got that talent as well, hasn't he?
Without a doubt.
What we were talking about earlier, self-belief.
We should really try and talk to him if we can, because I just admire his riding, and he, up until that point, listen, we don't quite know what happened, but up until that point, he looked superb.
Well, I tell you what we can do if you like.
Where is he?
He's just down. He's on the left-hand side of the paddock. Not quite sure if we'll reach with the camera, but
can we get that far, boys?
Yeah, we'll try it. Let's go and see if we can.
Let's cheer him up. Let's cheer him up.
John the Greek. He will be devastated. He's that kind of rider. He's that kind of, he's that committed.
He takes it seriously.
He takes it absolutely seriously.
He cares for the team.
So hopefully, just on I think he's camping on the left-hand side. This is the independent idiots bike that will be going past here. They basically shattered the top end, the small end bearing, and things were rattling and falling off, and basically not looking good. So let's have a look. Where is he? They might have moved. They were here.
Can we get
earlier.
there, boys? They're down there. I can see them.
Let's go and try and grab him. This is your paddock for you. Obviously, people are still getting bikes going, still keeping bikes going, and we're only 20 minutes, 25 minutes away from the end of the race. But this is grassroots racing for you, out the back of a van with a gazebo and a little table. Let's have a.
I found him. I just was saying to the live stream of thousands of people, John, how you had it hooked up. You set the fastest lap of the whole race up until that point, 10.5. You're probably 2 seconds a lap at that point quicker than anyone else. So I've got to ask you, because I didn't catch the moment, or a cameraman didn't catch the moment, you've got to, for the benefit of the fans who've been watching, and listen, to qualify it, you're riding at the end of Wilton Mill, I thought was absolutely in a class of its own. So what happened here?
What happened? What I think that happened, it was the engine stopped mid-corner while I was trying to go smoothly in the corner. I have no clue, to be honest, because fuel is still in the tank, so I assume either I overdid it, although this bike was so smooth and didn't give any problems, so I don't know. I just lost it, and then we snapped the handbars there, the headset, and this is over. We cannot... With some gaffer tape, probably it will be okay, right? If we just put the choke on and running.
So when you watch the live stream, I did say, and we were just discussing this a second ago, but you cannot win and you cannot be a front runner and you cannot set fastest laps unless you operate. The edge is the edge, isn't it? That's reality. You can't have it both ways. You can't be the quickest rider on track without running an element of risk. Otherwise, you're not on the edge. That's what it means to be a racer.
I believe so. This is why we're racing here. I mean, we could just go slowly and try to finish and everything should be fine. But as we are a racing team, we're trying to do our best. We're trying our engines to the limits, and this is what we're trying to do.
John, you keep on doing what you're doing, because for me, in the sport, you are the benchmark at the moment, and your wet weather riding at Wilton Mill in the last round, my first round actually of the championship that I commentated on, was exceptional. And I would say this is it. You are getting you're leaving nothing on the table. You're getting everything out of the scooter.
But this is why we build those scooters, right?
Of course.
To ride them to the limit. We have to find the limit to oversee it, and hopefully next time we will be faster, without any issues. We're going to finish first, right?
Well, listen, it's been a brilliant event, right? Absolutely outstanding event. So up until this point as well, I would suggest that everybody having a fantastic time. You're still in one piece. The scooter will be back faster than ever.
Yeah, Kit did an amazing job with building these scooters. So I'm more than happy. Participating, trying to fight with other fast riders. this is what we are here for, right?
John the Greek, you haven't seen the last of this man. And to the team, excellent work, brilliantly turned out bike. Your man was flying as ever, and you'll be back. I know you will. You'll be right up the front, right at the sharp end. And I did promise it was going to rain today, didn't I, on the but you know, then it would be an easy race for you. But well done, guys. Well done, John. Good to see you in good order.
Good to see you too. Thank you very much.
Well done, John.
Thank you very much.
Well done, gents.
Thanks.
Right,
Sod
we better go
law,
and catch the end of this.
7.5 hours. And something lets go. That's endurance racing for you.
John, it was great. There was a great lap. The lap was superb. I was watching it.
I was trying.
I can tell. 10.5. It was impressive, especially this late in the race.
So that's heartbreaking when you've done 7.5 hours, 7 hours 40 minutes, flat out endurance racing, and you get a simple failure that rules you out the rest of the race.
But you know what? The thing about it is, Ellis, from a team's point of view, if you've got the fastest rider in scooter racing riding for you, okay, notice the team are not even slightly demotivated or down, because the reality is, I mean, actually they're going to win it anyway because of the problems they'd had.
Yeah.
But you listen, if a rider's that fast, you forgive him or her for making that for making the error.
I think they're in about 8th or 9th.
Yeah.
And in all probability, hopefully they'll manage to squeeze into the top 10.
Yep.
But yes, it's just endurance racing.
What I mean is when you have a rider that committed.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? None of the team or the mechanics were pissed about that. They were all still like, it's annoying. It's annoying, but the reality is you forgive a rider who's that committed and that talented.
If someone's doing their best, if someone's giving their absolutely everything, if someone is absolutely flat out on that scooter racing for you and your team, because let's not forget, and the racers, it's always the drivers or the riders that get all the accolades, but let's not forget, none of this happens without the team behind them.
No.
None of it happens without the team behind them. You might get, in these teams, we saw there, probably 7 or 8 people in each team keeping that scooter on the road.
But it's like, I would take you back. You'll remember, being as old as me, that Gilles Villeneuve.
Outrageous.
Yeah, but his mechanics loved him because he was either quickest winning or crashing.
Yeah.
Right, but they always forgave him.
Yeah.
The Commentator Ferrari always forgave him because he was talented, committed. I think that John the Greek is all of those things. He's talented, committed, right? And you could see the team. It's like you can't have a rider that good. The time before at Wilton, he delivers the win.
Indeed.
And annihilated everybody in the wet, which is the real test of it. And so if you step off here, he did a 15.5, but you know as well as I do, he had it in his mind he could do a 14.9. That's it.
Yeah. Well, he's got the fastest lap. Was that
Yeah, definitely. Fastest lap, but
so
no one's going to go 10.5. No one's going to go quicker.
Faster. And again, he's doing that towards the end of the day. Let's not forget, this is not where, like in F1,
no, you're right.
You're using all the fuel, the car's getting lighter, so the car's getting faster. This is, the scooter's still as heavy, it's still as awkward and difficult to handle. He's tired, he's probably done 2 or 3 of those sessions, and he's still pushing it and getting the fastest lap at the end of the race.
What's interesting is when I asked him about what happened, he said he thought the engine might have cut, or maybe he had been smoother, right, trying to be smoother with it and stuff. And I think that in that moment, when you're tired, you're pumped up, you're super hyped, it is quite hard to analyse to the nth degree in the moment. Did it, I think he was asking himself, did the engine cut or did, you know what I mean? I don't think he quite knows.
He'll be doing the post-mortem now, trying to work out exactly what went wrong there. Funnily enough, you were talking about he was trying to go through the corners smooth. I don't know if you heard earlier when I was talking to Bob West, who's ex-Navy. He used to race bobsleigh for the Navy.
I did hear that, yeah.
And he said that one of the things it taught him was to be smooth, because that makes the world of difference. If you're jerking the damn thing about all over the place, you've got little control over it because you don't know where it's going to go and what it's going to do. The smoother you go, the faster you go, really.
Do you know one of the best disciplines for learning that I found was helicopters, because you have to hold them with 2 fingers, holding the cyclic with 2 fingers, right? And once you've done it with one machine, it transfers. You do it with everything that you're driving. It's really good for your smoothness.
Sadly, not all of us can afford those kind of
I can't afford it either. I can't afford it either. Definitely not. But listen, we reflect. We got 17 minutes to go. The sun is setting.
It's glorious.
The temperature is now manageable. But just a moment, let's reflect on what a fantastic day we've all had here at Teesside Motor Park.
We've had drama.
Lots of it.
We've had lots of drama. Obviously, we've had
angry women.
We've upset angry. We've made some women angry through the commentator's curse. I blame you for that one. Perhaps I'll take the second one. You can have the first one. We've had some spectacular racing, and we've had everything from, as we talked about earlier, your almost bog standard go down the shops Vespa 200, admittedly with a Molossi 210 kit on it, to fully race tuned Targa twins. Targa twin engine Lambrettas, every conceivable type of scooter that's represented here from late 50s probably to early 80s, mid 80s, and how many are still going? We still got, well, I don't know, have we got my 30? I forecast we would still have 30 scooters out on the track. We think we might have about 30 on the track. Hopefully Sam will tell me a minute if we still got 30 bikes circulating. Sam, can you just do a bit of stats for us? Thanks, mate. So we think if we've still got 30 out of 37 scooters going round, and again,
we've collected money for charity, Caitlin's charity,
absolutely.
We talked to the main man about that. That was educational. Yeah. We had our celebrity flag waver.
We did. Who again? They donated 210 quid. To
the Irish brothers.
Lads.
What a great gesture that is.
And again, so they've come all the way from Ireland. They brought 2 teams all the way from Ireland. And again, 30 minutes before the end, their bike suffers a catastrophic failure, and they're out of it. They've done 7.5 hours of an 8-hour
If you're
endurance
Irish
race.
and your bike fails with only half an hour to go out of an 8-hour endurance, there's only one thing to do, and that's to go drinking.
I think they've already cracked the Guinness Open.
I think it's the only way to anaesthetise the pain until the next one.
It's the only way.
Because that's the real racing spirit, When your machine fails or you fail, it's like you allow yourself to lick your wounds for about 10 seconds, and then the next thing you go is, right, target, Wilton Mill, whenever it is, or whenever your next one is.
A lot of these guys will already be saying, right, Keith, when's the next race? Especially the ones that have already had to retire for whatever reason. They'll be wanting to know when the next race is. That's that racers mentality as well, isn't it? And you just want to keep racing.
You know what? I was watching you doing an interview up on the live stream. I got to hand a big shout out to these boys who've supported us from Alpha, because it's been brilliant today.
Fantastic job.
I actually messaged James Fitzhugh back at the base, and I said, brilliant direction, brilliant camera work. The boys have had us everything where the action is, finger on the pulse. They've caught it, and that's something. In 8 hours of racing, to be on top of it.
It could be a very long day. They make our job, you make our job really easy. And the people back in the air-conditioned palace up there make our job absolutely fantastic. By the way, it's not air-conditioned up there. It's actually like a little sauna. So it's been a bit of...
It's rat infested.
It's rat infested.
I'm only joking.
Wendy's doing a spectacular job.
Yes, indeed.
Wendy's knowledge just eclipses anything that I could possibly talk about in terms of the BSSO stuff. Obviously, Mike's made his usual contribution as well. Keith's been chipping in. So there's a whole team of people. So thanks to these two, they've run around with a big heavy camera on the shoulder. Sweating
to get the shot, suffering for their art.
I'm expecting a £20 note to come into shot now.
I'm expecting half a pint of cider. Someone's gone to get it for me, because I have to leave. I've got a 4-5 hour ride south, unfortunately. I want to celebrate. I want to party.
Yeah, well,
I want to stay up overnight.
I'll have a beer. I've got plenty of cider.
Have a few for me, will you?
Yeah, I've even got a bottle of red wine.
Can't believe it. I can't leave now.
And we're going to have a spectacular evening. Evening.
You really are. This is like keeping the summer alive, isn't it? And also, by the way, let's thank all the marshals and the crew here at Teesside and the organisers, because they're seamless. They ran it brilliantly, and when we had the stoppage, they managed that well. I mean, what a great organisation.
The stoppage, marshals were straight onto it, medical staff were straight onto it. Clearly, they got the emergency services involved as well as necessary from a precautionary perspective. So that happened really, really quickly. So again, that doesn't happen without the management having that system and process in place.
Correct.
So it's been fantastic. I think have we missed anybody?
No, but I think we shout out all those little teams that we didn't get to talk to. When I say little, I don't mean little. I mean the teams that are not in the top 10. I did mention that upstairs because I am conscious. We talk about DSC, we talk about the front runners, and look at this.
Hang on a minute. So
I can't drink the whole thing, but...
So, Colin, just one.
Colin, better get two.
How many hands have I got?
Colin, get two glasses.
Your maths is failing today.
I can only drink half of this because I've got to ride my bike.
If we get a
get a glass, and me and Ellis will share that.
So we've just
we probably should get
mentioned-
4 for the boys.
Just
but-
mentioned the Caitlin charity. All right. So just while we've got last chance, we've got 10 minutes before we go. Website. It's.
Hold on, I'll do that
what
bit.
There you go.
You do it.
www.teamcaitlin.co.uk. Obviously, very much promoted and driven by Colin in the and co. You've done a whip round today. You've had the buckets out.
Oh yes.
People been generous.
Very generous. Can't fault them. Obviously, auctioning off the start line, starting the race with the flag, raised £210. Keith, chairman of bsec, raised a separate £370 from race entries. As for what's gone in the buckets and who's scanned in the QR code, who only knows. I'll let everyone know the grand total as soon as I get back to sunny Rushton.
Brilliant, mate. And are you staying over this evening?
Of course.
Are you going posh?
Russian Lambretta Club always do posh. Okay, you should know better than that.
So they always have a house. You know, this is the different lives that some of us lead. These guys can afford a house in the country where they all go down and they put their slippers on and they have a wonderful 3-course dinner before they go to bed. I'll be in my van, the back of the Transit, with a can of cider and a packet of crisps.
I've brought a new smoking jacket just for this evening.
Have you? Good lad.
Anyway,
Good.
cheers, gents.
Thank you, Colin.
Cheers, and
Thank
good luck
you
with the
very
charity.
much. Yeah,
So
amazing. But yeah, all those teams that we didn't get to talk to next year, because some new faces will appear on the leaderboard, won't they? We need, to be honest, what it is 8 hours is not enough, or rather 6 plus 2 is not enough.
6
we
plus
need
2.
24 hours to get around the entire paddock.
It might be worth. I wonder if I can find my programme. We'll do a quick shout out to every team, but I can't actually see my programme. You've got one? Have you got one
I
with
think
you?
I did have one. What I really want is 2 glasses. 'Cause I'm desperate to drink half this cider. That's all I can have.
No, that's fine.
No, honestly, I can only drink half. I want to share it with you as my co-commentator.
No, and listen.
Through excellent work.
It's fantastic. The first time we've worked together, you can't fault this man. Genuinely, and this is not me blowing smoke up his backside. One of the most, even off camera, even off the microphone, one of the most entertaining people I've ever met. So, Steve, we will work again.
That's very kind.
We will work together, guys.
Yes, very kind. Thanks for having me.
It's been really good fun.
Thanks for having me and giving me an education.
So, 9 minutes. 9 minutes to go. That's less than 9 laps.
But just hold this. I'm going to get us a couple of glasses.
All right, okay. I thought you were going to hold my hand then. So Steve's going off. This is Steve's way of buying me a drink, by the way. Gets a free drink off Colin, and then goes and gets a glass and gives me half of it. So there seems to be something going on behind us, as if they are going to do a last-minute rider change with DSC. I wonder if this is just because they want a specific rider to bring it home. Obviously, if they've got the buffer, and it was 7 laps, I'm afraid I can't see the sign from here. I don't know if you could zoom into the sign and see how many laps there are between them. It looks like there's several. Looks like there's several laps. I haven't got the data with me. If someone could just tell you how many laps are separating first and second, I suspect it's adequate enough for DSC to come in and do a last-minute rider change to allow a specific rider to finish the race. But it's been absolutely fantastic. Everything from what's been going on in the pit, bit of drama, what's been going on in the paddock, bit of drama. Obviously, we've had the dramas on the track, so hopefully you guys have appreciated the work that we've done trying to run around and get the stories as they unfolded, which genuinely that's the thing I love about this, is getting involved with the teams, getting to understand what's going through their minds and where they're at in their race. Clearly the dramas make that more entertaining to watch, but there is a massive part of me that wishes none of those dramas occurred, because obviously you want a nice smooth race. So I think there are 8 laps ahead, so 8 laps on the road as it stands. That would give them easily enough time to come in and change riders. I'm just watching them because they are wandering backwards and forwards. Let me just shout, DSC, are you doing a rider change? Right, okay, so you don't want to talk to me, but let's just keep an eye on them. They're up to something, but we don't know what they're up to. It'd be nice for them to tell us, you know. But at least he told me to bugger off politely. Oh, here we go. So we got 78 are coming in. Bikes off into neutral. Hang on, he's struggling with neutral. He's struggling. Oh, come on, lads, don't do that now. So he's got the clutch in and it's dragging. Cables are properly stretched. So he's struggling to find neutral. Lock the back wheel. Come on, gents. Let's get this baby on the road. They're struggling there. That's in gear, and they're pushing it along. That's not a good way to try and get the bike started. You see the big long black line that they've left behind them. So let's hope that they get this. Let's hope they get this going. I'm intrigued now as to, clearly they were bringing this in so they get a particular individual to bring the bike home, but they've got it now stuck in gear. Let's hope they can get that started. They're going to try and bump it, I'm guessing. They're all getting around it. That's it. Manhandling it over. Let's go and have a look. Panels off. Panels off now. I mean, this could be one of those moments that you come to regret. They've clearly got some form of problem. Personally, I actually thought it would have just been getting it into gear after they'd stopped it, but that back wheel looks very much locked up. So they're bringing it in. They're bringing it into the. Bringing it in. This could. Cheers. They're. Well.
Ellis, I don't know what to say at this point.
I don't know what to say. I'm hoping that this.
We've got 6 minutes to go. This is surely not possible.
It depends what's locked up. I'm trying to look to see if the wheel's got any movement in it, because if it sees it won't have any movement in it.
Well, so my question to you is this: they've got enough of a lead. The race is going to finish. They're going to have the most laps. They've won it, right?
Well,
how does it work?
It was so yes. It's the most laps, but they can't finish it. Surely they want to finish it in here. So
well, of course,
they were 7 laps ahead.
Yeah,
so
but
that's 7.5 minutes. How many minutes have we got left?
Not enough for the others. Look, we've got 5 minutes.
So
they have to win it, right?
They have to cross the line, I think. They have to cross. We need to check with the
12 laps ahead.
Oh, 12 laps ahead. Okay. Right, so they're 12 laps ahead.
Unbelievable drama, Ellis. Unbelievable drama in the last few minutes. Just incredible, this, ladies and gentlemen. You couldn't make this stuff up with just 5 minutes to go of an 8-hour endurance. We've got Team DSC in the pits with a locked up rear wheel.
Right, so yeah. Right, the 3-0.
I don't know what to say. The team are determined, even though they've technically won it, they're determined that they've got to be running at the end and cross the line.
Yeah. And I'm wondering what actually caused that to lock up then. Was it a heat seize when they stopped it? Right, so they're making a decision about what to do. They're making a decision about what to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, the team that have supplied us with
at this stage,
so much
it's a bit too
excitement,
tense.
both on track and in the pits. And it's just an incredible thing to happen with. Can you imagine? You've done 7 hours and 55 minutes of the Teesside 6+2 endurance event.
Drama.
Just relax.
What's
Take
going
deep
on?
breaths.
Gearbox is gone. We'll wait until there's 1 minute left and then we'll roll it out and try and get it round once.
Right, okay. What caused that to go? Just stopping as you came down into the pits?
No, we brought him in, we could hear it.
Oh, okay.
We could hear it clunking.
Would he have made another lap?
Yeah, but we brought him in deliberately.
Has he got a lap left in it?
I fucking hope he's got a lap. Yeah.
You only got to get it like round down there.
We basically thought if he's got 1 lap left in it, we're better parking it here and waiting.
Good shout. Good shout. You've got enough of an advantage.
Oh, it's exciting, isn't it?
It's brutal.
Exciting.
I mean, this is brutal. You couldn't script this.
No, but it's exciting.
I'm working at Silverstone with Brad Pitt on that Grand Prix film, and I'm telling you, nothing in that film, with the drama of it, is going to be remotely...
I can't believe we've got to 8 hours and you've only just dropped that one in.
Well, it's true. I was supposed to be teaching them, but look at this.
Brilliant.
These guys, I mean, they are just laying on the perfect finish.
I've got hairs on the back of my neck.
Me
Adrenaline
too.
rush.
Me too.
Brilliant.
Get that
Absolutely
cider
brilliant.
down you.
Oh, jeez.
Icy cold cider. You deserve it.
It's glorious.
Isn't it good? Isn't it good? At the end of an
Beautiful.
8-hour race, a half a glass
You've
of
still
cider.
got this kind of drama. So hopefully the guys are getting this. Let's get a nice wide shot on that, I think.
Toughest team in the business, Team DSC. They've
wanna see
dominated
the
this
team.
event for the duration. They've had their moments. Remember the broken damper, of course, and then we saw the brake failure.
You'll get a penalty.
And this is the drama, ladies and gentlemen. This is the drama with literally just minutes left. The scooter, I think that's locked up again. It looked to me like it's locked up. Has it got any drive at all? You really couldn't make this up. Whether that scooter has a lap left in it even is by the by.
I suspect whichever gear he's gone out in, he's
going to stay in that gear, isn't he?
And just go around gently.
We need to get the checkered flag
shall we
ready,
get up
I
to
guess.
the
Yeah, should we get
checkered
up
flag?
for the flag? Because this really is, with a minute left to run, Team DSC are going to seal this one off, because if he makes it round, I mean, where is he on track at the moment?
So he'll
You'll
be
see
going
him
around
hobbling.
the mountain. He'll be going around the mountain. He'll come up in a second. Keep your eyes to your left, Steve. He'll pop up onto the start-finish straight.
Where is he? Let's have a look.
We've got 1 minute left.
Where's his scooter?
Where are we going?
Can we see him on track, Ellis? Have we got him on track?
Oh, there he is.
Where is he?
That's not him. That's not him. There he is, limping round.
Is that him?
Limping round the back straight. He's limping, literally.
Team DSC, is he even going to make the lap? We might have to carry that scooter over the line, but that is the 6 plus 2 hours margin. So where's the checkered flag? This side. Let's go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, no one expected a finish like this.
Who'd have thought after 8 hours we'd be running around the track to see the final lap?
Unbelievable! You couldn't make it up with only one gear left. Well, probably half a gear in the gearbox, Team DSC. Alice, what about that?
That's fantastic, isn't it?
What about that? Let's head down
the
to...
fact, the fact that we've just ran around the track to capture that as well.
yeah,
Bloody hell, man.
unbelievable.
Thank God I got this
What a
cider.
finish for the Teesside 6 plus 2.
Team DSC, I can't see how many laps. Is it 301? I'd forecast 300, so I'm quite impressed with myself there. We're going to leg it back into the pit area.
Ellis, what about the scooter, the gutsy scooter? It just wouldn't give up. It just had to carry the rider over the finish
Lambretta.
line.
These things go forever, even if you've only got one gear.
That's the pride of Italy right there,
Absolutely
isn't it? The
superb.
pride of Italy. Every Italian up and down the country will be proud.
So all the teams will be piling back in now.
Absolutely. They all deserve a massive round of applause.
There we go.
Look at that.
Can we be first to congratulate them?
Well, team, what can I say? What can I say?
Drama, fantastic.
Boys, thanks for
Fantastic
supplying
drama.
us with the excitement right up to the end.
We actually got goosebumps and adrenaline rush 5 minutes before the end, thanks to you lot. Absolutely fantastic, mate. Superb way to win and come over. What gear was it in as you come back over?
First.
Did you go around all the way in first?
You had a choice of first.
Really?
Wow.
Well done, gents. Well done. Luckily, the microphones didn't pick the swearing up.
I'm really sorry about that. I'm really sorry. You'll have to edit that bit and come across a bit aggressive.
Fantastic.
Not normally like that.
So, highlights.
All of it.
Brilliant.
You know, from minute 1 through to minute 7:59.
Fantastic.
Or rather, 6 plus 159.
Yeah, 6 plus 159. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But that's, again, beauty of endurance racing. 5 minutes before the end, gearbox gives up. Just madness. This is the thing as well. You've got other, the other teams are coming up. Big hugs, back slapping. Fantastic.
Well, that's going to make fantastic TV, you know? I mean, especially the drama in the last few minutes. John the Greek spitting it off. You know, we weren't expecting that with his fastest lap time right at the end of the race when it shouldn't have been possible. That gives you an idea of the man's talent.
Yeah, indeed. He absolutely nailed that fastest lap, 1.10.5. It's just amazing what that man can achieve. Right, I think we'll leave you to watch these scenes of celebration and joy. Don't worry. You don't have to worry to walk around us. You're all right. What? No. Are you one of the? Where have you come over from?
I don't speak English.
Bonjour. That's as much French as I can manage.
Have you had a good day? Bonjour. Yeah. Great racing. Amazing
you
racing.
Enjoy it. Yeah.
Right.
These guys, again, good.
International flavour.
International flavour, good providers of food.
Perfect.
And we need to learn French. I said this last year, didn't I? I said last year I needed to learn more French to talk to our French visitors. I failed miserably.
Ellis, I think they're going to get. Are they getting into prize giving? I think
Yes.
we probably better sign off, hadn't we, for
We
these
do.
boys?
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
See you next time.
Yes, we best sign off, mate.
Well, what can I say? It's been an absolute pleasure. Loved working with you.
Been an honour.
Teesside has been a joy. And you know what? Like, the crowds are heading down to salute and celebrate DSC's victory, but also I think actually for all of them who were running at the end, and even the ones who weren't running at the end, everybody who's taken part today will have memories and a sense of achievement, and so they should.
Well, this pit area will be full very soon of all the teams. We're just being moved around. The pit area will be full of all the teams soon for the prize giving, which we will be doing live on Facebook. So we'll go to the bsec. We'll be going to the bsec Facebook group, and we'll do the awards live from the bsec site. So for those of you who are watching on YouTube, if you want to jump onto the British Scooter Endurance Club Facebook group, we'll do the presentations live on there.
Well, I'll get onto that when I get home at midnight, so you'll
Have a look.
forgive me, but I'm pointing the Triumph Tiger, the pure Triumph Tiger south. Should end up back in the UK in civilization probably about midnight, and at which point I'm going to go on the bsec and watch you in action.
Let me ask you a question. What's the best Italian restaurant in the London area?
Deli Italiano in New Barnet.
If Deli Italiano in New Barnet does not sponsor you in this series next year,
one way or another, I'll be back.
Marvellous. Thank you very much. Thank you to all you guys too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, boys.